Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to King Abdullah Aziz Racecourse in Riyadh here in Saudi Arabia. We're here to bring you the live action on the English-speaking service for the JCSA. And we've got another brilliant day. We've got turf racing today as well. 3 races to kick off, lots of open races. The quality moves up a notch from what was pretty good racing yesterday. Tom Collins is in the studio with me. By the way, before we say hello to Tom, I must say thank you very much to all you guys because we're pleased to report record viewing figures for a Thursday on the channel yesterday. So if you're one of those viewers and you've come back today, thank you very much. We are so delighted with those record numbers. Now, Tom is here, of course, to try and find more winners. Do I start by reminding you that just a couple of winners on the sort of score between us? It's our own little fun competition between myself, Tom, and Callum, our reporter. We'll get to in a moment. The scores overnight, Tom?
Yeah, 4-4-2. I'm languishing, but today's the day where we turn it around, or at least I hope so, because we've only got 8 races tomorrow, so
yes.
Kind of need to. We've got a great card, as you say. Turf racing for the first 3 events. That'll be fun. Keith Otterson, clerk of the course, came in and told us that the ground is currently listed as good to firm. Rails are inside. That is the key note to take away from this. I think you'll be seeing a golden highway. If you're against the fence, that's where you want to be on the turf in the first 3 races. And the going stick reading is 10.1, so it's very quick out there. But it's great to see turf racing back. I love Fridays just because of that. Usually we get the turf races kind of portioned throughout the card, but today, turf heavy at the start, dirt heavy at the end. Should be fun. Yeah,
that's interesting, isn't it? The 3 turf races right at the start of the card, so by the time we've had the 3 races, that's the turf over. And sort of heed your words then, the golden highway down the rail could be the place to focus on, certainly.
Yeah, the rails were put out 4 metres for Saudi Cup weekend, and I think they were also put out the 2 weeks before. Obviously, we had a gap between the last week of the regular season before Saudi Cup. So this is the first time in a few weeks that the inside strip of turf is being used, and therefore I think not necessarily front runners, but any horse that can ride the rail is going to be at an advantage today. Yeah,
lots of good racing all the way through. As I say, we've got 4 opens all the way through the card on the 12-race programme today. We've got our usual Arabian races to come as well. Those towards the end of the day. And, of course, we want to hear from you. Lots of correspondence yesterday. Lots of you getting involved. Lots of input coming with selections. And to be honest, we love the selections. Absolutely fantastic. We also want to know where you're watching from. We're intrigued. We're interested to know what draws you to the racing here in Saudi Arabia. So please do get in touch and make contact. Now, very pleased to say, the 3rd member of our live team here. And we are live, you can see, look, just behind us. We are absolutely live. We're not in a studio. We are live at the racetrack. And the 3rd member of our team is Callum Halliwell. He will be our eyes on the ground. He'll be our roving reporter. And here he is to set the scene ahead of the first race. Good afternoon, Callum.
Good afternoon, Daryl. Good afternoon, Tom. Good afternoon, everybody watching, or good morning, or good evening, wherever in the world you are watching from. I thought I'd start today out on the turf track because, as the boys have already mentioned, we have 3 races on the turf this afternoon, and they are the first 3 races on the card. Tom mentioned the rail movement. This is the rail he's speaking about. Look how close it is to the edge of the track. We have a full-on wide course. I'll take Nawaf on a bit of a spin and you can really see the length and depth of this course and just how wide we are working. When before, about where Nawaf is now, the rail came in. Now we have the entire stretch of the course. Ground is reported as good to firm. But what is really important here, and what Keith and his team have done incredibly well, is the covering of grass. You get down here, there's a real cushion covering, and it's hugely, hugely important for safety and all elements. But my goodness, once you get underneath there, that is good to firm ground. It's been watered, gets watered regularly here, but it's still going to be riding very, very quick. Tom mentioned the Golden Highway. Well, I'll tell you where you don't want to be. You don't want to be out here. This is not where you want to be at all. This is no place for any winners. You are not going to see any winners coming down this part of the track. Where you want to be is right down towards the rail. You want to pin yourself as close to the rail as possible. Follow what Ryoshi Saki did last week in the Neon Turf Cup. Get to the front, get to the rail, and absolutely cling, limpet-like, to this fence, because if you can see behind me now, if you just spin that way, you'll be able to see the embankment on the turn. There's a camber here. You want to be inside. There is no whip around the outside that you can sometimes see on some turns for home. You want to cling to the rail, be stuck to the rail, and never, ever leave the rail. Now, for me, the most exciting race on the turf track is race number 2. It's for the 3-year-olds, so the juveniles of this season, and it features a couple of really intriguing runners. The first one being Fuge, who's won his last 2, is getting better with age and experience. Mohammed Al-Daham in the plate, training for Sama Al-Dahani, who's doing so well at the moment. But I'm intrigued by a couple of others, the likes of Sue Hale, who bounced back to form. But if you're looking at the draw, Max Orr gets drawn in 2. Now, he's won 2 of his last 5 starts, including last time out. So I'd be thinking a horse like Max Orr, with that golden highway to his advantage, might be a danger to Fuge, who is drawn out in 6. Obviously, Mohammed Al-Daham is a very talented jockey and will probably be able to get that horse across in fine style. But keep an eye out in that second race. A fascinating contest, and the first of our juvenile races here on the turf this season. The horses are going to be making their way to the paddock very soon, so there is only one man who can discuss those horses. It is our man in the sky, our voice from above, an award-winning commentator, Mr. Alex Fussy. It's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. A very good afternoon, everyone. Let's take a look at the field then for our opener. We're on the turf for the first 3 races you've heard. This is an open race over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Amici, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. The 2, Tisalat, Ahmed Al-Azari. 3 is Maruf for Asil Al-Sharani. Number 4, Rared, Rayan Al-Turaish. The 5, transferred, Mohammed Al-Daham. Good draw as well, stall 2. Number 6, Al-Muasses. In 3 for Osama Al-Sharani. Over the page, the 7, Hob Al-Watan, Fahad Al-Faradi. The 8 is Mayman, Wigberto Ramos. 9, Tough Talk for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. The 10, Al-Muqdam, Abdullah Al-Khamis. The 11, Get Stuck In for Louis Morales. The 12 at the bottom there is Jiwant Abdullah Al-Hussein. 13 and 14 are in the field as well. We've got Shanko Abdullah Al-Saidi. And 14 is Udalali, the mount of Abdullah Al-Farouz, who's got that inside position in stall 1. Might be a bit of a long shot, but will that be an aid? Runners in the paddock as we head back to Darrell and Tom.
Alex, thank you very much indeed. Good to hear from you. Alex Fussy will be calling all 12 races home for us here at Riyadh. And we're starting then with this turf contest, this opening race over the 1,200. It's for older horses. It's for both local horses and imported horses. It is an open. The top-rated horse is 104, which I think is probably the highest-rated horse we got running today, and that is RIYADH, horse number 4 on the card. But, Tom, the early market move has been for Transferred, who was 9-4 internationally and is now, very quickly, 13-8.
Yeah, unsurprising. This horse has been a rapid improver. You can see him in shot right now. Transferred. He's not the biggest of types, but he's got a huge engine. He's been dominant on dirt recently, winning 3 consecutive races in sprints, 1,200 metres up to 1,400 metres. And he represents leading connections, Sam Al-Dahani, Mohammed Al-Daham, and also Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al-Safar. Crucially, he draws stall 2, and you can see why that'll be an aid. Not only will he be using the best part of the track on this turf course, but also he's a forward-going type, and it should allow Mohammed to grab the rail, cover the least amount of ground possible. And from there, he would have a fantastic chance of winning. He's one of 2 Dark Angel progeny offspring, if you want, in this contest, along with RIYADH, who is the top-rated horse. I think Transferred's got the most upside by some considerable margin in this contest.
Here he is on the dirt, winning, but he did win on the turf, I think, the run before this, so he's got some form, and he's 3 out of 5, isn't he? And this is Maruf, who is the other one we're going to have a look at, who's a bit of a bigger price, around 10-1, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, he's a smooth traveller. You can see Ricardo here was keen not to press the button on Maruf. He finished in the places in about 7 or 8 consecutive races before this victory. He needs everything to go right. That was a very weak affair that he ended up winning. He beats Rover Niemi into second, the horse on the inside to get stuck in. Today he faces much better, and also he draws wide in 12. I don't necessarily love Maruf in this lineup.
Yeah, Maruf, one of the bigger options in the betting, has won 4 from 21, but has the consistency, also has a high draw 12. I mean, given what Callum was saying, and you were talking about as well at the top, I suppose we're no more after race 1, but stall 12, how do you deal with that kind of scenario?
It's going to be difficult for 2 reasons. One, generally, even if the rails were out, as they have been for the last few meetings, I still would say the key angle to win on the turf is by saving ground, so I wouldn't want to be in 12 regardless. But the fact that the rails are in, especially with a horse like Maruf, who wants to sit prominent without leading, Al-Sahani is going to have to be aggressive early. He's going to have to try and rustle him up, getting him into a spot, And if he does that, the horse is probably going to use too much energy and therefore be weak in the closing stages. It's also unlikely over this 1200 metre trip that he's going to be able to cross into the two-path. He's likely to sit maybe 3 or 4 wide on the turn, which was also a negative.
Okay, we're going to go to Callum in a second. Just before we do, just to confirm, transferred first time on the turf today. We're getting a little excited about him having run on the grass. He hasn't previously. This is his first time, but the market confidence is very, very strong, Callum. So we need to have a good look at transferred and, of course, the others that catch your eye.
Yeah, guys, I'm really excited about this one. Let's start with Amici. This is the one coming towards us now. Nice grey individual. Look, he's got plenty of bone about him and he walks out quite confidently, but the form of late has been pretty poor. He had 2 good runs and had followed them up with a stinker last time. That was in a tougher race than this. He comes in at the top here, and I'd be probably looking elsewhere, but he's a well put together type. Gets draw 11, which would be a slight concern. Let's go back to the 3, Maroof, another one who wasn't blessed by the draw gods, but he's been in cracking form recently. Comes here on the back of a win last time and a couple of seconds before that. Not the easiest to win with, but that win would have given him a world of confidence. He cannot be ignored here. He was quite impressive last time. This is a tougher ask, but it was a good effort. Let's pull back to the 5. We'll miss the 4, we'll go straight to the 5 to transferred here, making turf debut on this occasion. Look, he's done absolutely nothing wrong of late on the dirt and is clearly worthy of the support, but it'll be interesting to see how he fires on this quick ground turf surface. Look, at the end of the day, what we've seen this season is most likely horses just being able to handle this. Look, he's just getting the earplugs taken out now, which is why he's suddenly gone, oh, well, I can hear what's going on here, and I don't want you playing with my ear. So he's going to have a big old think about this, and we're all going to just mind your backs here and make sure we're all okay. But he's certainly a horse that isn't the easiest taking around the parade ring, but he's got plenty of ability, and if they can get that other earpiece out, they'll be laughing, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle for everyone so far. They're going to have a 3-man job. There you go. Give him a bit of a neck twitch, and away we go. Perfect stuff. Both earpieces are now out. He is a danger in this field if he can repeat that dirt form on the turf. Let's go back to the 8 here. Mayman is the next one we'll look at. We'll miss Hob Al-Watan, who's got plenty of pace, but we'll look at Mayman, who's in cracking form here. Another one is getting really revved up here. They're going to go quick in this race with Berto Ramos on board. He had a winner from his only ride yesterday. This is his only ride today. Can it make it 2 wins in 2 days? It'll be a tough ask, but Mayman is in great form. And if he gets loose on the lead, he's quite hard to catch. Pulling our way back now, we'll just look at one more. There's one more I'm really keen to have a look at. It's Shanko, the 13. Here in the maroon, almost like burnt orange and yellow colours here for Shanko. This is a horse who I think has been really quite unlucky this season. Should have more wins to the name than he does. Had a win about 4 starts ago. Last 2 efforts weren't the best, but he's been running in much tougher races than this. He's a clear turf performer. He loves going on the turf. I'm pretty sure he was on the dirt last time. There's no problem now. Back on the turf, he could be very dangerous. So it's a fascinating field here. I'll come back to you with a paddock pick. There was so much going on, I didn't really give you one.
Yeah, listen, that's absolutely fine, Callum. Weigh it all up and come back with hopefully the winner. It's a wonderful shot there, Tom, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That must be around the Longines clock in the middle of the paddock. But yeah, lovely shot.
We've had correspondence already this afternoon. I'm delighted to say. Now we know Greg is one of our regulars, and he was first off the blocks.
Was he?
He's pretty nippy away. Great show team, he says. So thank you for that, and thank you to Malcolm as well, who is in Warrington in the UK. Says good luck, guys. Congratulations on your viewing figures. I'm sure it will get much bigger. I love it.
I think Malcolm, get involved again if you can. I'm pretty sure he follows me on Twitter, and he messaged asking for my best selection of the day.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
in for the long haul, hopefully.
we have to find out about your best selection of the day at some stage as well. So feel free to drop that in as and when you fancy. But yeah, this market move then for transfer, who is a stronger favourite now. Pushed out the prices of the others at the top end. So Ride, the 4 is out to 3s. Was 11 to 4. Amici is 6s from 5. The top horse, Tough Talk, is 6s from 5s. Horse number 9, we believe the favourite might have lost a shoe coming out. So
that would be a bit of a negative.
Yeah.
Especially on a fast turf track, you want to be running with 4 shoes. But yeah.
Thank you to Alex Fussy, a commentator who was very eagle-eyed and noticed that. We're going to try and see if we can find it. Not the shoe. That's somebody else to have to deal with, unfortunately. But try and find the horse in a moment. And Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's going to. Only you say it could put you off a little bit potentially. Couldn't
Well,
it?
yeah, I mean the price puts me off anyway. To be honest, Transferred is my top pick in the race, but I wouldn't be rushing at 13 to 8 or whatever price is now. It's very short for a horse first up on turf, but he does have a lot of upside. He draws well, and yeah, he is the horse to beat. But if he doesn't have a shoe, that would be a potential negative to go along with the price.
Talk to me about the ex-Irish trained tough talk who's with Jer Lyons, one of the market rivals. Oh, I think we've got actually shots of Transferred losing the shoe, which is fantastic to have been able to catch that. And here is that moment, slowing it right down for you. Let's see if we can spot this here. There it goes.
Wow, that looked like the hind right leg. Yeah.
Well done to Alex Fussy. He was
Great spot.
Absolutely spot on with that one. Yeah, the ex Jer Lyons horse, 9 here, who's one of the fancy's tough talk. What did you make of the claims there?
Yeah, interesting runner, but we did have an ex-Jer Lyons first time up on the dirt yesterday for the Red Stable, who was very disappointing. Obviously, one horse doesn't mean the next horse will be disappointing as well. But this one costs 88,000 guineas, purchased in October, 3-time winner from the 12 outings. Comes here in good form and draws relatively well, but as I always say, I always want to see these horses have one run, whether it's from UK to the US, whether it's UK to Saudi, whether it's wherever, Ireland to anywhere. I want to see one run because they're completely different climates, and it takes a horse a while to get acclimatized, and especially on the turf track here, it's a very tight inner turf course. A horse like Tough Talk would never run on anything like this kind of topography before, so he's not for me. I had him 4th in. But yeah, he's a fascinating contender.
So are your sort of top picks, have you taken into account the draw, or did you assess other angles really?
So the actual answer to that is no, purely because I didn't know the rails were going to be in until we arrived on course today, and obviously I did my whole prep Wednesday. However, fortunately my top selection, which is Transferred, is drawn inside in 2, which is a positive. The horses I've got 2nd and 3rd in on my shortlist, Amici, is drawn out in 11, but he's a deep closer anyway, so he'll come late. I think he's the biggest danger to Transferred, and the 3rd horse in I've got is Riyadh, who is the highest rated horse, but he didn't really show much in the Saudi Cup qualifier last time, and now they're immediately switching to turf, which to me seems a bit of a negative. But the 5 and the 1 are the 2 that I'm focusing on here. If I was sat at home, I would play Amici each way as my bet, but for the purposes of our competition, I'll be tipping the 5.
Okay, tipping the 5, Tom. Yeah, I'm kind of torn between the 5 Transferred and the first timer here, Tough Talk. And do you know what? I'm going to take Tough Talk.
Go on.
First time up here. I take on board what you say, possibly needing the run, but price is attractive enough. Now, there we're looking at Transferred, who was kind of in the middle of the group. So they're just having a little look at him to make sure that...
It only means the tack is being looked at if they're in the middle of the circle. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the horse.
Okay, that's encouraging to hear. Okay, so Tom's locking in 5 Transferred. I'm going to take Tough Talk, the 9. Let's return to Callum. Have you been able to whittle it down, Callum?
I have been able to whittle it down, team, and remember, this is the paddock pick. I'm going to go for the 3 Maroof, who I thought looked really, really well in the prelims and was walking out nicely. Look, as I said when we first saw him, this is another step forward, but he got that well-earned victory last time, having been a bit of a tricky rider. Seal Al-Sahani is on board. I think that's a fine jockey booking. He's been in cracking form this season. Look, he's no Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, but he's a talented rider in his own regard. So I'm going to go with Maroof here. It's going to take some riding, but I'm hoping that there's going to be an absolute burn up here, because there's a few that absolutely love to be on the front end, including Hob Al Watan, who only has 1 speed, and that's fast, and the likes of Mayman also, who likes to be up there too, and they're drawn all over the place. So I'm hoping that something maybe from off the pace can come through. Now we know that Maroof likes to be sort of ridden between horses. He likes to kind of be involved in the finish, and I'm hoping that he can continue his good runner form here. But as we can see, this is your favourite, Transferred, being taken to the vet area. Now this is intriguing because, like we said, we saw him getting assessed in the middle, and now they're going to take him over the other side of the tape. So they are going to be looking at him and seeing what they can make of him. We have an esteemed team of vets who will be down at the start. There are 2 teams of those vets. There's one at the start and one around halfway, just making sure if there is anything going wrong, we can pick it up as soon as possible. They're going to have a good look at this, and we're looking and we're thinking he's going to be reshod, but we're going to wait for a farrier. Oh, there's a farrier, as if by magic, we have a farrier on site as well to reshod him. So let's have a good old look at this. This will be a little bit of a delay, and also not the ideal situation if you're on some of these hot-headed sprinters, because there are a few of them getting mighty keen in the prelims, including the likes of Hobao Watan, transferred, and I thought Tesselat was quite eager to get going. Talk about some of the others. Amici, the one, very, very well put together type. I totally understand where Mr. Tom Collins is coming from. That last run was so bad. It was almost too bad to be true. Hopefully a refining form will help on that one occasion. But a very well put together type, nice short back. RIYADH is the horse that comes in with the rating that you get very excited about, 104. Rayan Altuaish on board, a good jockey too. And then you also look at the horse and he looks quite good in the prelims, but in this sort of race, in the form that he's currently in, you kind of have to look elsewhere, but it'd be no surprise if he could get the head in front. The 6, Almoasis, is a big, raw, strapping type, and certainly a horse that I'd be intrigued to see in the future. We could just see that shoe come off. We're just going to wait and see. The shoe hasn't gone on yet. We're still waiting to see if that shoe gets put on. Farriers are quick, but they're not that quick. And look, I've just seen the Outrider has galloped around the course and has picked up the shoe that was lost. So he's now going to gallop back around and try and apply that original plate. So we are going to get a little bit of delay here as the Outrider pony comes scorching past the 1800 metre mark on the dirt track to get back to the starting position here in time. Not the ideal position if you're an Outrider, because you've got to absolutely boot that pony around the bend to get back in time, because they're a fair way around the circuit. He's almost got to gallop half the track to get back. There he is. That's underlay. Away he goes with the shoe in hand. And hopefully that will get reshod as soon as possible. Boys, it's all drama here, but hopefully the top horse, your 5, can get that shoe put on and we can race as soon as possible.
It makes sense, does it? There's the shoe being transported back. It makes sense, Tom. It's like your favourite pair of shoes. You know, you're comfortable in those. You'd rather have your shoe that you love.
Yes, and maybe he's got slightly iffy feet as well. That could be a thing.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't want to use just any random shoe. Plus, there are a big difference, and Nick Luck showed this actually on the World Feed broadcast of Saudi Cup Day. There is a difference between turf shoes and dirt shoes. So maybe they didn't have any spare turf shoes and they had to go get this one to replace. But it's good to see, especially if you're on this favourite, that the shoe's going back on, because this is a tight turf track, as I say. Shoes provide horses with grip, and the fact this is going back on is a sign of confidence, I would suggest, if you're back on the favourite.
Yeah, it's a positive moment, isn't it, for those on transferred, who remains at 13-8. Callum touched on RIYADH, who I mentioned at the top of the programme, is the highest rated horse running today, 104. However, that doesn't tell the whole story. It was rated almost £10 higher not so long ago. Hasn't had a lot of racing over the last year or so. No,
it's a dirt horse as well, and owner Sharaf Mohammed Al-Hariri is known for getting horses across from the US and part-owning them. So he was the Lisa of Senor Buscador, who won the Saudi Cup, and also Lisa Ratnam Roll this year. His target is to win the Saudi Cup. Now, he put this RIYADH in the Saudi Cup qualifier, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques last time, and it just didn't go to plan. So I think they're looking to plan B with RIYADH. He's not a turf horse, but he has got turf pedigree. So they're trying to see if he retains his ability. I wouldn't want to be getting involved at a short enough price, though.
I mean, I suppose an obvious question to ask is, you know, if you didn't have a shoe, how much is that going to detract from your chances? I guess the answer is it depends on the individual horse, does it really?
It differs from horse to horse. It differs on which hoof the shoe comes off. Obviously, if it's a front leg shoe, then that's more of a problem than a back leg shoe. But look, I'm not the most horsey of horsemen, if that makes sense.
But the point is, I mean, you don't want to have any disadvantage, do you, in this situation?
And shoes do provide grip, as I say, and on a tight track, you don't want to be slipping. So, you know, it's good that the shoe's gone back on. It's just trotting up now. Everything looks A-OK. I'm sure Mohammed Al-Daham will be on in a second. Here he goes. And, we'll get this race underway.
Yeah, they've done very well, because this could have been, you know, quite a lengthy delay. That action was very quick. The fact that like needle in a haystack potentially, but everyone saw the shoe. Well, Alex spotted it first, but it was you know,
Yeah.
they knew where it was. It wasn't a case of having to hunt around the track. So
No, exactly. They'll take him back beyond the tape here, join the other horses, and this race will be off soon. 5-minute delay, that's not bad at all. And the guys here are so good at picking up time that maybe by the next race we'll still go off on time. It's incredible. You don't get big, long delays like you would in the US or even in the UK.
which, when you think, given the size of the fields here,
Yeah.
takes some doing, doesn't it? So yes, thumbs up to all the track team and those responsible for that. They are loading fairly quickly though, so let's once again rejoin Alex to call the first. Thank you, Alex.
Cheers, Daryl. Yeah, last few to go forwards here then for our opener. We've only got about 3 to go now. About to move up is Al Muqdam, the 10 horse who goes into 6. Also going forwards is Mayman, and transferred is still out the back, actually. The final one to go forwards, the one that caused the little delay. Just moving side on, that runner just needs to be straightened up. Couple of them a bit edgy in the stalls. This opening race of the afternoon on the turf, we are set to go. Little hold, they're off. Jumped away here, this open race to begin. 1,200 metres is the trip. Transferred, trying to be bustled up to get through in between rivals after a bit of a moderate beginning. Etisalat is dropping right to the tail of the field, struggling with early pace. Tough Talk away well, though. The white cap will come through to show. Up there from Transferred, who's holding the inner line very well now in second position. Front pair go a couple clear. Mayman is racing in third. Down on the inside, the striped jacket of Udalali is following. Then comes Amici, who's just about staying in touch up on the outside of Hop Alwatan. In against the fence at the moment is Al Muassess, who's trying to latch on as well as they spin towards the top of the straight. Little more than 400 to go now. Front pair really starting to shoot away. Transferred down on the inside of Tough Talk. There's about a 4-length gap then to Udalali, who's in third. Transferred, fighting through on the inside, trying to shrug off Tough Talk. Into the last couple of hundred they go. Transferred, finding plenty here, edging away by a couple. Transferred had problems before the start, but the race itself has been smooth sailing. Transferred is coming right away. 3-4 lengths in the end. Loads of closers. Shanko's going to get up for second, right down the wide outside. I think Amici was also rushing home. Not too far still was Tough Talk and Al Muqdam, another one in the mix behind. Success for the 5 Transferred. Lost the shoe, got the shoe back, and got the victory. Transferred has done that very nicely indeed. Continues to be in fine fettle and records a time of 109.76 in victory. 3 3/4 lengths was the margin in the end. Beating the 13, Shanko into second, who was the strong closer down the centre of the racecourse. There was a few actually finishing off rather well. Let's have a look at the head bob for third. Well, that is tight. A couple of those Prince Faisal runners go past together. Amici has got the call for third, the 1, and that'll be over Tough Talk. So 3 3/4 lengths, the winning margin. Transferred effectively bolts up in the opener, and Tom off to a winning start here this afternoon. 5 beat 13, 1 and 9 in race 1.
Samir Al-Dahani has won our first race with Transferred. He had to battle there, but he's done it really well in the end.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He progressed too good in the grass. First run in his life in the grass. I'm happy with him. The time is record. I'm happy what he did, you know.
Yeah, it's a very impressive performance, but there was drama at the start. He lost his shoe on the way down. They had to collect his original shoe.
Yeah.
How did you feel watching that as a trainer?
Yeah, I want to thank Abdullah. He find it here at the door, and he give it to the rider. I want to thank the rider also. He take it there, and I want to thank the farrier also, and all the groom there, you know. I'm happy. The horse, he have a luck, and he do it perfect, you know.
He's done it perfectly. Were you worried at any point when he did lose the shoe? Because it came up on the big screen. We all saw it.
Yeah, I'm really worried. I thought they will scratch him, but the people working hard, you know, to put the horse, because he's the favorite, to put him in, you know. And I'm happy to do what they do, you know.
With him this season, is that him finished now, or will we see him quickly turned around again before the end of the season?
Well, it depends about the Prince. I think maybe he have another race, because he won now maybe 4 or 5 in a row. He's a good performance, you know. I will check with him. We have 2 weeks more. If he's in a good form, we'll run him again after 2 weeks, and that's it.
Well, that is hugely exciting. We'll make sure to find out more about him. A very good time, a very good first performance on the turf, and hopefully we might see him one more time.
Thank you, yeah.
Boys, a first win in the first race for Sama Al-Dahani.
Well, it was a good performance, wasn't it, from Transfer, given all the drama that happened beforehand, and has dealt with the challenge of Tough Talk, who's eventually fourth in the end. 109.76 is the winning time. I mean, I'm seeing on my screen that 109.46 is the clock, but
Okay, it was close.
Therefore, it's 30 spots outside the track record, if that is the case.
Very close.
But,
very close.
Exceptionally fast run. Shanko did a lot of running to get second. Amici was third. Tough Talk tried to go with the leader, eventually had to give second best.
Yeah, what a great graphic that is, by the way. It's fantastic to have on the
It
channel. There's the top 6. We'll get into this race in more detail after we speak to Callum, but I thought the winner was very impressive.
Oh, yours?
The winner was very impressive, guys, and we'll get to see him coming back in as soon as possible. Transferred under Mohammed Al-Daham. He's just coming in behind me now, and he will be able to come straight through and give us a good old look at him. Look, he did get a little bit worked up in the parade ring when they removed the earplugs. Then he lost a shoe. So it wasn't the smoothest beginning, but it's been very, very easy in their end. And Mohammed Al-Daham earns his second winner of the weekend, with a winner yesterday and a winner in our opening race today. Mohammed Al-Daham, remember, International Jockey Challenge champion Mohammed Al-Daham. So he'll be very happy with another success here as he looks to close the gap to Adel Al-Faradi in the Jockeys Championship. Very good time for a turf debut. They went hard early on, and he managed to maintain. A great run in second from Shanko. I mentioned that horse. He deserved a big, big run there. So he finished in second. That was a very good effort, and it was an absolute bum fight for third. So we'll break that down more with the boys in the studio, no doubt. But shout out Shanko, who ran a big, big race in second. I knew there was a good turf performance in him after a poor spin on the dirt last time and some tough ask beforehand. So we'll get a word with Mohammed once he weighs in. He's just debriefing with the trainer. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Jimmy Jerkins as well. He trained Amchi. He seemed quite animated after the race as well. So I'll see if I can grab a word with him off can. So Mohammed Al-Daham just coming towards me now. Mohammed, well done. That's your second winner of the week.
Alhamdulillah. This first and second, thanks the owner and the trainer.
You got onto that rail and were never ever leaving it, were you?
Yes, because this horse, mashallah, have a speed. And he win before this time 3 times, and alhamdulillah, he win again today.
And this is his first time on the grass, and he's shown loads of speed. It was a really fast time.
Yes, he like, I think this horse very good with the grass. Because the grass not same the dirt, fast. For this track, I didn't know another place, but for this track, mashallah, fast track.
And that does seem to be the case. A lot of the very fast dirt horses can handle this very fast turf track. You ride Fouge in the next race. He's a very exciting horse.
Yeah, I hope, inshallah, I win again. I hope.
Hopefully you can have 2 wins from your first 2 rides. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, great start for the afternoon for Mohammed Al-Daham, and Malcolm's enjoying it, I think. Cheers, Tom. He says it's good to get off to a winning start, and an each way, small each one. Callum's pick Shanko as well, so he's a happy viewer. But let's have a look at this finish again.
Yeah, I thought this was fantastic from Transferred. He did have to get bustled up from the start, which we'll see in the full race replay. He actually broke on turns. He just didn't initially show that gate speed, but after a little bit of rousting, let's say, light rousting from Mohammed, he managed to quickly find his stride, get into the ideal spot on the front, against the rail, where you want to be in a 1,200 metre turf race, especially when the rail's in, and dominate. Watching from stall 2 here. Half misses it, but not really, and just has to be asked for a little bit of effort here to gain the position that Mohammed wants, which is right on the front. The other front runner was Hob Al-Watan, who, well, perennial front runner coming into the race, but he didn't show any early speed today on turf. That's the horse with the big white noseband, green and white silks in around 6th. So Transferred instead had to fight off Tough Talk, and those two really had it between them for much of the contest, didn't they? At this stage, Tough Talk's maybe a neck up. And on the inside, it can be quite claustrophobic for a horse like Transferred when you're kind of penned in like this by a horse on his outside. But he proved it to be no problem. On the top end of the turn, just about now, he starts to lengthen, go half length up on Tough Talk, and from here on in, it's a 1-horse race.
It most certainly is. And just thinking about the placed horses, Shenko and Amici Amici in the second colours, the red stable, Schenko in the yellow and black. I mean, they've come from high draws and have got involved. So I guess there's some hope for those drawn away from the fence.
Yes. My counteract to that would be that all the low-drawn horses were trying to push forward and then had nothing left for the finishing kick. Amici's a strong stayer anyway, and he was quite clearly, in my opinion, the second best horse in the race. Schenko is a deep closer who has good turf form. So I think there was a pace collapse for the horses that raced just in behind the speed. All of those couldn't live with Transferred and then paid for it late. Transferred's quite clearly the best horse in the race, and that enabled the door to be open for the closers. Schenko with form over 1600 came through, and Amici, who's always a strong finisher at this trip, also managed to pick up some of the beats.
Yeah, that could certainly explain that reasoning, but look, a great win from Transferred, clocking a very decent time, 30 spots off what we believe is the track record that was set here, I think probably at the first meeting on the turf back in December, so sets a very decent standard. That winning performance today. Malcolm's keeping us busy here. He says, just going back to that earlier correspondence, Tom, he's a big TC, Tom Collins, and Patreon fan. He says, lucky enough to be sat in the conservatory at home with a brew, settled in for the day, and obviously now he's subsequently come back and he's had the winner. He's had a bit of each way as well. So, going well for Malcolm.
What a day for Mal, that is.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, enjoy. Hopefully we can get you some more winners as well.
Yeah, James has been on as well. Quite simply says, afternoon, lads, which I'm sensing probably means you're watching maybe not too far away geographically, trying to work out the time zone there. Tell us where you are, James. Love to know exactly where you are, and feel free to drop in the odd selection or two as we go on. Right, we're going to go on now to race number 2. We stay on the turf, of course. Here's Alex with all the details.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, let's have a look at the field for our second race of the day. Smaller field this time, isn't it? Number 1 is Fouge, the mount of Mohammed Al-Daham, drawn in 6. Going to be a fancy runner for sure. Number 2, Sahel, Adel Al-Faradi. The 3 is Born a King for Eddie Castro. Number 4 on the race card, King of Angels, Abdullah Al-Saidi. The 5, Le Ayun A's, Noef Al-Mudiani. And the 6 is Makthor, Fahad Al-Faradi. We have got 3 other runners to bring you as well. The 7 is Selham Ali Al-Mutib. The 8 is Wahed, Camilo Ospina. And 9, Abyat for Thab Altimia. That's the field here for our second race, another open event, as we go back to Callum, who's paddock side.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, has anyone got a bit of deja vu? We've got a horse who's trained by Samir Al-Dahani, ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham, and won his last 2 races on the dirt. This is Fouge, who looks to make a winning turf debut here. And of course, all these horses are looking to make winning turf debuts because this is the first juvenile race on the turf this season. And Fouge looks remotely well, look a little bit woolly down the middle. He certainly wouldn't be a paddock pick, that's the first thing I'll say, and I know if he absolutely hacks up, he hacks up, but I can't make him a paddock pick, but he's not a paddock negative, he's just not blowing me away. Let's go back to the 2. This is a real proper nice looking type. This is Suhail. Lovely loping stride on Suhail. He's not got the most beautiful walks, but he does cover the ground as he moves, and he bounced right back to form with a win last time out. I think a lot of people are still remembering when he got beat at a very, very short price midway through this season, but he's put that poor run behind him and looks in really good shape right now and looks fantastic in the parade ring. Beautiful flat back. He's got a little bit of growing room to go as well. I think he might be an even better horse next season, but he's done more than enough in his juvenile season to warrant respect in this race. Next horse is Born a King. This is the 3. Mohamedou Al-Ali is doing the training of this one, a very good trainer as well. Eddie Castro doing the riding, looks in absolutely immaculate shape. Look at the condition on this horse, not carrying a lick of it. Really well turned out, beautiful muscle definition all the way through, and looks in perfect shape to run a big race today. Drawn in stall 4. Let's drop our way back to 5 and 6 and the next 2 we'll look at. Leon Yunez is the horse we're going to look at straight away. This is the 5, a lot weaker in behind. You can just see the back end hasn't quite developed as much as the front end. Still has quite a lot of growing to do. That would be a bit of a negative for me, but was a winner last time out. Deserved victory, having had a few starts, but this is a tough task. If able to repeat that form on turf, he'd be dangerous, but I'd be looking elsewhere. And finally, let's look at the Red Stables runner, Max Saw. This is the last one I have a look at. You can see has the earplugs in and he's really ready to get going today. Got the cheek pieces on and the nose band, having a good old snort and a think about it. He's thinking about going up on 2 legs, but he'll hopefully behave himself. Look, at the end of the day, not quite the physical model that we've seen with some of the others, but very, very fit and ready to go, but having a big old think about things. Now, Alf, if we just give him a little bit more space here, he'll probably walk on by us quite easily, but he's having a big old think about things, and he probably does end up being a bit of a paddock negative. The issue is now, he's lost number 5, and he doesn't quite know where everybody else is, so now he's just keen to get going and get racing. So whoever's on board, Farhad Al Faradi will get a very, very quick spin aboard this little pocket rocket, and hopefully he can make it his 3rd win from 5 career starts. The paddock pick for me, though, boys, I think it's Born a King. The 3 looks primed and ready today.
Born a King is a bit of a price. That's the one that catches Callum's eye. This is Eddie Castro's ride for Mando Alali, who's an 8-1 chance. Let's have a look at some form. They've got to start, obviously. Where else could you start but with Fuge? Here's the last run on the dirt, wide margin win.
Yep, he's been running on the dirt all season long, had 6 outings and has looked good most recently. He seems to definitely be improving. You can see how strong he is late in the day. He adopts that similar Dharma Al-Dahani forward-going style for a sprinter, and he kicks clear. He's got stamina for further, which will bode him well in a race like this. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the front end, despite his draw in 6. Providing he handles the turf, which is a question mark. Providing he handles the turf, he's definitely the horse to beat.
Yeah, turf debut for a lot of these, including Sahal, who we can have a look at, edging towards the rail here when scoring on the dirt. That was actually the same day as the previous piece of form.
Yep, this was a solid effort. I actually liked the Dharma Al-Dahani horse in this field, actually. That was Blehan, who just got tightened up on the rail there. And there were no excuses for Blehan, to be fair. He was quite clearly inferior to Suhail. Suhail had been really highly tried prior to this contest, which came in a 0-80 handicap. The one problem with him is I'm not sure he will handle turf. He's a useful performer. I don't think there is 12 pounds between him and Fuge, as official ratings suggest. But he's not bred for the grass, and his stride suggests dirt to me.
Yeah, 83 Fuge's mark, which is the highest. Fuge's being very well backed. The first show was 4-5, 8-11, so hardening. Yep. However, there is also money for the second choice, King of Angels, who was with Hugo Palmer in the UK, 130 into 3s. And of course, we talk about all these horses with no turf form. That's not the case, of course, with King of Angels. He's obviously got to adapt, but has got decent turf form, some good sales races, etc. last summer.
Yeah, he's not for me, I have to admit. I didn't put him in my top 4. Look, I respect the UK form for sure, but first time up on these shores, first time on this track, 1,200 metres might be on the sharp side for him, and yeah, I don't think there's enough there to warrant support at whatever price it is, 3-1?
Yes, he's 3s from 100 to 30.
Yeah, I think that's too short. I much prefer the chance of Born a King. Even Suhail, despite the fact I don't think the surface would be ideal for him. I think both the 2 and the 3 have better claims than the 4 in this race, despite ratings suggest otherwise.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, lots of horses obviously running the grass for the first time, so it's hard to gauge exactly who's going to adapt to the different surface immediately. But I suppose the market, if you can take Fuge on, you can get yourself a ticket at a good price.
Yeah, it's tough to take him on though, isn't it?
Well, of course it is.
From a win perspective. yeah. Maybe you're looking each way, and if you do, then the 2 and the 3 will be the ones that stand out to me. But from a win perspective, he's top rated. He's got forward-going style. Should be able to get on the rail or close to. Represents the best connections here in Saudi Arabia so far this season. Won his last 2 starts. Should handle the turf. There's just a lot to like.
There's plenty to like, I suppose, hence the reason we're talking about a horse at 8-11, as Callum was saying. It's almost deja vu back to the previous race. We could be hailing the same connections again.
That is true, and we probably will be. The thing is, everyone, punters, if you're looking at the international market, are always keen to say that a horse is a short price, regardless of who the horse is. If you see 4-5, 8-11, the immediate thought is, that's short. Some people will want to take it on, some will include it in accumulators or whatnot. You have to dig a little bit deeper to work out whether that price is accurate or not, and I do in this instance think it is. We have plenty of horses on these shores, especially first time up on turf, that can be too short. Prime example being the Red Stable horse yesterday behind Jabul. He was 4-6 or 8-11. That's just the wrong price. But Fuge, I think 8-11 is the right price. He has more ticks in the boxes than the others. He is likely to handle the surface. He deserves to have a market share of around 50 to 60%, and that's what he's got.
James has come back, who said good afternoon. He is in the UK, and he's subsequently come back and said Selham each way. This is the 7 horse at 33 to 1. So look, you talked about finding an each way play, Tom, and James has done just that.
Yeah, it's a price. 8 race maiden, so that's a bit of a negative, but he draws inside into 3, which should allow him to get up on the best part of the turf course. He did finish behind Fouge, well, on his last couple of outings actually, so that would be considered a little bit of a negative, I suppose, from a win perspective, but equally, if you are looking for just a place, it's 33 to 1, he's got a turf pedigree, being by more than ready. I don't hate it.
It's a smaller field than the previous race.
Yeah.
Does the draw same trip again have a bearing? I only say that because Fouge, along with King of Angels, along with Suhail, the top 3 market leaders are all drawn in high stalls.
Yep, that is true. I would say a low draw is preferable, but as long as you can get across to at least a 2-path, I think you're okay. So the rails had been out, I think it was 4 metres, or 13 metres, I can't remember. It was quite far anyway. Three horse widths basically for the last 3 weeks. So obviously the inside is preferable. You get to race against the rail, go the shortest route. But even if you're 1 off the rail, I think that's perfectly fine. You'll still be on the best part of the track. In regards to Fouge, he's drawn in 6, yes, but he will be in the first 2 early on, unless there is some, he messes up the start or another horse takes up different tactics. He's likely to sit on the shoulder of Mac Thor, who is the speed in here, the 6. Those 2, I imagine, will push forward. Fouge may even be just too quick for Mac Thor and get to the rail, but we'll see. I don't think the draw is by any means a negative for Fouge. When it comes to Suhail, the 2 horse, he's more of a stalker, so it depends what Adel Alfredi does. There is a chance he could get position wide on the turn, but equally he could, if they get strung out in the early part of the race, he could kind of move into that 3rd or 4th place up against the fence.
8 to 11 Fouge and 3 to 1 King of Angels. 7s bar those. They're not far from going behind. So selections?
Fouge for me.
You're going to take Fouge. I'm going to try King of Angels, the 4, with that turf experience. Let's quickly go to Callum before we go to Alex.
Yeah, born a king for me, guys. Alex Fussy, it's all yours.
Yes, Callum, the last couple to take their places here. There in shot is late Ayun A's, who's still to go in. Fouge just heading up into stall number 6. And that'll leave us with 2 to go. The 5 and the 9 will complete the line. Abiat's going to be the other one to go forwards. And they take their places. All in. They're off. Jumped away here, this open racing game. Once again, it's 1,200 metres. Bit of a poor start for a couple. Leon A's just getting a little squeezed up, trying to prove a little bit wider. Good start for Fouge, though, going up in between rivals to race very prominently. He's being tracked through now by Lei Ayun A's. Down on the inside as well, Mac Thor is bang there, the red colours, is trying to hold that inner position. The front trio have just scampered a little further clear. King of Angels is hanging off the turn, lugging a bit wider down to the centre. Up on the inside is Abiat, is there in company with the check jacket Suhail. Down to the back of the field, Wahed and Selham have got plenty to do, and also Born a King. About to come in line for home, and up on the inside, Mac Thor has travelled along sweetly. Up on the fence, and Fouge is now being asked for more in 2nd place. Suhail on their outside is getting going, and they're being followed by the check jacket of Abiat. Fouge battling hard and has now come up past Mac Thor as they work inside the final 200 from the back of the field. Selham is running on strongly late, but it's Fouge in front. It's a 2.5 length lead, toughing it out and drawing away. Aldaham do it again. 2nd spot for Selham, who's run big down the wide outside. Suhail finished in 3rd. Mac Thor gave way next. Victory for Fouge, who was not in bother, but was certainly under a bit of pressure as they came for home. Couldn't quite lay up with that early speed, or that mid-race speed at least, from Mac Thor, but in the end has run away from the field to score by 2 3/4 lengths. And that combination of Aldahani and Aldaham, they can't stop churning out winners, can they? First 2 races on today's card for them. Tom flying along with the selections as well. Beating Selham into 2nd. Big run from that individual at a big old price, coming from off the pace near side, and then back to the inner, the check jacket of Suhail 3rd. As you can see, Mac Thor got a bit weary late on and was 4th home. All in all, that means the order for race 2 was 1, 7, 2 and 6. And the winning trainer, Farmer Al-Dahani, is back alongside Callum.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, Samar Al-Dahani alongside me now. The clock doesn't lie. 1:10.63, that's fast.
Yeah, it's good time, but the grey horse, like I told you, transferred, he's a super. He's a real super machine horse. He do it easy, 1 minute 9. I thank God, you know, my horse running too good today. He progressed too good. His box a little wide, a little. But I tell Muhammad to take a good breath and step by step, don't hurry up, to have a good speed, and he do it perfect, you know. The horse ran too good for me.
I thought Mohammed gave him a beautiful ride, just allowed him to find his feet, and then when they turned into the straight, I was amazed he found even more.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. He's an international jockey now. Yeah, he's #1 in the world for the jockey challenge. That's why he's run. From before, he's riding too good. I'm happy with him, and I think the horse is too good also.
Yes, and talking about jockeys, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira returns home now. He's back in Europe. But to have Mohammed Al-Daham in that position to quickly pick up the mantle is just fantastic. You're in an ideal position with your jockeys.
Yeah. Mohammed, he's my jockey. He's my super. And Ricardo, I want to say hi for him. He's really my super jockey also. I want to thank him for all the season, and we'll see him soon. Inshallah, he will return back to beginning the other season. He will be with us again. He's a good jockey. He's all the other team is my brother, you know. We're working hard, you know. We have to thank them all.
And it could get even better for you. You've got Loving Feeling and Castle in the Sand here later on in our next race. Can you make it 3 from 3?
I hope. You know, it's too hard, but I hope to do it, you know.
It's a fantastic race so far. You've done 2 from 2. Let's see if you can make it 3 from 3. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Say hi for Tom and for all the people in the studio. Thank you.
Tom, he said hi. It's back to you.
Well, Tom's very happy with Thamer, of course, because that's 2 wins on the spin for those connections, 2 wins in the tipping competition, and we go from the 4-4-2 combination to formation of the 4-4-4.
Yeah, we're on level terms now.
Didn't take long.
Yeah, we're firing. Yeah, great victory for Farmer and Mohammed Al-Daham again. Fouge was brilliant. A whole second slower, or nearly a whole second slower than transferred, but still good off the front end. And a great shout in our comments.
Yeah,
James, with Selham. Very well done, 33-1 each way. That horse Selham finished behind Fouge on the last couple of runs. Obviously, that was the form line to follow. Well done for that each way pick.
Yeah, if we can get a sort of a one-word quote from James on that. He says, happy.
Yeah, unsurprising.
We'll take that. Afternoon to Vimal as well, who says, hi guys. Hi guys, busy evening for us, lots of racing. Riyadh is watching the racing in France, watching the racing in the UK as well, so it's all happening. He's across everything. Callum, back to you, sorry.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, there's Fouge just coming in now into the winner's enclosure. He's got very warm after the race, but he's done that well on turf debut. He's taking a big old blow here. I think that's him done for the season, I imagine. But what a season he's had. He's recorded yet another win here. That's win number 3 from 7 starts. And not a horse that started the season in great form, but has just been better and better as time has gone on. And he'll take a win from his last 3 starts into the off-season and could be an interesting one for the future. Again, look, if he can do what he's done on turf now, it opens up so many options for him as well. So Mohammed just taking the tack off. He will weigh in and we'll grab a quick word with him. He did say he wanted a second win, so he'll be very happy with the end result of that. And again, it's worth talking about the way he rode that race and just the patience he showed. He didn't get that golden highway on the rail, but it didn't matter. Talk about the horse running home in second. Selham absolutely flying home on the stand side in second, just defeating Suhail, who worked hard to get into the race here. So Mohammed, you're going to get him to come over to me because I've been told by my esteemed directors that I need to get the grandstand in the background. So we're going to make you look very good. Well done. 2 from 2.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. First, and thanks the owner and the trainer. He do good with the horse and morning and come today. Very good.
Now, he was on the grass again for the first time. Is he like the last horse? Did he enjoy that quick ground?
Yes, no problem.
And you rode him a little bit wider. You didn't quite get the rail, but you were a little bit wide. But then the way he quickened down the straight.
Yes, because the inside one have a speed. The filly inside me is fast, and me I stay close. I need to, okay, if my good position, relax a little bit, because the straight has to go quick. And alhamdulillah, my horse come very good.
And were you surprised at how quickly he took the lead? Because he really just picked up so fast.
Yes, because have a speed this one. All the time, mashallah, on the breeze of morning, when you ask him, we go fast. And alhamdulillah, he win today. I hope inshallah next season come good, and inshallah for the owner and the trainer.
I was about to say next season will be very exciting for him. Is he a horse that will start in Taif, or will he wait for Riyadh to come around?
This is, I didn't know. The owner and the trainer, he know.
The trainer's looking, smiling, saying you're not telling him anything. So well done. Hopefully you can make it 3 from 3 in the next race.
Inshallah, I hope this. I hope.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect start to the afternoon for Connections. And if you've been following the money, two strong favourites have gone in here, Tom.
Yeah, they have. Transferred was easy. Fruge not so much in the early part or middle part of the race, but he really asserted his authority late in the contest. This is a horse who's definitely improving. That's 3 in a row now for him, and he handles turf every bit as well as he handles dirt. Transferred could handle turf even better than dirt. This horse, I think, can mix and match between the two. But aside from a little bit of a worry coming around the home turn when Suhail travelled up nicely in behind and Macthor was going well off the front, once they hit the straight, it was obvious he was going to go on and win the race. Take from the start here, Fruge was first out, in the middle, in the white and the green silks. Slowly away was King of Angels, the ex-Brit, who was also wide on the track and just didn't look like he appreciated the track at all. Needs a more galloping surface, I think. Macthor showed the blistering early speed up the inside as anticipated, and this race kind of panned out as I expected. The 2 speed horses were first and second throughout. Lay Aeon A's ran pretty well to a point in the blue with the yellow spots out wide, but it was all about the speed again. And once Macthor turned in for home, you could tell she was out and done in terms of how much petrol.
I was just going to say, look where Selham is here in the dark colours, right in that back rank, makes up a lot of ground.
Yeah, but again, it's probably another turf race, turf sprint where the paces collapse.
Yeah.
I thought Suhail shaped very well in the blue and black checks, just on the outside in third there. Okay, he does capitulate late and finished third. Yeah. But next time back on turf, his favoured surface, I would be playing Suhail in a similar kind of open, hopefully before the end of the season.
Yeah, we've got a week and a bit for that, a couple of weeks for that opportunity to come. But in the end, Fuge well supported at 8-11, and Connections take the first 2 races. So the absolutely perfect start, as you were hearing from Callum. Of course, they've got interest in the next race as well. Twice over, Loving Feeling and Castle in the Sand.
One last thing on Fuge. When he won his maiden 3 starts back, he beat a horse called Waria into second. Now, Waria has subsequently come out and won both of her races. She's won a fillies maiden and a fillies open. So not only has he been doing it well and winning 3 in a row, but he's also been beating the right horses. And in here, I think Suhail is a future winner. In the last race, he beat a nice type who has subsequently won, and in his maiden, he beat a horse who subsequently won twice. So he's definitely a gelding to have on side.
Okay, keep a note of that horse going forward. Right, the third and final turf race. I think the way the things have started today, turf racing-wise, but a lot of people thinking, can we just have a card of turf races today? Probably you'll be amongst them, Tom, and Malcolm, certainly. He's posing the question here, hat-trick incoming. So I wonder if he's thinking about those connections again. Loving Feeling 7-1, Castle in the Sand at 10s. We're looking at the international odds, 130 the field. Painter's Palettes, the early favourite. So this is a little more competitive, this up-and-coming third race.
It is, but this is my most confident play in this race. I'm really looking forward to it. It's a big price, or relatively big price, around 9-2, and that's Cool Legend. We'll talk more about him when we get through the runners and riders and see them in the paddock, but he's my play, and I think the price right now is extremely attractive.
Yeah, we'll show you the V-tier Cool Legend, and if you're not convinced yet, you will be, I fancy, by the time we've done that. In the meantime, let's rejoin Alex for the runners and riders.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, let's have a look at the full field for our third of the day. Again, open on the turf, 2,100 the trip this time. The 1 is Painter's Palette. Rayan Altaraish will steer. 2, Iron Lion for Camilo Ospina. 3 on the race card, Hope You Can Run, Eddie Castro. The 4 is Israj, Forwas Wanas. 5, Yes More Rich, Rakan Al Obeid. 6, Bolt Away, Norwef Al Mudiani. 7 is the aforementioned Cool Legend, plenty of eyes on that one. Louis Morales does the steering. Number 8, Loving Feeling for Mohammed Aldaham. The 9 is Quanta for Naif Al-Anazi. Number 10 is Castle in the Sand, Asil Al-Shirani. The 11, High Zoom for Adel Al-Faradi. Number 12 is Anafel, Fahad Al-Faradi. And there's a couple more. 13 is King's Coronation, Abdullah Al-Orfi. And 14, same ownership, Ursa Minor, Abdullah Al-Saidi. No reserves, the full 14 in the paddock with Callum.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, Painter's Palette, the first one we're going to take a peep at. Ex-Rebecca Menzies legend has had a win here in Saudi Arabia. One of the more popular winners of the Saudi season, when I think he won on about third or fourth start on the dirt. Comes onto the turf here for the first time, I'm pretty sure, in Saudi Arabia. Clearly, obviously, that's what he was bred to do. You'd imagine he's going to put his best foot forward here, and he's been in pretty damn good form recently as well. He's acclimatised, and he's handling things very well. I'd argue this is the best I've seen him look in the parade ring as well. He looks in really great shape. He's really coming into himself, a gorgeous liver chestnut. Pull all the way back now. If we're going to do a bit of walking, let's go back to the 7. This is the next one we will take a peek at. Cool Legend, Tom Collins is big, confident early selection, things we love to see. All the cojones on the line for Mr. Collins, and the 7 is coming towards us now. This is the grey Cool Legend. If you look at him close, if you look at his mouth, we'll see he's got a bit of a parrot mouth on him. You can just see he's got a bit of an overhang on the jaw. It would never hold him back while he runs, but it's always interesting to see. He's walking out really nice. He's got a lovely stride to him, Cool Legend, and he comes here on the back of a win last time. Lovely bit of dappling across the body as well for connections that know what they're doing when sneaking some of these races, and hopefully we'll see the Qatari connections with a big win here. Let's go back to the connections that have been dominating the card so far. They team up with Loving Feeling. This is Samar Al-Dahani and Mohammed Al-Daham. Loving Feeling is a son of Caesar Stars, so clearly Turf is where he's going to be at his best. He is absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful mover, lovely walker, typical European type. He just walks so well. Obviously, the turf is where he will thrive, but he's not shown much form this season so far, so you'll be hoping for a bigger run here on the turf today. But this is a tricky race to try and find some form in, but he looks in great shape, well muscled, and obviously Connections have won our first 2 races on the card. Let's go back and look at 2 more. We'll look at horse number 10 and horse number 11. Castle in the Sand is the first one. Asil Al-Sahani, arguably the second string here for for Samar Al-Dahani, I should say here. Now, he's a nice looking type. He's doing well in the coat, but obviously he's a little bit more petite than the stablemate, and maybe quite not as striking, I should say, as the stablemate. Not carrying too much condition, well muscled, but you can just see him leaning out to his right as he walks. Doesn't look entirely comfortable. Just there's something a little bit off about him, and a little bit dull in the coat as well. We'll pull back to the horse I absolutely adore, though. It's number 11, High Zoom. I have been on the High Zoom bandwagon since this horse was a baby. I think he's absolutely gorgeous. I thought we found a race for him last time on the dirt in a handicap. It didn't quite work out after travelling well for a very long way. They try him on the turf today. This does feel like last chance saloon for him, but my goodness, doesn't he look well? And of course, he's going to be my paddock selection, because come on, he just looks so good. Really well turned out. Going for Nicolas Bachelard. Adel Al-Faradi in the saddle is certainly a positive, and hopefully he can get his best foot forward today and get a first win of this season. He's been frustrating to follow. Can he end that disappointing run today?
Thank you very much, Callum. Let's give you a check on the top end of the market. It is very open. Painter's Palette, 100 to 30, the top horse. Iron Lion at 9 to 2, number 2. Cool Legend at 9 to 2, 7s. Bar those. We can wait no longer. We need to have a look at Cool Legend. This was good. This is full of run back at the end of January. See what you make of this. Here it comes.
Yes, this was very impressive. Over 3,000 metres, so quite a considerable margin further than today. But just look how he saunters into contention, kicks clear in the latter part of the race and wins decisively. Now, the horse in second is Roving the Amy, the horse in third is Tell Them All, and the horse in fourth is Dramatic Device. They've basically been plying their trade at this level all year, and look how Cool Legend just glides past them. Finishes off with a real surge and barely asks for any effort and wins by a wide margin. He drops down and trips, but he's a smooth traveller. I think it'll be fine.
This is Painter's Palette. This is a cup race, obviously on the dirt, of course, finishing 4th a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he's only been tried once on turf since moving here, I believe, but he's a 2-time turf winner in the UK. On dirt, he's been running to a fair level. He's a deep closer, which is an issue on this turf track. Also, he's drawn in 11, so he's probably going to be held up last of all in the early stages. He's going to have to hope for a pace collapse, but he's got lots of ability and he's the horse to beat on official figures.
Yeah, Painter's Pilot, as you say, top mark here of 95, although they're very tight at the top, iron line 94, and the 8, Loving Feeling, is on 93. Look, we're getting very excited about Call Legend. Can I just sort of calm it down a little bit? That was 3,000 metres, that turf race, wasn't it? Are we getting overexcited because, you know, that's a longer distance race? Here we're dropping back to 2/100. You know, in other words, the horses he was beating, were they not up to much, or was he just...
Maybe. We'll find out.
I'm a believer, but I'm just putting that question out there.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
As you say, it was over a longer trip. He's by Sea the Stars, suggesting stamina is going to be his main asset, but he travelled through the race like a good thing. He was held up last in a small field on the rail. Lou Morales gave him a little bit of rope and he instantly quickened and made up the ground on the horses who were leading, and then eventually just blitzed by them. I think the shorter trip will be fine. Bigger field, that's maybe a slight stumbling block considering he's a closer, but he draws very well in gate 2. He'll ride the rail throughout. I think he's got a great chance. I'll be shocked if he was outside the top 3. Okay, he might not win. It's a wide open race. I'm not saying he's a good thing by any means, but he should definitely be in the 3, and I think he's got a favourite's chance, and he's not favourite. Yeah,
the VT drew me in more so the balance of the form. That's how I saw it anyway. The guys are back with more selections. We're loving this. James was red hot in the last with his each way. He is on. Loving Feeling here. NB, he's going to go NB next best selection.
So I'm not sure about this one, James,
okay.
I have to admit. As I say, the last one, 33-1, absolutely fine with that. Form behind Food suggested he could run okay and obviously finish the race off well in a small field. Loving Feeling, I've been with 3 times this year. He's been awful every single time. I understand his connections are fantastic. He's actually got pretty good form on the dirt. I believe he won here first up this year or second up maybe. I don't think he appreciates the turf track, and I also think he's got a slight issue. I don't know what the issue is, but whether it's a breathing issue or whether he's just not been striding out, I'm not sure. He's a horse that I've lost faith in.
Okay, Vimal likes Iron Lion, who was the other horse I was pretty sweet on. That's the 94 rated horse, and he's going, you know, what are you saying? What are you making of Iron Lion?
On rating, he's got a great chance. I've got him 4th in this race. Gets Camilo on board, should be held up in the early part of the contest and look to move through late. The negative I have against Iron Lion is that he ran just a week ago. It's a very quick turnaround. He finished 9th in a very competitive handicap and is now going back to the well. Whether he'll produce his best, I'm not so sure, but he's got a high level of ability and he should be on the shortlist.
Okay, so there we are. We've talked about a few of them. We'd love to talk about more, but the clock is ticking. Well, we know who you're going to be with, Tom.
Yeah, I'm with Call Legend. I briefly want to touch on the 4 really quickly. RIYADH. He makes his first start back on turf since being successful on turf in March last year. So interesting surface switch for a 12-time winner. Don't write off the 4. But yes, I'm with Call Legend. I'll be shocked if he's not in the top 3 and hopefully he can win.
Okay, I've got a real dilemma here because I love the V-tier Call Legend, but I prefer the form of Iron Lion. So given that I've got it wrong in going against you twice, I'm going to do the same.
Okay.
It's too late for jumping on the bandwagon. So Iron Lion for me, the 2. Callum, who are you playing?
Yeah, I'm going with the 11. High Zoom is going to be the pick for me. Boys, just absolutely gorgeous horse. And hopefully he can get his head in front here. Spoke to Nicolas Bachelard. He's just gutted. There's not an intermediate option for him where he's having to go at this trip rather than dropping back. Obviously, he was really hanging out for a 1,400 metre race or a mile contest, something in between, because he knows 1,200 will be too sharp for this horse. Now, Adele Alfaredi's on board. I spoke to him regarding tactics. He said, look, at the end of the day, Adele said, if there's no pace, I'm going out hard. And I just looked at Nicolas and said, is there ever a race in Saudi Arabia where there's no pace and we're going out hard? He went, nah. So hopefully he just gives them a little bit of easiness, pulls them down towards the rail and picks his way through runners as they make their way through the field. But at his best, High Zoom's a talented horse. Just whether we've seen him at his best yet. The Al Dahadi pair, be brave to go against Loving Feeling and Castle in the Sand. Thought Castle in the Sand maybe just looked a little bit off in the parade ring, but Loving Feeling looked in really great shape for Connections that have won the first 2 races. I saw Tom mention the RIYADH, yeah, typical mare, was a winner at this time last year on the turf, has shown pretty much no form over the last couple of starts, and then suddenly comes back to the turf at this time, and it could be a bit of a danger here, RIYADH, so well worth keeping an eye on though. But the owner here, bin Fahad bin Abdulaziz colours, or we like to call them the Green Stable, they've had a pretty torrid time of things so far this season, so they'll be looking for a change of luck. The pick for me will be the 11, the pick for Tom will be the 7, and the pick for our man at the studio will be the 2. We're over to Alex.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, last few to take their places. They were just having a little look at the 13. King's Coronation was trotted up for a few moments, but all okay and is back with them. Still yet to go in, actually, as one of the handful that remain. Iron Lion is on the way up as well. Cool Legend has just gone in, positively talked about prior to the race. Is into stall number 2. Painter's Palette is forward, so King's Coronation will complete the line. Slots forwards, all aboard. They're off. Jumped away here in this open event. They go over 2,100 metres. Starter caught them in a pretty good line, with the exception of Quanta, who's dropping out at the back of the field, and also Owner Companion, Cool Legend, is being held up for a late charge, it would appear. Very keen up top is King's Coronation, very lit up in front, head held high, but shows the way. Goes off to the left-handed turn with a couple of lengths advantage. Yellow cap of Anafan is up there with the pace, is just on the outside and now dropping in behind the green cap of Castle in the Sand, who will move into a clear second. Up in behind the speed, racing in 4th position, is Ursa Minor, who's down on the inside, the checks on the sleeves. Is racing there with Yes More Rich, who's a bit deeper, the yellow headgear on the outside. Loving Feelings down in midfield at this point in time, travelling okay though, in hand, the white cap and green sleeves, is racing with Iron Lion in company. Buried away on the inside is RIYADH, down the order is Bolt Away, the white cap is in between horses in centre field. High Zoom is posted rather deep, but is making a bit of headway. It's only got about 6 lengths to make up on the leading line. Still Cool Legend towards the tail, Quanta in rear. The back marker is now Hope You Can Run, who's just detached by 3 or 4 lengths. Up top, King's Coronation has still got the advantage here, but has raced with plenty of enthusiasm. Can this one see it out? Leads by 3 parts of a length. From Castle in the Sand in second. Ursa Minor is just in behind those for third, and now Loving Feeling is starting to improve. Nose-banded white cap ticking off rivals. He's coming through up in between horses with Iron Lion for company. They're about to turn to the top of the straight. Castle in the Sand has now hit the front. Loving Feeling, stable companion coming out after. Look to the left from the back of the field. Cool Legend is starting to charge home, but will it be too late? Into the final couple of hundred. Loving Feeling goes for home and goes on. Loving Feeling, 2 lengths the advantage. Here is Bolt Away steaming home. Down to the inside, Bolt Away trying to reel back Loving Feeling, who needs the line. Bolt Away lunges and joins Loving Feeling, a tremendous finish. Very tight indeed. The front pair pulling well clear. It was also close for third, including the on-rushing Cool Legend. Bolt Away looks to have just done enough. Already up, says Bolt Away has won. Was a close one though, wasn't it? Just managing to collar Loving Feeling. It was nearly the treble for Aldahani and Aldaham, but Bolt Away has got there. Down on the inside under a strong drive from Norwef Al-Mudiani, and has managed to prevail in a time of 2:08.98. It's ahead. It's probably shorter than that, but of course that's the margin we give here. Bolt Away, the 6, has denied the 8, Loving Feeling, who had come through between rivals, hit the front quite a way out. There's your print. Look at that for a turnaround. Probably a short head or maybe even a nose in UK racing terms, but Bolt Away has won. Cool Legend has got the verdict for third, can confirm the 7, has just held third over RIYADH, who was upsides in 4th place, and again, officially only ahead, so a small margin between those two. Cracking finish to race 3, grandstand finish. The order in the end was 6, 8, 7 and 4.
Well, that was a dramatic finish, wasn't it? And let's confirm it, Boldaway has got up. You can see they've got exactly the same time, which is interesting, but the margin was enough to separate them, as we saw Boldaway for Nawaf Al-Muriani. And, of course, Jimmy Jerkins beat Loving Feeling, just denied on the line, denying connections that treble. And Cool Legend has come through for the place money. Let's go to Jimmy, who is with Callum.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Jimmy, he's been so frustrating this season, but he's got his head in front today and in some fashion.
Yeah, well, he probably got a little over raced there. It was a little too, we got a little too antsy in those 2 mile races. I think in one month he ran 3 times or 4 times in the month, and kind of took the starch out of him a little bit. But we gave him a little break. I think 3 weeks now. A big layoff. No, but about a month, and kept him light on his feet, and got a real good trip. Nawaf really rode him well from the one hole, and got the money.
I mean, we talked about that golden highway. We saw Riyadh Saki in the Neom Turf Cup just stick to the rail, but he made all the running on that occasion. Your jockey has stuck to the rail, but it's not made a yard of the running, but it's just ridden that brave man's route.
No, I know. Maybe maybe as the years going on, the turf looks a little more plush than it was. It might not be quite as speed favoring as it was earlier. So maybe that you need a combination of things to win, and it all came through today.
Let's not forget the mammoth 3-week break that he had. I mean, he barely left the race course.
No, it was 4 weeks. Don't get yeah. No, he's been pretty consistent this year. He won a big race in Taif, and he's been a couple of good thirds and turf races. But like I said, we got to kind of probably overran. Probably he doesn't like to. He usually gives you a much better effort when he has some time between races, which majority of them do. Some don't, but the majority of them do, and he's one of them.
We'll let you go and greet him as he walks in, so we won't hold you up any longer.
All right, thanks a lot.
No problem at all. It's Jimmy Jerkins as he heads over to join his horse Boltaway, and we will follow him through to do just that as well. Boltaway bouncing back from 3 pretty disappointing runs to win here, just bringing home Loving Feeling, that son of See the Stars, who ran a stormer, right bouncing back to form. We said he looked very well in the parade ring, and he nearly just held on, but Nawaf Al-Muriani, Jimmy's getting a bit of a sprint on there to get involved as well. Look at that, like a Usain Bolt impression you saw there. Look at the turn of speed. Get him in the NFL Combine. But yes, this is your winner, Boltaway. Got the Cobb Main, and like we said, he was just a wee bit challenging earlier on this season. He won that big race in Taif. He then ran some really good second place efforts, finishing fast and not getting there. They tried him over the longer distance. They've dropped him back just a little bit in trip today, and he has thrived at it. So he will be absolutely over the moon with that success. And well done to the Red Stable Prince Faisal bin Khalid. They're a tough old timer thing. Sami Al-Harabi just wandering around here as well. He's super happy to see me too. You didn't trade it, Sammy. Go on, move on. And now we're going to see the winning connections enjoy this success. But boys, a good performance there and a cracking finish as well.
Well, there we are. There is Boltaway and Nawaf Al-Muriani weighing in and getting up literally on the line. I mean, I think the term Braveman's Ride came up at some stage in that post-race conversation.
Yeah, he's a deep closer. He took a brave route, but he managed to get the job done, and the gaps did open up. They went too quick early on, and half of these horses paid for that in the latter part. It did look like Loving Feeling was going to win. I want to apologise to James, because I said this horse had no chance based on what I'd seen, and that is true. But the horse bounced back to something like his best today, and he went very close for you, James. Unlucky not to win there. Boltaway just has that extra stamina, and a good late kick as well. This horse used to be owned by Jobmont in the UK, and it's by Dubawi out of a Dan Silly mare. I mean, you couldn't ask for much more on the pedigree side. And he's finally rewarded faith. But he's yet another horse today that has ridden the rail on the turf. Obviously, he's been quite far back, but he's ridden the rail from gate 1, moved through late.
Yeah, we can have a look at this again. And as it turned out, of course, the runner-up, your Core Legend, was in gate 2. I mean, that's irrelevant to a degree, but that horse made a lot of ground. Core Legend, of course, from the back of the field, anchored towards this early part of the race. Yeah,
he's the only horse that makes up considerable ground. Obviously, from right now, you can see Loving Feeling with the pink kind of saddlecloth in 6th place, so he's relatively close. Boltaway, I suppose, is quite far back. He's at the back of the main group, but he's still 4 or 5 lengths ahead of Cool Legend, who's out of shot right now. So I think Cool Legend can be marked up a touch. Not to say he was unlucky, because he wasn't, but he was just a little bit too far back in the race, and maybe he'll be helped by the step back up to 3,000. That being said, I didn't think he'd be out the 3. He runs third. I can't be disappointed.
No, absolutely. He's come up and he's grabbed the minor spores in the closing stages, and just watching them as they prepare to turn in, and the race starts to unfold as well. I mean, at this stage, were you thinking that those on the front were going to be sort of vulnerable in the latter stages?
Absolutely, yeah. They posted 4 different furlong sectionals that are quicker than 12 seconds, which over this trip is just way too fast. I thought all of the front runners would, and prominent racers would capitulate. The majority of them did. Loving Feeling was the only one that didn't. He's currently in around 5th place in between horses. That being said, he was 3 or 4 lengths off the lead, so it's not like he was super prominent. Boltaway is right on the fence. White cap, red silk, white noseband, around 4 horses back on the rail. That's your eventual winner. He takes the brave man's route, covering the shortest amount of ground. Meanwhile, Cool Legend kind of opted to go away from the best part of the track. He's the grey horse right on the outside in the black and the white, and that could have been a disadvantage considering how much I think there is a golden highway up the inside now the rails are in. But he still ran well. This is where Loving Feeling hits the front under Mohammed, who probably thought he was going to have 3 consecutive victories.
Yeah.
But Boltaway surges late in the red and white silks, about to come into your shot, and just gets up on the wire to win by a head.
Yeah, it was a great finish, wasn't it? Particularly those who were on Boltaway. It wasn't a good day for the Red Stable yesterday, but they've got a winner today. That's important, of course. And Boltaway getting up, here it is. You'll enjoy watching this if you're on, not so much if you're on like James was. He's taken it well, though, I think, on the correspondence with Loving Feeling. Cool Legend back in third. I mean, Iron Line, who I like, kind of threatened briefly, got into about top 3, 4, but was never really able to build on that. So
no, and coming back after a week after a red hot race,
it's probably a lot to ask, really, wasn't it?
It's
on that
tough.
basis.
There are quite a few horses over the next day or two that ran last week. That some will fire, some won't. There's a horse later on who's a short price favourite called Hala, who ran a clear career best last week, and it'll be interesting to see how she fares. But yeah, the quick turnaround isn't for most.
Well, thank you very much for all those of you who've been part of the programme so far. We're loving that input coming from you guys, wherever you're watching from today. And if you're watching and listening to everybody else's comments and tips and thinking, well, I'm supporting this one, I'm backing this one. Hikoji, thank you for your selection in the last race. And Manicam has been on as well. I'm not sure if that's a selection for the next race. I've got to try and work it out. But I will come back to you on that. But yeah, if you're watching and you're backing a few of these, supporting a few of these, let us know where you are. I wish we had more turf racing because it's been so good, Tom. But we're going to go to the dirt. We're going to go to a maiden for locally bred. These are 3-year-olds coming up 1,200 metres. And if he's ready, which I'm sure he is, we can go to Alex.
Thank you, Darryl. Primed and ready to go. Let's have a look at the field for race 4, shall we? Local bred maiden, as you said. The 1 is Arab Al-Maj, Fahad Al-Faradi. The 2, Al-Matib Rizdan, Adel Al-Faradi. The 3 is Al-Wawa, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 4 is Ashjay Al-Duraya, Fawaz Wanas. The 5, Azrak Al-Qurain, Abdullah Al-Saidi. And the 6 is Dreamer for Ali Al-Mutib. Over we go, we'll find the 7 Dublin next, Rakan Al-Ubaid. No 8 or 9, they're both gone here, so a couple of absentees. The next we have is the 10, Min Shan for Camilo Ospina. Number 11 is Motasayeb, that's Asil Al-Shirani. The 12 is Mutafef, Rayan Al-Taresh. 13, Najm Al-Din, Mohammed Suleiman. And the 14, Saif Naj for Naif Al-Anazi. We've got plenty more runners as well. The 15 is Saudi Act, that's Louis Morales. 16, Yaktasab, Mohammed Al-Daham. 17, Al-Mahossa, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 18, Chajawib, that's Abdullah Al-Khamis. No 19, that's an absentee. But 2 reserves do run here. They're the 20, Saif Hizam, and the 21, Al-Zad. So they get a chance in this field. The 4th of the day, it's a local bred maiden. And Callum is casting his eye over them once again.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, really, really looking forward to this local bred contest. There's some nice types in this parade ring. The first of them is Al-Wawa, the 3 for the FMQ team. This will be partnered by Abdullah Al-Lawfi, who had a winner yesterday. This is a really nice, big, strapping individual, very well turned out with the quarter marks. big looping loose walk, really covers the ground. It almost walks over himself. He's got that much of an extensive walk, not carrying any condition, big strong type, and very much a danger in this local contest. He looks like an imported horse, to be honest, and that's always a positive. Now let's drop back to number 4, who's just coming towards me now, Asjay Alderea. This is a horse who's got a little bit of form. 4th last time out on the second start. That was an improved effort. Very different type of horse here. Much lighter, light on the feet, a very petite type really. Gorgeous head, loose neck, nice back end, not carrying too much condition, tongue strap on as well. Plenty to like about this, and it would be no surprise if it was to win 3rd time out. Fawaz Wanas taking the ride today. Usually these connections will reek for Camillo Ospina, but he had a ride for the White Stable in this contest. Let's pull back to Camillo's ride here. It's a 10. This is Minshan, a colt by Spring at Last. Not very typical of the White Stable as we normally see. We usually see their premium taps. Nawaf is wrestling his camera to get the best angle of this horse. He's quite a light type on debut. He looks great in the coat though, doesn't he? But we have to give these White Stable runners maybe a little bit more time than we gave them last year. Got quite a severe bit on as well to give the jockey a little bit more control, that jockey being Camillo Ospina. Looking forward to seeing how this Son of Spring at Last gets on, but maybe today isn't the day. He's a very correct type though. Nice short neck, nice short back, and a good active walk. Let's pull back to the Red Stables runner. This is an intriguing runner here. You've got Abdullah Al-Qatani's horse. This is Mutafef, who's just coming towards me now. Now, he's a much more mature type. Really fills the eye, very well-built individual. I'd almost say still a little bit raw. I think there's more to come from this horse fitness-wise as he goes and builds on his career. Probably one you want to look forward to next season. Rayan Al-Taresh getting the ride on this one, which is intriguing, usually riding for the White Stable, getting a spin for the Red Stable today. Probably not the one I want to pick today, but if I was looking for one for the future, in my little black soundy notebook, I will be sticking Mutafef in there straight away. Now, let's look at the last couple. 15 and 16 are the last two we'll look at. Saudi Act has got enough form to suggest he'll have every chance in this race. A 63 rated Saudi Act, that's horse number 15. Not the biggest of types, but look, the experience on the racetrack will help. Has some placed efforts to the name. And finally, this is a paddock pick. The 16, Yak Tassab, is an absolutely gorgeous individual. Mohammed Al-Baham gets the leg up on him as well. He's looking for a treble. He nearly got it in the last race, but was just touched off. But this horse is absolutely gorgeous. For connections, I don't really know too much about, but really, really well-built individual. Great looker in behind, and a nice, good, strong shoulder as well. It's a paddock pick for me, boys, and I really, really like this one on debut.
Mohammed Al-Baham on board the 16. The market hasn't taken an interest yet. I mean, Callum has.
Yeah.
And if he's right, that would be a great shout. 25s in the market at the moment. So take that on board.
In fairness, my race comment, I did just have to look at this one because I didn't have him in my top 4. But my comment says, unraced Stratford Hill colt out of a mare who won 8 times locally, appealing pedigree and could be a live long shot. So it's not disparaging, which it usually would be for myself with a horse like this on paper.
Yeah, listen, Callum's put that horse out there in the mix. Let's have a look at some form. We want to show you number 11 in a second. Just having a look at the jockey's record a few moments ago as they left the paddock to make their way down to the start. Alice Ramos there and riders stepping on board. Great shots these, recorded a few moments ago. Let's have a look at Motash Haib running last time out. This is the debut, actually, finishing second on this occasion.
Yeah, came with a big late run. You can see wide on the track. Looks awkward when trying to switch leads at the top of the turn, therefore not professional. Hangs in and touch to his left, but then straightens out and starts to find his stride. Jockey switches whip, and that really helps him pick up. I believe, again, this is off memory, so I could be wrong here, but I believe the winner is Davey, who subsequently run pretty well in a better race than this, giving the form a little bit of a boost. But obviously the winner has beaten Moster Shave by quite a considerable margin.
Let's have a look at one more piece of film to show you, and this is Al-Wah, who's going to finish third. This is same day, actually, back on the 1st of Feb.
He improved from first to second outing, finished 7th on the debut when eye-catching, and this day finished a good gallant third. The horse in second here was Wasal Al Salam, who should have run yesterday but was scratched. The form is okay, no more than that. He has chances. I've got him down to third place in this race, but I don't love him. He seems a little bit one pace to me.
And just confirm you were spot on with Derby. That was that very piece of form, so that may steer you towards horse number 11 a little more. Top end of the market looking like this. It's Min Shan, who is favoured at 15-8, of course. Syed Al Junaid and Camillo Espino teamed up twice yesterday, the white stable colours, with Min Shan heading the market here for success. Mortashaib is on 4-1 the 11, and then we've got the 2 Al Mitab Rizdon, who is 9-2, and 11-2 is number 12 Mutafef in the red ownership. Those are the top 4 in the betting. Any of those catching your attention betting wise?
This market is so identical to what we always get for these markets.
Is it?
White stable debutant favourite, red stable debutant up there.
Right.
It doesn't matter what the pedigree is, what the horse potentially could be, but they're always up there. The traders don't want to take any chances, and I understand that. Min Shan, who's the favourite, I've actually got second in, but I don't love him. Well, I hate him at the price. I think it's a shocking price at 15-8 or so. First time blinkers for Min Shan on the debut. That in its own right is a little bit of a negative. If this was in the US, no problem with that, because every trainer basically adopts blinkers for dirt sprinters. But white stable over here don't always put blinkers on first time up. I don't think that's a positive. He draws inside, which is fine. Obviously, connections are good. The pedigree, the mare won 3 times. She was pretty useful. Spring at Last is an okay stallion. There isn't enough there for me to suggest that 15-8 is fair. That being said, he's probably the most intriguing first-time starter. The other first-time starter, the red stable horse, Mutafef, draws wide in 16. The red stable would usually go to a jockey higher up the pecking order than Rayan Al Tuaish if they had a good one. And the mare was only a 2-time winner. He also gets a first-time tongue tie on for the debut. So I don't like the 12 at all, in short. The 10 has a chance, but the price is shocking.
Okay, yeah, the price is shocking. I mean, some will use that to their advantage then and just take that horse on regardless because of the price. So in terms of finalising a pick then, which way would you be leaning?
Horse number 2 for me, Al Mitab Rizdent. Only rated 52, and on that evidence you'd suggest surely there are better horses in here than him. But he's been disadvantaged by wide draws on his last 2 starts, over 1,600 metres as well. He's been pitched out in the car park on both of them, and actually shaped a little bit better than his form figures suggest. If you go back to his prior efforts, where he finished second and then third, he's got clear form claims in here. Now, he's drawn relatively wide again, but there are lots of first-time starters and quite a bit of dead wood in this race. So, Almatable Rizdent for me.
Okay, I'm going to go with the 11, Mutasha Abe for me. I think Manikam is a new viewer, a new recruit. That's what I've read into this. Hokoji says, love Min Shan here. The 10, good luck whoever you're on. Callum, are you sticking with your lively outsider here?
I am indeed, team. Sticking fully with the lively outsider. The 16 at Yaksasab is going to be the pick for me. Also another shout out to Alawalawa, who was also very, very good looking in the parade ring. It was between those two. I'm sticking with the lively outsider. I just thought this horse looks really, really well in the parade ring. You may have got the impression when the jockey jumped aboard that he's not the biggest of types. Well, sometimes size doesn't matter. I'll leave that one with you. But for me, I think he's a really, really nice looker. He's really well built. He's well proportioned. He looks the type that should have been a bit more precocious than the start of the season here actually is. Like the red stable one, Mutafef, is a hugely intriguing prospect, but for next season. Today probably isn't the day for him. If he does win today, that's a big, big tick because he doesn't look like he's ready to win a race today. Min Shan does look red hot fit and ready to go, but as the boys have said, the pedigree doesn't blow you away, and we know that Connections have had a hard time winning with horses first time up. There's value to be found, ladies and gentlemen. If I was to have a bet in this race, I'd be looking at the 3, but if I was to make a paddock pick, I'd just be tempted with the 16, who is a very, very good-looking prospect. Dreamer, the 6, is a nice looker as well, and we see some fans waving around there, enjoying their time here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. My favourite thing when you spot people on camera, and as soon as they notice the camera, you pull it away immediately, and it's always a bit of a shame that they don't get to be seen. The poor guy is still up here waving, and he's still hoping that the camera comes back to him, but I think he's going to be disappointed now because the horses are circling down to the start. Plenty of people gathered up at those balcony terrace areas, which is a wonderful spot at the racecourse. I might actually come up and see them. I'm not going to try and drag them down because they're having beautiful hospitality in there. I'm going to go up and find them myself and have a word with them at the top in that beautiful restaurant area where they're getting a prime view of this racecourse. Another man with a prime view of this racecourse is Mr. Alex Fussy, and you will give us the rundown of this race number 4.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners going forwards here. First couple have gone into the stalls, so hopefully it'll be a pretty swift load. A reminder, we go without the 8 and 9, no reserves 1922, but 2021 of those reserves do get their chance. Saif Izam and Al Saad. Al Natib Risdan given a good word before the off out in 12 in terms of the starting stalls position. The red stable runner Mutafef will be even wider in stall 16 if you like that one's chances. Just moving up is the 18. Tajawib moves in. That'll be stall number 6. Just going to be encouraged forwards, digging in at the moment, that particular one. Saudi Act heading up to the gates. Also Mutafef is being offered, just rearing up the 5. Azrak Al Qurain, not all that content. Stall 10 is where that one is due. Up the inside into 1 for Yaktasab, who's just gone in. That gate's just been shut behind. We've got about 5 to go now. Maybe 6, but a couple of these requiring full attentions of the stalls team at the moment. And still, Azrak Al Qurain continues to be rather edgy and kicking and rearing. So just beware behind there. I think they are just trying to move the other runner out the way to save any injury. Working on these couple of runners again. Stall 5 has now been fielded. Al Saad is in. The reserve runner into that position. The other reserve, Saif Izam, got a good draw as well, stall 3, so they both benefited quite nicely on the draw front. Final 3 to go. Tashaib has just gone in, so that'll leave us with a couple back. One of those being Saif Najd. Naif Al-Nazi is into the stalls, so the final one with the blindfold is the 18 to Jawib, who's been given quite a few chances already, but is now trotting forwards, and that's worked the trick. All are in, set to go. They're off. Jumped away. Very awkward start for a couple. It looked as though it was Azrak Al Qurain who nearly went down on nose there down the order. Good start made though down on the inside by Dublin, who's going to push through to show up early. Good early speed from this individual as they settle into their stride. So Dublin with Min Shan in company, and the pair of them rattling away. They've gone well clear early on here. Up in behind is Saif Izam. Racing down in between rivals is Motashaib as well. Red colours of Mutafef is following those, with in between horses trying to improve a bit. Al Saad as they come towards the top of the straight. This is a well scattered field. Azrak Al Qurain in mid-division now after the awkward beginning, but the leader Min Shan is pouring it on. They're into the straight. It's a 5-length advantage here. Min Shan going great guns. Motashaib is in second place. Mutafef trying to run on a bit, but it's isolation. One horse stuff here. Min Shan. How many lengths? 10 lengths at the moment. It could be more come the line. Min Shan has torn the field apart. My word, that was impressive. Min Shan bolted up. Going to be close on second and third places. Mutafef, I think, just gets up for second in advance of Motashaib in third. But one-way traffic, the 10, Min Shan. Good start, good position, burnt them off and powered away to stop the clock in a time of 1:13.48. Don't know if we'll see many more impressive performances all day long. In fairness, we've had a couple already, but that's a 10 3/4 length success. Mutafef is second, and Motashaib is in third, so 10, 12, 11 are the 1, 2, 3. For information, Saudi Act is the next one in fourth place. You'll just see that one pop the head down. There you go in the middle to get fourth over Al Wawa, who ran on from off the pace. Not many played a part, bit of a ragged start. They were all over the place, but Min Shan has bolted up. 10, 12, 11 and 15 in race 4.
Well, that was some win, wasn't it? Min Shan suddenly has got away from them, not stopping. Wide margin win. Alex suggesting, well, not far shy of 11 lengths in the end. And Connections, who had a double yesterday, have struck gold again here. Min Shan, 1:13.48 on the clock, beats Mutafef, who's just got up for the second to deny Mutash Arbin to third. So it's 10, 12, 11. And Saudi Act for 15 was back in fourth place.
One horse race.
Yeah, wasn't a favourite to take on them back. Well, the price was the issue, wasn't it?
The price was the problem. I had him second in. He was the horse that I thought was his second best play in the race, but the price was too short. I know he's gone on one, and in hindsight, it's easy to say, well, he should be even shorter. Of course, but going into the race, there wasn't enough strength there in his pedigree or the connections, because they haven't done very well first time up this year compared to last season. There just wasn't enough there to warrant the price. That being said, after the race, now we can assume that he is pretty useful. And I'm sure that Camilo will say to Callum that this horse is pretty smart, and we'll see him again next season.
Yeah, I think we're underplaying this. I thought that was a monstrous effort. Absolutely monstrous effort from a little petite thing, really, in the shape of this winner, Min Shan, who has absolutely hosed in. He's done that in 1:13 as well. The time's good, 1:13.4. Very, very strong time, and he had absolutely obliterated them. They came out at completely different intervals at the start. He got across, took on Dublin, who got a bit of experience as well, and absolutely hosed in. A very good performance from our winning horse here, Min Shan winning on debut. I'll grab a very quick word with Talal bin Sharaim, who is just in front of me here. Talal, firstly, congratulations, very impressive.
Yes, alhamdulillah, thanks God, and big congrats to Prince Mutib. His first run today, and him improving in the training. We castrated him last 2 or 3 months, and alhamdulillah, the trainer, he said, inshallah, he will run very well.
That's a miracle for gelding operation there, works every time.
Yeah. And I think his pedigree is good. His dam is very tough mare, and inshallah, he will be, inshallah, a champion for 6 furlong, inshallah. That's what he hopes.
Right, we'll go and grab a quick word with Camillo, who's going to try and run away, but I'm going to get him really quickly. Camillo, don't run from me. Well done. He's very impressive.
Yeah, thanks God, you know. Thanks to the Prince Mutib in Abdullah always, and Talal bin Sharaim, and the white stable. Yeah, it's a nice horse, you know. He was breathing very good. And today, when I went to the start, I feel very good, you know. I feel he wants to run, you know, and I just start good, you know. This is very important in 6 furlong, and when he start good in front, I just lead, you know. I just lead and wait until 400 meters. But when I ask him, he respond very good, and he keep going until wire. Thanks God.
It felt like last season, white stable horse, breaks well on debut, absolutely obliterates them.
Yeah, no, thanks God. We have good horses, you know. It's long season. The horses is coming, you know. Some horses they can lay, you know, but then thanks God he's very good horse, you know. We need one horse for short distance because we don't have horses, 3 years old for short distance, but thanks God he ran very good.
And you've got Hala in the next. She ran last week, a recent transfer to the white stable. Is she ready to put her best foot forward today? Can she win today?
Yeah, inshallah. I hope, you know, his tough race always. Last week she finished 4th and then in the sprinter, and today he's 62 kilos. It's a little bit difficult, but the field is coming very good. I hope they win the race.
Well, best of luck there and well done here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good strong favourite. Listen, it's been a good day for the punters so far, Tom. In the first 4 races, we had 3 strong favourites go in.
We have, yes. This one, probably the second most impressive, I'd say. I know the time was good, I know the margin was good, I know it's dominant, but I thought Transferred was a little bit more impressive in race 1. That being said, he did it very nicely here. White Stable having a nice sprinter is a good sign, a 3-year-old, and it'll be interesting to see how they pan out his programme next season. I doubt we'll see him again this term. If we take it from the start, we can see how quickly he breaks from gate 7 in the White Silk Spring Cap. He kind of misses the first step and then instantly fires up some early speed, and is currently in second, now about to move forward into the lead. And from here, Camilo's plan is obvious. It's just to sit on the front end, save a bit of energy, and then try to kick off the home turn, and the horse manages to do so. The reason why I thought Transferred in race 1 was more impressive, obviously relatively, because that was a much better race than this was, is because the opposition in this race I don't think are very good. The second place horse around 1:15 and change, that's slow. So I don't necessarily think he's beaten anything. That being said, you can only beat what's put in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about horses who were sort of at best rated in the mid to high 60s.
Yeah.
Give you a kind of gauge on that. And look, he's seen away with Dublin, tried to go with him early doors, and you know, it's now a case of how far, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, he's maybe 4 or 5 lengths clear at the top of the home straight, and he ends up stretching that to 10 3/4 lengths. So he's finished off his race well. That's a good sign, suggesting you could probably get further. Not that they would want to go further at the moment if they don't have any other good 3-year-old sprinters, as Camilo was saying. But yeah, look, he's done nothing wrong. I don't want to take anything away from him and the performance. I just don't think he's beaten much in this race, and we'll have to wait until next time, potentially in an open or a conditions race, whatever they go for, just to see how good he is.
So the horses in Settle is going to look like it's going to run second in the yellow and white colours, going to get just picked off for that position. Mutashab had just the second start. It's going to be another debutant though, isn't it? The red stable of Mutafef, who's going to eventually come through and just grab that runners-up spot late on.
Yeah, that horse needs further, definitely. It's by Mucho Gusto anyway, so that would tell you that he needs 1600 plus. But even the way he shaped in this contest suggests he wants more distance. That's Mutafef in second. I thought your pick, Mutashab, ran well in third. Just he kind of ran to the level of his debut. It was more prominent in the run, which was a positive, but yeah, I think maybe those with experience just weren't very good in this race, including my pick, who eventually finished 7th. That was Amitabh Rizdan, never really involved.
Got to say well done to Hikoji, who sent in you know, the words "Love Min Shan," and I think you know the fan club has probably grown in huge numbers on the back of that win. Alaho, thank you for your selections as well. Jose Sanchez, Malcolm was back in, Manikam as well. So thanks to everybody who's getting involved. And Malcolm asked the question, which is a very fair question to ask, isn't it? He says, "I'm new to Saudi racing. You talk about White Stable, you talk about Red Stable. Can you explain?"
Yeah, White Stable's King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. So Prince Mitab is the head of the operation now, and Tilal bin Sharaim, the racing manager who just was interviewed by Callum, is the guy you'll see on screen a lot. Camilo Ospina rides for them. Red Stable's Prince Faisal bin Khalid. They've had a great year. They pick up a lot of horses from the US and also from the UK. We've already seen them have one winner today as well. But they're the 2 big operations here. And then you're looking at the individual owners, the likes of Sheikh Abdullah, Amalek Al-Sabah, in kind of that second tier. Albeit, he has leapfrogged himself up to the top tier this campaign.
Yeah, so it's a nice, easy way for us to be able to sort of gauge red and white. It's nice and straightforward. And of course, Halal, you just heard about from Camillo for the White Stable, will be the favourite in the next. However, the Red Stable numerically have got 3 in that contest as well. That's a local bred fillies open. Let's check out all the details with Alex.
Many thanks, Daryl. Yeah, let's have a look at the field here. It's another big one, isn't it, for this local bred fillies open. The 1 is Craft in Silk, Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 2 is Halal, Camilo Ospina. 3, Ziggy's Phoenix for Adel Al-Faradi. The 4 on the card is Sapipi Go Lucky, Luis Morales. The 5, Teshtahon, Turkey Alofi steers. The 6, Bint Al-Ria, Osama Al-Shirani. The 7 is Mameyeza, that's Rayan Al-Turaish. The 8, Sail on Silverbird, Abdullah Al-Farouz. Number 9 is Shamkat Tuwaik, Asil Al-Shahani. No 10, that's a non-runner in here. So the next is the 11, Bariyat Aloha, the mount of Rakan Al-Ubaid. 12, not even close, for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 13, passionately, for Abdullah Al-Saidi. Plenty more. The 14 is Eklidis Mohammed Al-Daham. 15 is Fadwat Ayunik, Sultan Al-Mimoni. 16, Mother Mary, Tariq Al-Mansour. 17, Noor Rose, Fawaz Wanas. 18, Princess Yara, Fahad Al-Faradi. And a reserve runner, the 19, is in here as well. That's Raza, who gets a run. No 20, 21 or 22. Callum is with the runners in the paddock once again.
Yeah, Alex, this is a tough old contest to find the winner in, because there's some quality here. The first is Hala. You can just see she does strike you as a quality individual. So talented last season. Has taken a little bit of time to come to hand this season, but my goodness, she ran a stormer last week. Now, that was in a tough race. She makes a quick turnaround, and she's got 62 kgs on her back. But if she can repeat what she showed only a week ago, she will be very, very hard to beat here. Parade Ring is absolutely heaving ahead of this contest, so there'll be plenty of people with interest in here. Let's rattle through quite a few of them here. Now, we'll be nice and quick. We'll start with the 3. Ziggy Phoenix, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi, a winner last time, having a good old think about things in the parade ring, just chewing down on that bit. No negative for me, but I think others are a little bit more muscle-bound than Ziggy Phoenix. Let's go back to Happy Go Lucky. This is the 4. Coming towards us now, likes to come from the clouds and pick up runners late on. With a late scratch last week in Saudi Cup week, comes here fresh, but is still holding on to that winter coat, which would be a slight concern for me. Struck back to Tejtahom, the mount of Turkey Al-Orfi. Good to see Turkey Al-Orfi back in the saddle. Haven't seen him for a while. This is a really nice type, Tejtahom. Same connection as Shanko, who had that very good run in our opener. They'll be hoping for another big run from this fella. In behind, Red Stable runner, Bint Al-Ri, the 6. This is a better muscle-bound individual than we saw with the 3. A winner 3 starts to go. And the 5th last time out, just getting a little bit warm in the prelims. Let's go straight to the 8. Here's my pick. Has to be Sail on Silverbird in this contest. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's got Abdulaziz Al-Faradi on board as well. No, he's not. He's not on board at all. I have to check that. There's a nice looking type here, Sail on Silverbird. Look, she's a little bit down on her hocks. You can see she's really revved up and ready to go, and she looks in great shape in front of us, doesn't she? She's only got the 60 kgs on her back. She's got a rating of 94, and she's done very little wrong this season, and as you can see, she's ready to go today. Just 2 more to look at. We'll start with the 12, and then we'll go at the 13. The 12 is Not Even Close, who has been finishing pretty close recently. Looks in really good shape in the parade ring. She's handled everything so well, and has not really batted an eyelid today. She's a nice mover. Again, she's by Zoostar. I don't see too many of them here in Saudi Arabia. More of a pedigree that suggests turf should be in her favour, but she can repeat that form that she showed last time. She'd be worth a follow. And finally, you've got Passionately. Really wanted to mention this one. Fahad Saad doing the training of this individual, and young Abdullah Al-Saidi on board. He's a rider full of confidence right now, and Passionately looks very well in the parade ring. But lads, it's a very simple one for me. Sail on Silverbird will be sailing home to the finish, hopefully in front.
Oh, he says it with such confidence. 11-4 second favourite is Sail on Silverbird. In behind Halar, the 7-4 market leader. We're going to show you both those. We're going to start with Halar, and this is, well, it's red hot form because it's the RIYADH Dirt Sprint from last week.
No horse in this race, apart from Halar, could run 4th in this race. That is the biggest thing to take away from this. She runs well down the outside. She beats the likes of Remake. Plenty of other top quality Japanese horses in there as well. Chikapa, Igniter. They're all in behind her. Look, she couldn't match Straight No Chaser or Brilliant Muktahem, who are the 2 horses in shot. But she runs home well for 4th. And this kind of performance, if she can repeat it, which will be a tall ask off a quick turnaround, would see her win, no doubt.
Yeah, strong credentials. What about the credentials for Sail on Silverbird, who Callum is all over? This is Boxing Day form, 26th of December. The grey finishing off the race well here.
She's very useful. She finished 8th of 14 on turf last time, so you'd have to look through that, but that's fine considering different surface. This day, she had every chance of winning, but she just didn't go on by. She ran an okay race. Is Abdullah Al-Fayrouz in the saddle today? Not Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, just to mark your race card.
Yeah, and Sail on Silver Birds ran last week as well, ran in the International Jockeys Challenge, so they both come back very quickly, those two market leaders, and Sarim, who's joined us on the programme. Thank you very much, Sarim, for your message. Sarim Nasir says, with Hala running for consecutive weeks, will she have enough juice? I'm guessing he's asking, will that race have taken too much out of her last time?
Potentially. You never know. But the one thing is, with sprinters, they can fire again. It's not like a long-distance horse who comes back. Obviously, exhaustion can take the toll with long-distance horses. But with sprinters, they generally can go from one race to the next. And I'm going to be with Hala.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be betting the horse. But from a tipping perspective, she's way the most logical horse in this contest. She's got early speed to get across from 14. Connections have just won a race. I think she's definitely the one to beat. But I think at the prices, I would leave it just because of that quick turnaround and the fact that she probably doesn't represent much value.
Yeah, I think I agree with all of those points. I agree with the value option. I also agree with the idea that she probably wins, because she's rated 96. But if you have a look at that race last week, where she ran so close, she's behind a horse who's rated in the sort of mid 117, I think, the winner. So it's probably a better run even than her current mark, which does give her a little bit of an edge. So yeah, I like her claims in terms of a selection. I mean, do you see Callum's pick, Sail on Silverbird, as the biggest threat, logically 94 second rate, highest rated?
Probably. I mean, the actual answer to that is yes, considering I've got her second
Right,
in. But again, I don't think the price there represents too much value either. I think that's about the right.
There's got to be something then, Tom.
Well,
a bit of a price that we could.
This could be a rare occasion where the market's got it spot on. Because I mean, I don't see too much value. Maybe the 14 each way at Cledis. But even then, I'd be reaching a little bit, considering she's only rated 77. She's going to have to improve the best part of a stone to get involved here. But she draws inside, she gets a good jockey on board, she has early speed, and her recent efforts have been solid. So maybe she's the value at 12 to 1 at Cledis. But from a win perspective, it's hard to suggest she's going to be able to beat the likes of Hala and Sail on Silverbird. Hala on top for me, but as I've said before, this isn't a race that I'll be rushing to have a play in the international market.
Tej de Hom's been quite consistent. The 5 as well. That's a double-digit price, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's had a few placed efforts here.
Yeah, I've got him third in my list, but that was mainly due to running style rather than anything else. She's been running well since she left Prince Saud bin Salman and Nicola Bachelard, but she's been racing against weaker opposition, and she's a front runner, which is why I've got her third in. But I don't think she's better than the other front runners in this race, and therefore I couldn't have her on top. It's kind of the same story for a lot of these. It's basically, there's two tiers here. You have the top tier, Hala and Sail on Silverbird, who are rated far superior to the others, but they both ran last week. Then you have a second tier of a whole bunch of horses rated between 77 and 83, all a much of a muchness. So it's whether you take a plunge on one at a short enough price that looks superior, or you take an each-way approach on one you think can improve.
So almost the top two could run a little below par, and they're still that far ahead to still come out on top.
Which is why I'm with Hala, because I
yeah.
don't think she'll run to the same level as last week. But even if she doesn't, she should still be the horse to beat. But saying that, I wouldn't want to take 7 to 4, whatever price she is.
Yeah, as I say, given she's rated 96
Yeah.
and she's run well behind a horse rated 117,
Yeah.
I know we're trying to calculate things that aren't there, but she could, in theory, run £10 below that run last week and still
Definitely
run to her mark.
And the runner-up in that contest was Muqtahem, who's rated 104. Third place horse was Gabby's sister. I don't know whether she has a rating or not. I mean, she must do, but I don't know what it is. But anyway, yeah, she ran great last week, and as you say, she can underperform on that evidence and still win this.
Malcolm's been back on. He's keeping it simple. 2 to beat 8. That's favourite over second favourite. In the forecast at 7 to 4 over 11 to 4. I mean, that could conceivably be the way to go. Keep it nice and simple is Malcolm's strategy here. So they are waiting to go behind race number 5. How are we doing time-wise? We're 2 minutes shy of the local time, 5 o'clock off time. Well, I'm absolutely with Hala here.
Yep.
So 2 votes for the 2. And we know where you're going, Callum.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be sticking with Sail on Silverbird here. I've just been informed that it's a local college that has arrived here, which is why the parade ring is so full. A college that one of my cameramen actually attended, so we're hearing all the information. So I don't know whether it's a positive or negative review for the college, because I don't think he's particularly smart. He's staring at me now. No, I've clearly a very good educational establishment, and they are sending plenty of people here to the racing today to enjoy the racing. So it's a nice, good crowd here on this Friday, and we know in typical Saudi Arabian fashion, it will continue to increase as the evening wears on. Hala, clearly the best horse in this field, comes out of 14. She's got a lot of weight in her back, and she had to run a big race last time, but she runs maybe even to 75% of that effort. She'd be very hard to beat here. I know Rory Delagi will be at home shouting her on. He's a big fan of hers, and mentioned there's a really lovely connection with the breeder of Hala as well. So hopefully, to all of those who are connected with this filly, hopefully she goes well today. But I'm sticking with Sail on Silverbird, horse number 8, the grey, who looks in very good form as well. Alex, they are loading up in red hot fashion, so it's over to you for this cracking local bred Fillies Open.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, we are going forwards, as always, at pretty good pace with the load. Craft in Silk, you can see, just got in there into stall number 4. For number 1 on your card, Yellow Cap is Passionately, one of the Red Stable runners, is in. Next to the same ownership, White Cap of Bint Al Riya in stall number 3. Eclidis just going to go forwards into 1, also gate 6 being filled by a PP Go Lucky. Between runners, the white and yellow of Shamkat Tuwake has gone in, and we are just about ready to go now. Handlers ready. All clear given. They're off. Racing away here. This local bred Fillies Open is over 1,200 metres. Starter caught them in a pretty good line on the whole. Raza, the reserve runner getting in, was pretty sluggish out deeper on the course. Going forwards, Halal, though, wants to get up there. Going to be very handy indeed. Shamkat Tuwake is down on the inside. Sail on Silverbird also right in that cluster. They're very well stacked up here, aren't they, as they work their way into this left-hander. Tej Tahom is there as well. Tej Tahom in the brown and yellow combination, just between rivals, a bit short of racing room, is Bariat Aloha, as around the outside Halar is trying to come upside. Sail on Silverbird and Shamkawat to Wake. Looking to the outside, Red Jacket Ziggy's Phoenix is starting to pick up from off the speed. Still in between horses, the White Cap as well of Bint Al Riya is there with a bit of a chance. Mumayaza on that one's inner, but up top it is Halar who's in front. Heading for the last couple of 100 metres. Eclidis is emerging as the main danger. Front pair start to pull away. Still running on a bit, the White Cap of Bint Al Riya, but it's Halal who has the call. Eclidis is snapping away all the way to the line, but Halal fending off that challenge and ultimately well on top. Halal wins, beats Eclidis into second place. Bint Al Riya will get up for third and is followed in by Mumayaza. Success then for Halal. Halar has done it pretty nicely for Camilo Ospina, doubling up swiftly, of course, and has stopped the clock in 1:13.63. 1:13.63 the winner's time, 6th win in the career, and on the swift turnaround, hasn't proved any problems at all to stop success here. Eclidis has run a good race in second, in turn quite a way clear of the third, so that's a nice display. There is Bint Al Riya, who's up for third over Mumayaza. Nice performance by our winner. We're having a day of nice winners today. Certainly plenty of names for the notebook to follow forwards, and the gents also banging in the winners from the studio. Halal takes race 5, the order 2, 14, 6 and 7.
Well, it's turning out to be a very good day, isn't it, for those following the fancy runners, and Halar was just too good for them, wasn't she, there, winning double for the White Stable and for Camilo Ospina. 1:13.63 on the clock for that race. Beat Eklidis, the 14.6. Bint Alria was third, and Mumayasa, number 7, was back in fourth. Good result for you, Tom, as well, because you were sweet on the 14 as well.
Yeah, it was a nice result. It actually went to plan, unlike the previous race for me. She was very good. Camila was pulling a double handful throughout the whole early part of the race. She had to go 5 wide into the turn. Fortunately, that became 3 wide when 2 horses backed up halfway through the turn. But despite covering extra ground, she was way the best horse in this race. And she kicked clear in the latter stages. I remember being in Thai for last season when she won over 1,400. Callum and I were there, and we said at the time she's one of the most exciting horses that we'd seen in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, we've seen plenty more exciting horses since we've been here subsequently, but she is very good, and I'm happy for Connections that she's won today. The runner-up, Eklidis, ran a clear career best. She was the potential fly in the ointment, unexposed type from an inside draw. She ran great. Sail on Silverbird, disappointing, but this was all about Hala.
Yeah, this was a great one from Hannah, and in a way, because she ran in such a good race and because she's so highly regarded, it would have been a little bit of a disappointment if she had been beaten, if she had run below par, but that was never happening till this afternoon, was it?
Yeah, she had a ready-made excuse with that run 7 days ago, but yeah, she managed to get the job done, and yeah, I'm sure Connections, the White Stable, and Ahmed Al-Shai will be very happy.
Okay, so Camille on the mark again. Callum, he's got another strong favourite in the next Jeddah Beach. This sequence could keep going for a little while yet.
It could keep going for sure, and Camille has guided Hala to victory here. I think the takeaway from this race is going to be a bit of a fly in the ointment for the Hala fans, but it's the time. Min Shan in our previous race went quicker. So hugely impressive from that horse. Keep that in your notebooks, the winner of our last contest. But Hala has lugged around 62 kilos and done it in good fashion. A recent transfer to the White Stable team in Talal bin Sharaim seems over the moon with that success, and they could have more success with Jeddah Beach, as the boys have mentioned, coming up later on. Camilo Ospina in the saddle, and he has guided this horse to victory, and really there was no danger. The fact that when she loomed up on the outside, me and the rest of the Sail on Silverbird fan club, I should say, took a deep breath in and thought, oh, we could be in trouble here. So we'll grab a quick word with Camilo and find out what it was like to ride this winner. He's already stood in the place where he's now not allowed to stand, so I'm going to swing around, just come this way a bit. Camilo Ospina with the win here. She's very good, isn't she?
This guy, you know, always staying full with the Primita bin Abdullah, our manager Talal bin Sharaim, Ahmed Al-Shai, the trainer. It's nice feeling, you know. We talked before the race, and that's feeling she 4-4 in the last week in the sprinter, you know. Today he's different race, but she carried on to 62 kilos, but no problem, you know. She's coming very comfortable with the leader horse. When I asked her in the last 300 meters, she sprinted and she won the race.
It was fantastic watching your confidence on board her, because you loomed up on the outside and she was just travelling so well.
Yeah, no, thanks God, you know. I just say thanks God, you know. It's, when you ride that horses, it's very easy, you know. It's very easy. This is any jockey he can win with these horses, you know. He's only just put in good position, and the horses they making everything alone, you know. And thanks God she ran very good.
She's another one to add to the collection for next season. She'll be very exciting. Hopefully she stays in training.
Yeah, no, sure. She keep in training and she go to Thai. I'm not sure, you know. That's the decision they take in the pre-meet, but we are happy to win and we continue, inshallah.
Perfect, well done. We'll go and talk to Talal now, actually. Talal is just in front of me. He's going to just have a quick debrief with the jockey. Talal, before you shoot off very quickly, is she staying in training next season?
Yes, inshallah, I will back to the Prince Mete, but I think she will be, inshallah, with Ahmed Al-Shai, inshallah, for next season, inshallah.
Very exciting horse, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, very exciting. 2 big runs inside a week here, and you know, oozing with confidence at this stage. And it's just a case of, you know, how impressive and how far she's going to win by.
Yeah, she was a champion 2-year-old filly last season, before obviously becoming a 3-year-old at the end of the campaign. And this year she has progressed, despite the fact her form figures haven't been as impressive, purely just because she's been facing better horses, as proven by running last time in the Grade 2, Group 2 RIYADH Dirt Sprint. She was just superior today. They found a great spot for her despite the short turnaround, and she was dominant. If we take it from the outset, we can see how quick she is to break. She jumps from 14. She breaks really well, actually, middle of the shot. Currently in the lead on the right-hand side. But she does end up sitting 5 deep on the turn, and maybe if you were watching this live, you would consider that to be a poor position. But with Camilo knowing he's got the best horse in the race, I think it was absolutely fine. You can see her 5 wide now in the white silk screen cap. Camilo's got a double handful here, and he's happy just to let the horses in front of him duel off the front. We're about to see Tej Tahom and one other horse, which was, bear with me, Barriat Aloha, drop out of it from the front rank, and then we've got 3 going forward. Ceylon Silverbird in the middle, on the outside is Hala, and this is when she starts to really stamp her authority on this contest. The eventual runner-up, Euclidis, is currently in 4th and will move through and follow Hala's footsteps, but never able to reel in this filly, who had previously won over 1,400, and stamina was never a question.
No, absolutely not. And what you say is absolutely true, isn't it? The fact that she was posted deep, and I think we were watching the original viewing of the race from that conventional angle, and I suppose there was a little bit of a concern: is she going to be able to get that run on the outside? But you could suddenly see her asserting and just showing her superiority.
Yeah, once Camilo let a bit of the rein out, she started to really increase her cadence and speed, and she just looked like she was dominant from the middle part of the race onwards, to be fair. Obviously, Ceylon Silverbird has run a little bit disappointingly. She was the main danger on figures. I didn't necessarily love that turf run last time, and switching back to dirt after such a quick turnaround, it's not for me. But she'll bounce back at some point, Ceylon Silverbird. The runner-up is the horse take out of the race, Euclidis, providing the handicapper doesn't completely ruin her mark, which is not beyond the realms of possibility. She's currently rated 77. She's got within a few lengths of Hala, so maybe he'll punish her and give her a £10 rise or something, which would be harsh, but it's been done before. If he doesn't, Euclidis is the one to keep on side for next time up.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the handicappers are adverse to making those kind of adjustments, and conceivably so in a situation like this, when you've chased home a high 90s rate.
Yep.
If you take it on face value, then there's probably going to be quite an adjustment, isn't there?
Yeah, which is unfortunate for people looking at the international market because you want to have an edge, but she does deserve to be boosted up the ratings, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, another one then for Camilo Ospina. He had 2 winners yesterday. He's had 2 this afternoon, Tom, and he's got another fancy in the neck. So this sort of riding game is all about confidence, and he seems to have it back. He'd had a little bit of a lean spell, but 4 winners in the first day and a half this week.
Yeah, quite a long lean spell as well, maybe 4 to 5 weeks,
yeah.
where he just wasn't really getting winners. But this week is going very well for Camilo, and as you say, 4 winners already. He'll be hopeful of getting another in the next race. I'm not with Jeddah Beach, spoiler alert, but he's got a good chance. We'll see how Camilo gets on.
Yeah, he is a joint favourite along with Garami, the 7 horse, as we move forward to what is race number 6. This is a horse that won between 1 and 3 races, and we can check all the details with Alex.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, just a smaller field for this one, but very interesting nevertheless. There's 8 of them. The 1 is Alabraz, Fahad Al Faradi. The 2, Al Walia, Rayan Al Taresh. 3 on the card is Jeddah Beach, as mentioned, Camilo Ospina. The 4, Wadatak Allah, Adel Al Faradi. 5, Blehan, that's Asil Al Shorani. 6 is Motamez, Nawaf Al Mudiani. The 7, another one of the international favourites, Karami Mohammed Al Daham. And the 8 is Makam for Tariq Al Mansour. So that's the 8 runners here for Callum to be looking at in the paddock.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, 8 in the paddock, and we've got some absolute stunners in here for this 3-year-old contest for horses who have won no more than 4 races. I'll tell you what, if you've won 4 races this season as a 3-year-old, very impressive. Let's look at the first one. This is Alabraz, who is a really striking individual, typical of the owner, who also has Ceylon Silverbird and Paradise Row and horses of that ilk. Very upright, long, future staying types, but we just saw with Ceylon Silverbird they were dropping back to 1200 with that one. This is a nice horse. There's no doubt about it. 2 wins from the 4 career starts, has earned the place in a race like this, and it's just a very good looking individual, taking everything into stride very well, and enjoying the moment. I think this horse has every chance, but it's a very, very tough contest. Let's pull our way back. Let's look at the 2. Alawalia is coming towards me now. Chestnut typical red stable type, not carrying as much condition as you would think of the red stable runners, but is a really, really well put together individual. Won back-to-back contests earlier on this season. Tough ask on the penultimate start in one of our real premier juvenile contests, and actually bounced right back to form with a second place last time out. But this is a tougher ask again, but another one you cannot discount here. Just a really lovely, well-mannered walk. In behind, we've got Jeddah Beach. Intriguing prospect. Okay, let's talk about it. The debut, won, probably shouldn't have won. Falcaire, who finished in behind him, wasn't ridden out to win that race. That was done. Second time out, won very impressively. Then we saw him last time and it all went wrong. He ran very well for a long way, but got very distressed afterwards. Huge credit to Camille Ospina, who pulled him up very quickly halfway down the straight because he stopped like a drain, and then was dismounted and attended to by our expert veterinary team. The fact he's back as soon as possible is a major shout out to our veterinary team who have got this horse back into fitness, because it was quite a worrying moment when he stopped. So hopefully he can bounce back to the form that he showed. He's clearly got tons of ability, and he's going for a team who have won the last 2 races. Let's go back to the 4 here. One Attack Allah. Now this is another horse who should not be underrated here, because you probably don't see these colours so much, but this is a good horse nonetheless. Adele Alfaredi on board, big scopy type, isn't he? It'd be lovely next year, you'd think. Big powerful neck, lovely good shoulder, and a nice back end as well. Looks in really good shape too. A bit jig-joggy in the parade ring, but nothing to be concerned about. Isn't getting warm. A real standout for me on looks, and the form doesn't look too bad either. 2 wins in the career so far, including last time out. Next, we have Sama Al-Dahani's Blayhan, another very good-looking prospect here. Still needs to develop in the back end, you'd think. There's still more growing to do with this horse, who isn't carrying any condition. You can even see a little bit of rib cage just at the bottom there as well. Plenty to like about this horse, who's been in cracking form as of late. We'll pull back to Mutamaid. Probably has lots to find here. You can just see physically, in a normal race we'd be looking forward to Mutamaid, but physically may have a little bit to find here, and on form isn't quite where you need to be, but looks in good shape, fit to the fiddle and good in the coat, but physically a little bit behind some of these. Now we go to Garami, the complete opposite. Take a look at this fella. This is a proper horse. He's absolutely gorgeous, Garami. Got the hood on and the noseband too, but he really does capture the eye, doesn't he? Samra Dahani's already had 2 winners, and this boy will be looking to give him a 3rd on the day. It's Al Sabah versus White Stable. It's a cracking contest, and I can't wait to see how it pans out. But if you like Garami, very well muscled individual, hugely precocious, and has grown into that big strong frame. An exciting horse, and again one who I cannot wait to see next year. And finally we've got Markham, probably another one who has a little bit to find on form, and physically is very similar to the 6, needs to find a bit more. It's a tough one, guys, but I think if I had to pick the absolute paddock standout, it goes to the 4, One Attack Allah. That's going to be the pick for me, boys.
We were all waiting with bated breath as to which way you were going, Callum, but One Attack Allah then, who is currently a 4-to-1 chance. We'll have a look at that horse actually in a moment. I'm going to show you Jeddah Beach first of all. Tom's already said it's not going to be for me, but here's a winning run. This was in a cup race, a pretty impressive run as well. I mean, admittedly got beaten in better company subsequently, but what are you taking away from this?
Yeah, he did it well off the front. Again, dominant display for a forwardly placed horse. I think the tactics will be similar today. They'll push forward with him, and Camilo will look for the hat-trick. I just don't think he beat that much, to be honest with you, and his subsequent effort was a little bit bleak, albeit in a better race than this.
Yeah, we're in the Guineas.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't the deepest of Guineas. He's not for me. I've got him 3rd in.
Let's have a look at the one that Callum likes then, One Attack Allah, and this is a case of don't celebrate too soon, because he's going to hang on, but it's only just in the end.
Yeah, I was with him this day. I thought it was the writing was on the wall. He was going to get collared, but he manages to fend off the rival. He's thoroughly exposed compared to the likes of Jeddah Beach and Garami. He's had 8 starts, but he's a 3-time winner. Gets to run in the right condition race today. Gets Adele Alfaredi, forward-going type. I have him 2nd in.
Okay, so there we go. That's 2 runners. Jeddah Beach is 7-4 favourite. Garami is the 2nd pick. Actually, it's just gone favourite now, 13-8. So the money is for Garami. Actually, they're both shortening, to be fair, but Garami more so than Jeddah Beach. 4-1 is Wadatak Allah, and then we're looking now at double digits the remainder. So reveal all. Who are you with?
Garami, yeah. I think she's the best looker. We'll see her in a second, hopefully, the 7 horse, as we look at Motomaze currently. She's the best looking horse in the race. She's got the most talent in the race. She's also highest rated and gets 4 kilograms off the boys that have already won a couple of events. She's a smooth traveller. I thought last time up when she ran in the 1,000, 2 starts back, when she ran in the 1,000 guineas, she bumped into a really nice one. You can see her right now, lovely looking filly. She bumped into Amirat Al Zaman in the 1,000 guineas, who subsequently came out and won the Fillies Mile on Saudi Cup Day. So that form received a huge boost. And then last time she actually ran in that Fillies Mile behind the Red Stable horse again, but she was pitched 4 wide on the track, and she also wasn't able to sit up prominent, which is what the ideal tactics are for her. So I'm putting a line through last time. She bumped into a very good one on a penultimate outing. Her victory was impressive. There's a lot to like about Garami. I think she deserves to be favourite, and she should sit in a lovely stalking position behind Wadatak Allah early.
Yeah, she's certainly got very good credentials, as you say, running some very classy races, rated 85 best, he gets that weight, as Tom mentioned, but not for everybody, of course, because James has been back on. I love that shot there. Identify that horse. Albaraz, he's going in strong, he's going in deep, he's going in nap on Albaraz here, the top horse, who is currently an 11-1 chance now.
Yeah, course distance maiden winner on the debut, then came back, it was disappointing, then won a 1,600 metre open race, which is probably good enough to contest the finish here. And then last time again was a little bit disappointing in the Cup. Just seems a little inconsistent to me. Has around £7-8 to find on official ratings. Look, if you're going for a big price and you fancy the horse, I've got no bad word to say about that, but he's not for me.
2 wins from 4 so far. These are horses that have not won 4 races, so 3's the maximum to win to qualify here, of course. And obviously, Garami is lighter race than a lot of these. Just that 1 win, but it's the company, isn't it, that that she's been keeping that makes her stand out.
Yeah, and she's not been beaten far either. She wasn't beaten far at all by Amirat Al Zaman in the Saudi 1,000 guineas. And then last time, again, she just didn't have the ideal trip through that race. So I think she's very good. I think she's one of the better 3-year-old fillies in the country, and hopefully she can prove that today.
Yeah, I was quite interested in Motomaze at a bigger price. Maybe I'm not quite as interested as I'm on Garami as you are, but Motomaze ran well last time out behind a horse rated a lot higher, a horse rated 90. I mean, again, I'm often taking these things at face value, so reproduction of that run, maybe there's a little bit more to come.
Yeah, I've got him.
A view there.
I've got him 4th in, behind Garami, Wadatak Allah and Jeddah Beach. It just depends how strong you think that Saudi 2,000 guineas form is, because he ran 7th in that.
You're obviously not keen on that form, are you?
No, I'm really not.
Form, yeah.
No, I prefer the Saudi 1,000 guineas form, to be fair. That being said, that run last time when he was 4th in the Cup race was strong, so he could play a role. I think he's a little bit exposed now.
Yeah, he's only rated 75, so my theory is more a case of taking 1 race and believing that on that 1 race he might be a little bit better, but he's potentially still a good few pounds behind the best of these. Garami 13-8, Jeddah Beach 7-4. I mean, we've had a day where the markets have done so well in identifying the right horses. It's also been a day where certain sets of connections seem to be dominating, and those connections are again the 2 that the market is focusing on.
Yeah, 2 winners for the White Stable, 2 for Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah, and they've both got the leading runners in here. So, yeah, I think one of them will rack up the hat trick. I'm hoping it's Garami. But even if Jeddah Beach does win this race and proves me wrong, he will then have a profile that shapes like he could be a potential star next year. He's 3 from 4, 1 bad effort in a very deep race, supposedly, and he'd have a pretty strong rating. So they're the 2 horses. We kind of want one of those to win, not from a personal level, but from a race perspective, because then we'll be talking about a horse going into next season that could really run in Cup races and play major roles.
Okay, if you've just joined us, please get in touch on the YouTube channel, English-speaking service here for the JCSA, live from Riyadh. Love to hear from you. Lots of people getting in contact. We'd like you to do the same if you get the opportunity. So, you're going to take Garami?
Yep, horse number 7, Garami for me.
Yeah, as keen as I am on 6, I'm not sure I'm as keen on Motomaze to put him forward, so I'm going to have to be with Garami as well, with that little bit of class. So a couple of 7s going into the melting pot here. Callum, and yourself?
Craig Revel Horwood, 7 for you boys there. I'm going to take you on with the 4. My only concern with Garami is she had a hard old race last week. She's a filly I absolutely love. I've tried to take on Mira Al-Hijaz, who's been beating her for the Red Stable on every occasion. I think she's gorgeous and I love her. But she's running up against the boys here today, and she ran last week. That would be my only concern with her, and that's why I'm taking on Wadatak Allah. I love Jeddah Beach, but the performance last time was a medical issue, and I'm always a bit concerned supporting a horse after they've had an issue medically in their last contest. But it'll be wonderful to see Jeddah Beach win. It'll be wonderful to see Garami win, but it'll be even better if Wadatak Allah could get the head in front here. That is the pick of the paddock for me, and I think has a lot of pluses against the name. The last effort was over a mile, got very tired late on. The drop back and trip to 1400 should suit him down to the ground. Surprised no Alex Moreno on board, but Adele Alfaredi is a very, very worthy substitute, so very good to see Adele on board. He'll be looking for his first win of the day as well. But it's a cracking contest. Camillo looking for the hat-trick. Mohammed looking for the hat-trick. Adele looking for the first win. Remember, the Jockeys Championship is still alive and well and thrilling as we continue to count down towards the end of the season. Of the others, I did think the 1 and the 2 looked really well. I think the 5 needs to grow a bit. I think the 6 probably is a bit behind physically, and I thought the same could be said for the 8. So the picks for the team are the boys like 7 and I like 4. I also like Alex Fussey's commentary, and he will be calling them home in this race number 6.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, we're going forwards here, aren't we? The 8-runner field being installed for the 6th race of the afternoon, so the midway point in the action. Motta Mays about to come up there. White jacket with the green stripe and sleeves moves into stall number 6. Final couple of runners, Garami and Walia also going in. And then we'll be ready to race. So last couple take their places. Final little push, a little bit restless is Blyhan on the near side, but we're ready to go. They're off. Jumped away, this restricted win event, racing out over 1,400 metres. Down on the inside, needing early rousting is Blyhan, not really striding up there from that inner position, and has been overtaken by Macam from the second stall out, has now managed to bag the lead. Up in behind those, Walia is racing in 3rd. They go a couple clear of Jeddah Beach, who's posted 4 or 5 deep, but is out of kickback. Is racing there in company with Garami. Just in behind that runner then on the outside is Alabraz. Between horses, Wadatak Allah has only got one behind. Back marker at the moment is Motta Mays. Going towards the turn for the straight. Working for home. Up on the inside it is Macam, who just has the advantage. It's only about half a length at the moment though. Still pressing all the way. On the outside is Jeddah Beach, and between rivals is Motta Mays as they're about to level on in. So they're turning for home. Action about to unfold, and this race is about to change as Macam has got the advantage on the inside, but Garami tries to build up ahead of steam. Jeddah Beach is still there in between rivals. On the left, Wadatak Allah is storming now from off the pace and storming past them all. Wadatak Allah has surged through inside the final 200 and is now drawing right away. Wadatak Allah, add this one to the list of impressive winners today. Goes through the gears, lovely to win that. Beats off Jeddah Beach in 2nd, and Macam has just held 3rd over Alabraz. Nice performance by Wadatak Allah for Adele Alfaredi. 4th win in the career, locking up back-to-back victories here, and was able to ease up actually close to home. Stops the clock on 1:26.83, winning by 6 3/4 lengths. Another facile winner for us today. We're being royally treated with some nice performances this afternoon. Jeddah Beach in 2nd, Macam in 3rd, and Alabraz finished in 4th. A good selection for Callum as well. He liked this one's chance from the paddock. So another taking display, Wadatak Allah, our latest winner. That was race 6, the finishing order 4, 3, 8 and 1.
What Attack Allah has done this nicely in the end. Thomas Adel Al-Faradi on the winner here. He's beaten Jeddah Beach into second place. Makaram was back in third. It was never happening for Garami on this occasion.
No, I wouldn't give up on her, and I'll talk more about her when we look at the full race replay. But yeah, this was a change in tactics for What Attack Allah, and coming from off the speed has proved to be no disadvantage. If anything, it's a career best for him today, and he's blitzed his rivals.
Wadak Alala, who was disappointing in the Guineas, as was Jeddah Beach. The winner came back and won a handicap last time, and hey, got to say, a bit unlucky for James. He went with a big one, didn't he? Albaraz at a little bit of a price, but there is our winner on the way back in, and has won at odds of 4-1. Let's get more with Callum.
Yeah, really, really nice performance from this winner. Looked an absolute picture in the parade ring. I think that the key here is the trip. This horse won a 1400 metre maiden at Tythe and had not run over 1400 metres since. Won over a mile last time, absolutely gasping for air towards the end, and has dropped back in trip today. Look, it's got absolutely no early speed, but the man on board, Adel Al-Faradi, is an absolute perfect jockey to have in that situation because he does not panic. Now, for me, Alex Moreno being on board probably would have panicked in that situation and tried to roust him up to get involved. But Adela was patient and able to guide this horse to victory. And he showed that same turn of foot that he showed over the mile last time, but was just so impressive today. This is a proper 1400 metre horse. I think he looks absolutely gorgeous, and I think he's dropped the apple cart a little bit here, but he's done well. Jeddah Beach had run a big race to finish second as well when looking in trouble turning for home. And then the story of the race was Garami. I think that's one race too many for her. I think back to the drawing board with her, back against her own sex. She should be more than capable of winning over a mile in the future. Watch out for her next year. She's a gorgeous filly with plenty of upside. But today was all about What Attack Allah, the pick of the paddock, and eventually cross the line in front.
Yeah, the scores on the doors, our little internal competition here based on selection scores. Every race all week, it is 5 winners for each of us. That makes it intriguing with 18 races down this week and another 14 to come. And here's the closing stages.
Yeah, we're all roughly 30%. That's pretty strong.
Yeah,
I'll take that. Yes, What Attack Allah, different tactics, held up in the early part of the race, came through late with a big surge down the outside. I think quite a few of these horses were either ridden inefficiently or just didn't turn up today. I'll go through why I think that in a second when we see the full race replay. But What Attack Allah's now won 4 races in his career from 9 starts. A great start to his racing career, and connections have placed him very well. We'll take the full race replay now. And from the start, we'll see there's quite a lot of early speed. Makam, who eventually finishes 3rd, by the way, which is ridiculous. He's rated 56, and he's somehow finished 3rd in this race. Anyway, he sets the pace. In second is Blayhan up the inside. He was rousted to try and take the lead, but obviously couldn't make it there. Then Awali is up there with the speed as well. The eventual winner is second last, yellow saddlecloth, red and white silk, just at the bottom of your screen right now. Garami and Jeddah Beach are set in 4th and 5th. Garami hated the kickback. Her head was all over the place if you watched it from the side camera angle, and she just wasn't liking that kickback in her face. But she makes a big mid-race move here, into 4th, about to go into 3rd, and this is why I wouldn't give up on Garami next time. She pays for this late, she's unable to sustain her effort, and yes, she does get beaten a long way, but I think she has gears, and when she learns to race efficiently and they put her on the lead, then she'll be dangerous. But that's for another day. Jeddah Beach ran okay on the outside, maybe looked the most likely winner at this stage, but just couldn't fire in the straight. And the whole pace falls back into the lap. All the front runners, all the horses.
Yeah, where's the winner? Where's the winner? Yeah,
All the others just finished one speed, and they're all slowing down, apart from What Attack Allah, who is quickening up at the end. It's just a very good ride to sit out away from the front, especially on a horse that had previously been ridden forward, and then pounce late. Clever.
Clever ride, gets the thumbs up from Tom, gets the thumbs up from Adel Al-Faradi fans here. Gaith Al-Gaith with What Attack Allah has won the 6th race of the afternoon, and was 4-1, I think, 3rd choice in the market. Callum says well done, Callum. Malcolm says well done, Callum. Callum will probably say well done, Callum as well. But he says he's on fire. Well, I tell you what, if you're following the money, not the favourite that time, but a lot of fancy horses are going in. However, before we all get too excited and patting ourselves on the back, you know, how well we're all doing as a team here and at home, just have a look at the next race coming up, Tom, which is a local bred handicap, 0 to 75. They are betting close on 6 to 1 the field. This is the race where, you know, if you get it right, you can, yeah, you're a hero, because it's going to take a lot of sorting.
I've somehow come down on the favourite.
Have you?
Which is ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. Obviously, we do our work pre-knowing the prices and know the prices just before we come on air. But yeah, somehow the filly I like's the favourite. Maybe I'll talk myself out of it and go with something else by race time, but we'll see.
Tom McKay has been on five horse. That's Marrakit, who's a 10 to 1 chance. If you've got a fancy, or even if you're just going to put one forward, get in contact. Let us know. Race 7. We need as many selections as possible. Tell us where you're watching from as well, what time of the day it is, all that kind of you know, extra information. We love it. And while you do that, let's get the runners and riders, and there are lots of them for Alex Ozzy to call ahead of race number 7.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Darryl. We're jumping back up, aren't we, in terms of the numbers here. Let's have a look at some of them for you. The 1 is Al Matowi, Tharbal Timyat. The 2, Oral, regular runner, Abdullah Al Saidi. The 3, Caberni, Camilo Ospina. 4 is Lajal Thati, another fancied runner, Mohammed Al Daham. Mawakit is in there, Turkey Alofi, the 5. And the 6 is Saif Al Samleya, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 7, top of the next page, is Ayat Al Muhammadiyah, Adel Al Faradi. The 8 is Foz Alita, Abdullah Al Kamis. No number 9, that's your non-runner, so we go to the 10 next, Kafu Karim, the Norwef Al Mudiani. The 11 is Mirwas, Rayan Al Turesh, and the 12, Taj Al Anaya for Luis Morales. 13 is Tarabot, Osama Al Sharani. Here's the next lot, 14, Ale Al Zouk, Eddie Castro. 15, Abora, Salman Al Rashid. 16, Bint Mastery, Asil Al Shahani. 17 is Saif Al Fala, Mohammed Al Habib. 18 is Tazwit, Ali Al Mutib. 19 is Abu Hadid, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And there's a couple more. 20, Shibul Omar, Abdullah Al Farouz. And 21, a reserve runner, is Fana for Tariq Al Mansour. So big old field, 20 of them going here in this local handicap, 0 to 75. I think we need some clues, Callum.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let's have a look at these in this really, really competitive 0 to 75 handicap. There is a really fascinating affair. Let's start with the 2, Oral here, who's not the biggest of types and still carrying a little bit of winter coatage, but is been in quite good form. A good second place last time out. Abdullah Saidi on board takes off 1 kilo as well, which should help. Let's drop back. Caberni, absolutely gorgeous type here. We know plenty about him. He's been very busy all season in Taif and Riyadh, and wraps up his season, I imagine, today. Looks in great shape, doesn't he, for a horse that's been on the go all season. This sort of level is where he's dangerous. He racked up back-to-back successes earlier on this season. Oh, sorry, he racked up a second and then a win earlier on this season, and hopefully he can go again. A little bit of a disappointing run last time out, but now in 0 to 75 company, he is a danger. But the horse is a proper danger at this level is Lajal Thati. Absolutely thrives in 0 to 75 company. Was the pick for me when last winning, and that was in this same similar of contest. Might be a little bit of an easier race than he faces today, but has to be a danger dropping back in grade into this company. Cannot do anything at any grade higher than this, but at 0 to 75, always dangerous. Watch him coming late under treble seeking Mohammed Al Daham. Let's have a look at the 7. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah coming towards us now. She was scheduled to be looking like quite a nice juvenile when she was a baby. She hasn't come forward for that, and you can see why when you have a look at her. She's a very light of frame, but she's quite gassy. She just looks full of air rather than a muscle-bound individual. I think this will be tough for her today, but she's in handicap company now, and hopefully she can thrive at this level. She's out of opening conditions into handicaps, and one to watch. Still a little bit wintry in her coat, but she still looks quite immature, doesn't she? She just hasn't filled that frame. We're going to drop back a couple to number 11, Mirwas, who absolutely bolted up 2 starts ago. That was a long time ago. Shaped like it needed the run last time. We'll come on for that, and looks in fantastic shape today. How are you going to look at Mirwas? Absolutely gorgeous. Really well muscled, shining up in the coat. Nice thick neck and a good strong shoulder as well. Would have to make the shortlist for me in this race. Thoroughly unexposed, but at this stage of the season could be a danger. In behind is Taj Alanea, a horse that we've seen plenty of, making start number 13 today. Good effort last time out, finishing in the money, and a pretty good effort 3 starts ago when runner-up. In this company, 0 to 75 is certainly one for the shortlist and looks fantastic here. 11 and 12, both really sticking out in the parade ring. Finally, we're going to go right back to the 20 here, who should be in here somewhere. Yes! Right back to the end of the field to Shibaluma, who is absolutely a horse to follow. I napped this horse to win a maiden. Oh gosh, it was 3 starts ago now. Disappointing on penultimate start, but ran a much, much better effort last time out. Now, Shibaloma isn't going to blow you away with looks, but my goodness, this horse is a bit of a trier. This level could be a bit tough, 0 to 75. Currently rated 72, should not be ignored, getting plenty of weight. Abdullah Al-Farouz on board this occasion, and the horse looks really fit and well and walks out well. This is a tough contest, but a horse clearly in good heart. Guys, the paddock pick for me is going to be the 11, Mirwath. I can't believe I'm not going for Lajul Thati.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, a lot of horses, lots for consideration. I tell you, if we're thinking, why is this race so open? Here's the reason. Top-rated horse, 75. Horse 21, or the bottom 3, rated 72. There's £3 from top to bottom, Tom. It's just ridiculous.
It is a bit ridiculous. Well, no,
it's great.
It's great. It's ridiculous from an international market punting point of view, but from a competitive nature, it's fantastic. And these races are crucial to the programme because it gets to, it gives all these horses opportunities to run against horses that are similar. Let's have a look at some of the form.
Well, we're only going to show one. We're going to show Bint Mastery, who is horse number 16, beginning of February, gradually being sort of caught, but not quite in the end over the 1600.
Well, she's been raised £7 for this effort. She was emphatic in victory this day. She was favourite, around 7-2 in this race, if I remember rightly. And she was always prominently placed. Quickened up off the home turn and proved to be too tough for the others to get involved. Wardat Always finishes second. He ran okay yesterday, finished 3rd or 4th. The 3rd place finisher here also ran yesterday and finished down the field. So the form is okay.
Okay, the form is okay. I guess one edge that Bint Mastery's got is only had 6 runs, 3 wins. So, there's plenty of scope. And you say, going up in the handicap. I mean, we could sit here and churn out probably a dozen inserts, and we may still not hit the winner. It really is that kind of race. So where are you starting?
Well, as I say, I ended up signing with the favourite, but this is up for debate about whether I stick with this favourite or not.
Okay.
We'll see. The horse is Aya Al Muhammadia, horse number 7, who I believe is still the jolly. The filly, trained by Gaithar Gaith, ridden by Adel Al-Faradi, the same connections who won the last race. She's 3 from 19. The reason why I ended up siding with her is that her 3 victories came last year. She's been competitive in better races this season. She now drops in class, gets a better rider on board and draws inside. So there were a lot of ticks in the boxes for her, but this race is so competitive, I don't really know if I'll be rushing to take a well, it's not a short price, but 11-2 in a race like this.
Well, I can help you a little bit on that score because they've just gone 6-1. Still favourite, but just nudged out a fraction. I'm not sure it makes much difference.
Not really.
Honest, but I mean, I take about all that, downgrade the booking, etc. I wasn't sure about the consistency. That was one of the things that put me off. But it's one of those races where you've got to be quite, you've got to have a big black marker pen almost and go, that one's out, because otherwise you're going to end up with a short list of 25 or what.
Yeah,
15,
exactly.
Whatever it is.
You have to find angles, don't you?
Yeah.
It's difficult to make head or tail of this race otherwise. I had Lajul 30 down as second in. I could switch to the mare, but we'll see. She's a 5-time winner, so she's more prolific than the majority of these, but she's equally had the most amount of starts with 51. She won 4 races back in good fashion. Recently, she's been running in better contests than this, but she's back down to the same mark that she was successful off. So Lajul 30 is treated to win. I'm going to switch to the 4.
You're switching?
Yeah, I'll switch to the 4. On a price perspective, she's 10-1. Aya Al Muhammadia's 6-1. I'd rather the 4. I don't think there's that much between any of these really, but she's a better price. So.
And just as a general rule of thumb, Tom, in terms of switching camps and
oh, I hate it.
You do.
I do hate it. Yeah. In this instance, in a race where there's £3 separating 21 runners or 20 runners in the actual race itself, they're all much for muchness. You have to play on value. You have to. There's no other way about it. And therefore, I'll take the bigger price on large authority.
Ed has just messaged in. This is Ed Rafe. I've not heard from Ed so far this afternoon. Apologies if you're a regular, Ed, and I've just not caught up with your messages so far. I was expecting he was going to send us a nice selection in here. I was so excited when the page flashed on. He just said afternoon. Now, I don't think there's a horse in the race. I might be wrong. There is definitely a horse in the race called Afternoon. So, Ed, afternoon to you as well. Lovely to come back with a selection.
So Ed does the social media for Jimmy Jerkin. So I'm sure Ed, if you weren't in here earlier when Jimmy had a winner, that's poor. I'm sure he must have been in there earlier.
Maybe he was. Maybe I missed it. Look, there's a lot of scrolling to go back. We've been really busy.
Good.
On the input from everybody at home today. So
Great.
I'm not even going to scroll back because it'll just take me the rest of the day to do that. But I'm going to put up the three here, who is his second favourite actually, Cabernet, given Tom. Co-second favourite. No, we've had a change of favourite. Bint Mastery's gone favourite now. 7s to 5s. That's a move.
Really?
Let me tell you about three very briefly. Cabernet, who is obviously the mount of Camillo Ospina, won a 0-1 last time. I think this is, if anything, a little bit easier. Unexposed sort, 2 wins from 7, so 3 for me. But yeah, what are we making of Bint Mastery now, going favourite?
I think this is just punters looking at the form figures, maybe. 1-1 on her 2 most recent efforts.
Or watching the VT? No.
Maybe. She was okay in the VT. I mean, she's unexposed. She's appealing. I get it. But she is up in the weights against better horses. Not for me. She could run well.
Have you got any others on your
Oh, I mean, I've got loads on the short list.
Yeah.
It's not a short list, it's a long list for sure. Horse number 13, Tarabot. Been pitched into Cup and Open races over the last few months. Connections finally now dropped to a realistic level. She could play a huge role in this race, Tarabot. I would actually be quite annoyed if she does win, but yes, I think the 13's a major player in here. Maybe the 10 is worth a second look as well. That's Kafu Kareem. This horse won a 0-70 handicap over 2,000 metres last month, but he was hit with a £7 rise in the weights for that success. He's very similar to Bint Mastery insofar as hit by the handicapper for a recent win, now goes up against better horses. There are a lot in here that are dropping down the weights, and the 10 and the 16 are basically the only two that are going up.
Yeah, the 16 unexposed. I mean, I can see the logic in the move for that. Just gone favourite at 5s. 7 horse Ayat Al Muhammadi 11-2. 7s Kabani, Kafu Kareem at 7s. You mentioned Muwas, the 11 is 7s as well. That's the top end of the market, but I mean, in all honesty, there's every chance that by giving you the top 5 or 6 in the betting, we've not got even close to one that will make the frame.
Yeah, absolutely. This is wide open. The more I think about it, the more I'd be annoyed if Tarabot wins. Maybe if I was at home, maybe I'd have a small, very, very small each-way play on Large Authority and small on Tarabot. But obviously, for the purposes of our in-studio and also including paddock competition, I can only have one, so I'll go with Large Authority.
Okay, Large Authority number 4 for Tom, Cabernet number 3 for me, and let's get confirmation of Callum's selection, please, Callum.
Yeah, fascinating races. Hugely looking forward to it. I can't believe the anti-Bint Mastery crowd, 3 from 6, absolutely hosed in 0-70 company, beating a horse that we know is a very solid performance, although Wilder always doesn't win very often, but it should be called beaten always, really. But Bint Mastery is a very exciting, upwardly mobile horse, getting lumps of weight. You've got a cracking jockey in Athil Al-Sahani. The issue for me was that it didn't really do much for me in the parade ring. That's why I couldn't go for Bint Mastery. But the horse who did the most for me in the parade ring is Mirwath. I'm really excited about this horse. No Jose Rodriguez on board today. Rana Teresh in the saddle. I cannot stress to you, if you got the opportunity to get on the JCSA website before they jump off, watch the way this horse absolutely scooted in at the back end of last season on only the second career start for him. He had a long time off. He returned with a good run, although shaping like he needed the run, well, I think finishing 8th last time out. He comes here in a handicap company. I think he'll have come on for that effort. He's been very patiently campaigned. I think he's got bags and bags of talent. He's drawn in stall 3. He's got pace to burn. I don't know if I'm convincing you to back him yet, but I love him. I think he's a really nice chance there. Taj Alanea as well looks really good in the parade ring. Cabernet, the fascinating runner here, still relatively unexposed. But again, if you like Cabernet with 2 wins from 7, and you don't like Bit Mastery with 3 wins from 6, including the last 2, I can't understand. I can't understand you. I think we're being very mean about Bit Mastery, and I think she's a very, very worthy favourite. Lajos Sarti back down at this level could make us all look very silly. She's a plot job, absolute plot job filly, and I commend Connections for really trying to find a race with her, because they're not stopping her, they just run her in races that are far too good, and then she ends up dropping down the handicap, and then she pops up in 0 to 75, and she tends to do very well. So keep an eye on Lajos Sarti. You'll see Shibaloma just loading up in the widest stall of all. That's not ideal, but a horse who's been in good form recently as well. Ayat Al Mohammedia just hasn't come on the way I would have liked her to. She's just, you can just see her in short here. She's just a bit gassy. But for me, the pick has to be horse number 11. Alex, it's all yours.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Callum. Yeah, last couple to their places. We are nearly ready to go here for this very competitive contest. Saif Al Falah has just gone in. Abu Hadid completing the lineup. Over towards the outside, just backed out Saif Al Falah actually. Just being realigned, being pushed forwards. So those 2 out wide have now taken their places, so we're ready to go. They're off. Jumping out here, racing away over the 1400 metre trip. This 0 to 75. It was a good start for Saif Al Falah out wide actually after the slightly awkward load. Is up there early with Shibble Omar out deep also showing good early paces. Miawas down on the fence. The white and green is surging through to be the overall leader. Mawakit is not too far from the pace, somewhat fly left as the gate's undone. Cabernet also bang up there now, starting to push through for Camilo Ospina. Bint Mastery's not too far away. Black Colours is just on the inside of Shibble Omar as they work into this left-handed turn. Ayat Al Muhammadir is next in the order, is being followed through by the likes of the light blue colours Tarabot, who's just starting to latch on a bit as well. And deeper, Taj Alanea also trying to get into the mix as they work their way for the home straight. And at this point, Cabernet has breezed through to lead. So Cabernet goes on. Giving way Miras, looks as though race run. Bint Mastery is up into second. Shibble Omar is in third. Front 3 start to move a little way clear. Ayat Al Muhammadia is trying to run on a bit. Al Matawi is there as well, working their way inside the final couple of hundred. Bint Mastery coming to tackle Cabernet. These 2 locking horns, 150 to go. Bint Mastery just ahead of Cabernet, who will not go down without this fight on the inside. Bint Mastery narrowly ahead. Here comes the line. Done enough. Bint Mastery's done it on the bob, has denied Cabernet, who's run big. Close on placings, Al Matawi, one of the next across the line. Abura was one running on right on the fence. Might have got involved for a place as well. Successful Bint Mastery. Strong in the betting before the off. Still Al Shahani has done the business aboard. 1:28.58 the winner's time. Good scrap to the line in company with Cabernet, who kept on plugging away all the way to the line. It was a good effort from the second, who's only been narrowly denied the official margin of a head between the pair. But Bint Mastery just had that little bit extra, only a few inches, but it's made the difference. Just always holding sway and bobbing down on the winning post as well, which of course certainly aided the cause. Very tight for third place as well, wasn't it here? Looking at this again, it's going to be the 1, Al Matawi, who held on for third over Abora, who was that fast finisher over on the running rail. So all in all, that means the finishing order in race 7 was 16, 3, 1 and 50.
Well, the market has got it right, hasn't it? very good support here for Bint Mastery, who did go off, we believe, favoured in the end, and just sees off Kabirni, who's, well, given myself and those others who were cheering for the 3 a good run for their money. Al Matawi in third, number 1, and Al Burra, the 15, has got 4th place here. But look, you know, big handicap. Those who've been following the market, Tom, probably thought this was going to be an impossible race, but the market has come good again.
Yeah, they got it right, that's for sure. Bint Mastery took a bit of money and got the job done. She always looked like she was going to win, despite Kabirni fighting back up the inside. A good duel between the two, and unlucky with your pick, finishing second there. But yeah, this filly is going places. She's 4th and 7th so far. She's probably the 2nd best horse in the stable, and hopefully we'll get an interview because the trainer does speak English. Warrior is the best horse in my opinion that they have, but Bint Mastery has been in fantastic form, and yeah, she's done it again. That's 3 in a row.
As you say, unexposed, keeps on winning, and in fairness, the runner-up was pretty unexposed as well. So those are the horses that have come to the fore in this contest, and they battle out the finish of race 7. And well done to the VT team as well, who they only wanted to show us one horse.
Yep.
You know, we could have multiple. No, they picked the right one.
They did, and she got the job done in gritty fashion. She's going to be hit by the handicapper again for this. She went up £6 or £7 for her last win, and now going up again. But she's done every bit as much as Connections would have hoped, I'm sure, at this stage of her career.
Yeah, let's get back to Callum then, get a little bit of reaction here for this this well-supported winner.
Yes, guys, well-supported winner, and like I said before the off, it totally justified support here. A horse that's improving with every run. It's now 3 from, I think that's now, what is that, a 4th win from 7 starts? Very impressive. And Naif Wanath doing the training as well. We will grab a word with Naif as well. Asil Al-Sahani on board, a jockey in absolutely fantastic form as well. So we'll go and get involved in the scrum here and just wait for the horse to just settle down. But yeah, a horse that's been in absolutely wonderful form, has done that really, really well and got into a good battle with Kabirni. Naif, firstly, congratulations, Mabruk, well done.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for Prince, congratulations for everybody. And I want to say congratulations for all the people in Saudi Arabia for Ramadan is coming. And thank God we win the race, alhamdulillah.
I said before, firstly, you look fantastic. If we get a good look at the winning trainer here, the fashion that we've got today, you look superb. And also, last weekend, I hear you were an outrider during the Saudi Cup.
Yes, I'm help my friend, help the jockey, help everybody. This is my second job, I have it. And I'm happy to help everybody. You know.
You're a man of many talents. This filly, though, she is improving with every run.
Thank God. She's have many problems, but thank God help us and she do it again.
What sort of problems has she had?
She's many problems. I don't want to say that about the problem, you know. It's too many problems. The trainer know that.
And the trainer's got her correct. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everybody.
Fantastic. He's in buoyant form, and he might well be, as you say, he's going to go up again in the weight, 60, 66, 73, who knows, but improving very quickly.
Yeah, maybe up to 80 next time.
Yep.
Kabirni will get a couple of pounds as well, I'm sure. But these two, the unexposed types, have come forward and dictated the race, dominated from an early part, and yeah, had a great battle in the home straight. They went very quick through the first 2 furlongs, and unsurprisingly, the horse that actually made the speed, Merwas, who was sent off 7-1, has ended up finishing last. A sub-11 second sectional right at the start of the race, which is not wise. But those who tracked through the pace and were in the first kind of wave to take over once Merwas backpedaled were able to stay in those positions. Take it from the start here, you can see Merwas go straight to the rail in the green and the white silks and just set a scorching gallop. The eventual winner is currently in third, as we see a slow-mo of Asil Al-Sahani again. Currently in third in the black and red. So it was always prominent, and Kabirni, despite missing the kick, was then rushed up into a nice spot in third or fourth at this stage. So you didn't have to be too far off the speed to win, but the winner wasn't given a great ride. The leader, wasn't given a very great ride. Ends up falling back through the pack, and I think Rayan Altoué should want this one back on him.
Yeah, falls back, drops back into the main body of the field. You can see we're already beginning to make some progress. The winner currently in 4th position as well. I'm just trying to work out where the others that finished in the orange colours. Is that Al Matawi just beginning to make some progress there?
I think they're both deep closes, aren't they? From way out.
So they come from further back. Okay.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, so the one was third, wasn't it? And the 15 is the other horse who's got involved in the finish, Al Burra, as well. But this is the sort of moment where I think if you're on Kibani, you know you're under a little bit of pressure. I mean, it did get very close, didn't it, the closing stage? It was toing and froing all the way to the line, but eventually Bint Mastery is going to master Kibani and get the job done. Well, that's the finish playing out there of race number 7 of our 12 races. Now, before we go any further, we are going to use the opportunity to have a look back at some action from the weekend. We enjoyed brilliant racing here. Tom was here, of course, with others enjoying Saudi Cup weekend. We're going to have a look at one of the big turf handicaps from last weekend. This was the Red Sea.
And they're off and racing. A little bit slow was Dare a Mile, who requires some rousting. Epic Poet is often held up, and Presage Nocturne are both switched in behind. So early on, Al Nair is quite well to the fore, and Year of the Dragon in the striped colours in the noseband, and the orange jacket of Pridwin is going forward, with Gregory Wider out and Jack Red Cloud. So they're preparing to make the first of several turns. Trafalgar Square on the running rail, reefing and tearing, is right up there and proving a difficult ride for Silvestre de Souza. Gregory's out wide with Pridwin, whose rider glances across to try and get in. Al Nair, and held out wide as well, is Jack Red Cloud on the outside of Year of the Dragon. Dare a Mile's been very awkward, along with Trafalgar Square, who's still throwing the head from side to side. Having missed the start, Dare a Mile is now also very keen in midfield. Green headgear, 3 from the back is Continuous, then behind these is Epic Poet, and last of all Byzantine Dream. So it is Gregory who's gradually made the way over under James Doyle. Still Trafalgar Square has got no cover, 3/4 of a length back, being restrained, with Pridwin as now the pace has steadied notably. Towards the outside is Jack Red Cloud, who races in 4th place on the outer of the red and white colours of Al Nair. And then towards the inner, Presage Nocturne, Dare a Mile with Continuous. Ryan Moore taking notably closer order once that pace steadied, purple and white colours. One that has lost a place or two is Year of the Dragon as they turn away, and still Epic Poet and also Byzantine Dream are towards the tail. So making the turn away, Gregory it is who has the lead. From Pridwin on the inside is Trafalgar Square continuing to race keenly. Al Nair comes next, just ahead of Jack Red Cloud, who's 3 wide. Presage Nocturne on the rails. Continuous comes next. Dare a Mile is still a bit awkward amongst them. Then towards the outside, Year of the Dragon, and still Epic Poet watches on with Byzantine Dream at the back. So into the back straight they head. They've completed a circuit and we're past halfway. Gregory it is who has the lead. Pridwin is dropping out very quickly and is being eased down and pulled up. So Pridwin is out of the race as Gregory leads by 2 lengths. Trafalgar Square is in 2nd place. Al Nair on the outside of Presage Nocturne dispute 3rd. 5th place then for Jack Red Cloud. Dare a Mile and Continuous are now side by side. Year of the Dragon still wide and still sitting and suffering at the back. Danny Tuttob on Epic Poet, who will need luck on the inside of Byzantine Dream. So Gregory's dictated this for a best part now of 1,000 metres. Trafalgar Square's exertions now as he drops back through the field. Continuous manages to avoid him, but out in the lead it's Gregory winding it up. Presage Nocturne running a big race. Al Nair, Dare a Mile, despite his antics at the start, is right in there pitching. And then Ryan Moore moving forward, Continuous. Byzantine Dream in the stripes and Epic Poet are both making ground, but both need luck. Gregory claimed by Presage Nocturne. Al Nair, Byzantine Dream unleashed by Oisin Murphy. Epic Poet trying to squeeze through. Continuous didn't match the speed of Byzantine Dream, who it is who's moved through the lead. Byzantine Dream takes over with 200 to go. In 2nd place, Presage Nocturne. Epic Poet didn't get the same breaks and is now out after the leader. But Byzantine Dream, Oisin Murphy seized the Red Sea turf. It opened up for him, but it didn't for Epic Poet in 2nd.
About in the studio here, but Tom, Byzantine Dream in the striped jacket is going to put up a very good effort here under Oisin Murphy. Make life very difficult for Danny Tudhope on Epic Poet.
Yeah, winner for Japan, winner for Oisin Murphy, who has success wherever he goes globally. And I thought the ride was superb. Obviously, this is quite a long distance race, so we'll get to the key points as we go through. At this stage, Gregory's trying to make his way across from the outside, and he does so, but he runs a standard kind of disappointing race for Gregory. Trafalgar Square is reefing up the inside, green, yellow and white. That horse cost 1.15 million.
Yeah, I was about to say, ridiculously expensive purchase. But
I don't think Connections will be happy with the way he didn't settle there. And we should touch on Pridwin in the orange silks with white cap. He was pulled up. He had atrial something, heart palpitations in short.
Okay.
But was very well treated by the vets and subsequently made his way back to Bahrain. There was a story with George Scott about this horse, and he was very happy with the way he was treated on course. So that's why Pridwin does drop away in the middle part of the race in the orange silks.
Favourite was Continuous, wasn't it? The former Ledger winner who's in the purple colours under Ryan Moore, sort of mid-pack.
Yeah, I think it was just bet because of the connections.
I guess so, yeah.
And rightly so. Look, O'Brien and Moore, Ballydoyle have a great record when they team up. But he ran an okay race, but he just ran like Continuous. He won the St. Ledger in 2023, but since then hasn't done much. And he ran it fairly.
So let's watch this unfold then, because it's the red and white stripes, isn't it? A sheen, and he's going to just make life very difficult in the light blue colours for Danny Tudhope on the more fancied Epic Poet.
Yeah, you can see Epic Poet blue silks right on the rail at the back. Sheen Murphy on the eventual winner, Bazaitan Dream, in the red and yellow alongside. Now, when the camera changes and goes from the inside track, which you can see right now, to the outside, and we get a better view of the horses turning for home, that is the key moment of this race. The speed horses aren't going to stay there. Gregory's very one-paced. Trafalgar Square pulled too hard. So I think Danny and Sheen both knew the pace was going to collapse. They just had to find a run. Both of them travelling well. Danny sneaks up the inside on the two-tone blue silks into around 5th. Sheen Murphy just has to check out of position there as Trafalgar Square falls back through the field. Now the camera angle is about to change to the outside here. Now watch Sheen in the yellow and red. This is the key moment. He looked to his left there. He knew Danny Tudhope was stuck in a pocket on Epic Poet, and he wanted to go for home early. Get that horse in trouble. Quickened well on the outside on Byzantine Dream. Meanwhile, Danny Tudhope stuck in a pocket on Epic Poet, runs into the back of Continuous here and Al Nayir. Sheen Murphy's gathered 3 lengths on his main rival, just coming around that turn in the space of 200 metres. That is race 1. But the final 100 metres, watch Epic Poet fly into second and really close the gap. I think Danny was a little bit annoyed after this race with how that race panned out, and he was probably the best horse in second, but a good winner for Japan.
Yeah, Dubai Gold Cup could see them meet again. I mean, obviously, we don't know if they're both confirmed for going there. We don't know who else might be in the field, but would you see Epic Poet turning the form around in a rematch with Byzantine Dream?
Yeah, if you offered me a match between the two, I'd say Epic Poet, yeah. I think he's the better horse, and I want to take nothing away from the winner. I thought the ride was A+. But Epic Poet is very talented, and he could be useful if he does go to Dubai next time.
Excellent. OK, good to look back at those race. Now, what have we got selections-wise here? I think my screen may just have frozen for a moment with the selections coming in. Oh, no, hold on. I think we're good again to go. No, not yet. I'm going to come back to those. I can't quite read all your messages, but we will get back to those very shortly. Next race coming up is going to be race number 8. Local bred Fillies Maiden over the 1600. 3-year-olds go in this next contest, and we're going to have a big field, aren't we, for Alex to call for us in a second. How are they betting here? Oh, actually, if I tell you how they're betting, they should tell you that the 9s come out, Tom.
Yes.
Haniba, who would have been one of the favourites, if not the favourite, probably second favourite going into the early betting market. So the 9 is out, the field's been reduced. Let's get all the details of those runners though with Alex.
Gents, let's have a look at the runners and riders here then for race 8. Number 1 is Al Mahani Forwas Wanas. The 2, Al Kamira Ahmed Al Sharar has been changed. It's now Tariq Al Mansour on the 2. 3, Al Reem Al Mother is Victor Gutierrez. The 4, Anna Monifa Ahmed Al Zahari. 5 is Bayarik Al Alea, that's Abdulaziz Al Musa, and the 6 is Bint Klimt Abdullah Al Khamis. 7 on your race card is Druz Mohammed Al Yami. The 8 is Gala Al Shamal, Rayan Al Turesh. No 9, as you just heard, quite a late withdrawal. The 10, Julieta Ali Al Mutib. The 11 is Mutalia Luis Morales. No, number 12, that's another non. 13 is Neom Line, Thab Altimyat. 14, also out. 15 is Sajeh Abdullah Al Hussein. 16 is Shakra Al Maid, Nawaf Al Madiani. 17 is Shakra Tuwake, Abdul Al Udib. 18 is Smith Khana. 19 also running, Tamim Rakan Al Abeid. 20, Tijib Mohammed Al Daham. No 21, that reserve doesn't go, but The 22, Faye Al Mokhtara, does run. 23 doesn't, but the 24 doesn't. WIYADH Al Arif. So if you follow that, you've done well. 22, 24, they're in, not the 21 or 23. So that's where we stand ahead of race 8 as we go back to Daryl.
Alex, another race coming up. It's been going well, hasn't it, for those following the market this afternoon? And it looks like Yo-Yo was on the winner there in the previous race. Bimp Mastery has come back with a 16 win and then a bang. And Vimal's moving on to this race, has put up number 11. That is Matalia, who is currently at 9-2 in the betting. I think that's second favourite in behind. If I can find the favourite, it was number 18, Smikana. Roberto's got in touch as well. I think that might have been the previous race. That was the 4 for Roberto in the previous contest. So thank you very much for all your selections. Keep them coming in, and we'll keep getting them out there so everybody else can find out who we're all cheering on for. We're about to find out who Callum's going to be cheering on for in race number 8 as we head back to Callum to check out these runners in the paddock.
Thank you, Daryl. And yeah, lovely hearing back from those big races on Saudi Cup weekend. What a weekend it was last week. So we look to continue the good vibes here with this local bred fillies. And this is a race where you can really find the wheat from the chaff. There's a few real nice ones here. We start with the 1, Al Mahani, making debut today. Nice connection. Fawaz Wanas in the saddle, his brother training the winner of our last race. He'll hope for more success here. A nice type, well put together, just a little bit in the winter coat, I would say, but well muscled, and certainly the type that could strike on debut. Has to deal with stall 6. Let's drop back to number 4. This is Anna Manifa. Has had the 2 starts here, which is plenty more than a lot of these. Looks really well in the coat. She is a bit long, there's no doubt about it. She's got to grow into that frame, but she's a nice mover. She's got a nice loose walk. She's got the earplugs in. She looks well, and she's got a little bit of experience, which should suit. We'll just give everyone a bit of space here as they will start jumping on board. We're going to pull all the way back now to the horse number 11 is the next one we're going to have a peep at. This is a horse I really like. This is Mitalea. Clearly has issues, Nicholas Bachelard told me off camera. She just thinks about the game a little bit. She was tried to make all last time out, got tired laid on, but she does look really, really well, doesn't she? Typical of the stable, they had High Zoom earlier on in the card, who also looked really well, and she looks well too. You've got Big Race Lou Morales on board as well, and it would be no surprise if she can win on her second career start. Lou Morales just getting on now. You can see he's still got the wrist guard on after that fall in Taif, but he says that's no issue for him. He's riding at full strength and has been in great form since his return. Let's pull our way back to the 15. This is a lovely looking horse, Shajaya. Really, really nice looking type here, as you can see. Looks imported, had the 2 starts, has improved, finished 5th on debut, 4th last time out. Would be no surprise if this horse took another step forward today. Lovely look in the eye, beautiful coat, not the best of walks, but certainly not a negative for me. We then pull right the way back to the 22, which is the last one we'll take a peep at. The red stable runner here, Faye Al Mokhtara. We've seen plenty of this horse. He makes the 3rd career start today. Adele Al-Faradi in the plate. It's crucial to know that Adele was booked in when this horse was a reserve. They thought they had a chance with this horse if it snuck in. She's not the biggest, but she's a strong girl, and she'll have every chance today. Looking fantastic in the coat. The paddock pick, it was tough between the 11 and the 15, but I'm sticking with the horse drawn out in the car park in stall 18. Horse number 15 is the pick for me.
So Jaya then gets the vote for Callum, who is currently trading at 11-2. The new market, obviously, with the well-fancied horse, the 9, having come out, and Smikana is the 13-8 market leader, horse 18. Matalia on 4-1, that's the 11. Let's have a look at a little bit of form. We're going to show you horse number 15, I think, aren't we? Is that
yes.
correct? Yes, it is. Shajia, who is obviously getting Callum's vote, so he'll watch this with interest.
Yeah, I thought this was an okay effort last time up. Small improvement from the previous display. On the wrong lead here, looks a little bit immature. Not really striding out, but passes a couple of the very tired front runners. And then does, in the final 100 metres, kind of consent to move forward and finishes off the race relatively strongly. I don't like the gate today. Stall 18, that's a problem. She's obviously a deep closer, as you can see, and she doesn't have a wicked turn of foot, so she could see herself being pitched wide.
Yeah, I mean, that was a point that Callum made. He's obviously still gone in with Sajaya, but yeah, stall 18 is something to weigh up if you are contemplating whether to back the 15. So of the many, many other options, Tom, who's sort of leading your charge here?
Well, I've got written down the 11 as the main pick. That's Mutalea. However, the reserve is... I might actually put the reserve on top now that the 22's definitely got in. But I'll quickly talk about Mutalea. Trained by Nicolas Bachelard, ran 6th on the debut, 4 leading connections by Commissioner. Just a lovely pedigree, really. She showed blistering early speed and then rallied late under pressure to finish 6th. I think she has the credentials to make all in this race, Mutalea, especially by the slightly shorter trip. The 22, Fayal Moghtara, has only rated 46, but she has been improving, and she seemed to relish the step up in distance last time. So it's difficult between the two. Are you going to side with one of those two?
Which was the other option?
11 and 22.
No, I'm going to look away from both.
I'll go with the 11. That was the original pick. I won't change my mind, but I do think they're the two that really stand out to me.
Okay, so Mutalea gets Tom's vote here, and also Ballas as well. Ballas been on.
Good.
11 win and place. Oh my goodness! And Vimel has also been on to say 11.
Nice.
So there's a couple of doubles. Relaxation Soothing is asking who is the highest rated horse, which I think is the 18, unless I've misread 64, the
18.
rating. Who is currently favoured at 13-8, and I'm going to take the unexposed Anna Monifar, number 4 on the card, who's had just a couple of runs so far. Hasn't got a rating, but I think it's probably rated in around about the mid-50s based on the form, stepping up in distance today, ran over the 1200 last time. But I mean, I did find this quite tricky, albeit we've got a strong favourite. So the credentials for the favourite down in class ran obviously in the local Grade 1 last time. I mean, are we all being foolish and just avoiding the 18?
Maybe. The penultimate second place finish is the best piece of form on offer. There's no doubt about that. Last time she ran in the Group 1 King Fahad Cup, the fact she finished 8th there is why she has a rating of 64. I can actually find this as I talk, but I'm pretty sure she wasn't rated 64 after that second place finish on her penultimate outing. She's a solid performer, but there wasn't enough there for me to warrant, such a short price. She gets Abdullah Al Saidi on board. That name wasn't written down in the race card, so he takes off a further kilo. She was rated 55 after her runner-up effort, and the handicapper put her up £9 for finishing 8th in the Group 1, which is fine. She was beaten by the horse that I consider to be the best 3-year-old filly in the country, and Motta for Better. But sometimes when you finish mid-div in Group 1s like that, it's because they go so quick early. And the horses that can't lay up end up actually finishing their race off better because the front runners are really tired late on. So I wouldn't take that last piece of form as literal, but on the runner-up display, she probably warrants to be the favouritism in this spot. I prefer the upside of the 11, Mutalea, but I am wary of the 22.
Yeah, as I say, plenty of the viewers are with the 11 as well. Not Relaxation Soothing, who's come back in, weighed it all up, and is going to go with the 5, but for a place bet, Bayarek Alea, who's a little bit of a price, around about 28-1, I think. Ballas now coming back with a 4 horse for a bit of place interest as well, which is the one I like, Anna Monifar. So lots of selections.
Yep.
Not everyone disagreeing. 11 seems to be the dominant pick here.
Yeah, disagreeing is good though in races like this. There is no hard and fast way to get a winner in a maiden contest. It's all about opinion. So. Yeah, we like numerous different votes of confidence. I'm with the 11, you're with the 4, was it?
Yeah, with the 4.
And Callum's with the 15. So we are mixing it around a little bit and avoiding the favourite.
Okay, 4 for myself, 11 for Tom, 15 for Callum, which I think he's going to confirm for us.
I am indeed, team. I'm going to confirm my selection of the 15. If the draw was nicer, I'm sure she'd be slightly more fancied here, but the draw is brutal out in 18. I think Mitalea is certainly a very sensible pick for Tom. Looked in fantastic shape in the parade ring, but just there was something about the 15 that just really caught my eye, and I couldn't look past that one. So it's usually intriguing race. I do like the idea of the 4 as well, another one mentioned in the paddock. She is long though, she's built like a bus. You'd be hoping she can fill out that frame. She'll definitely be a filly for next year. And I think this time of year is always fascinating. At the end of the season, you're looking at, are horses ready to go today, or are there future plans for next season? And we'll see plenty of them. The reserve that sneaks in, she's a tiny, tiny girl. She'll be only 15 hands, I imagine, the 22, but she's very muscle bound, and she's got Adele Alfaredi, who's looking for another winner today. But I'm going to stick with the 15. Tom likes the 11 and Daryl likes the 4. So, Alex Fussy, it's over to you. Do you like anybody in this increasingly tricky contest?
Not particularly, Callum, no. I thought it was very, very difficult indeed. So, good luck with all your selections in here. Very tricky one to call, and of course we're not of a particularly high grade. I don't think it'll take all that much winning, as they do indeed start the load. As you can see, blindfold is on the 19 there, Tameen to go forwards. It'll be stall 1 for that one, so good position there down on the inside if able to utilise it. Could sort of be the best and worst draw as well, can't it, if you get horses coming down over the top if you've not got the early pace. The 18 there, Smith Kana, well fancied in the international markets, is about to head up to stall number 4, so a lovely slot for that 18 horse in here. Just loading up his Wardat Al Arab has gone in. One of the reserves who's got a run. And a Manifa is just being lifted forwards at the moment. Got about 6 stalls handlers trying to do the job with that one. White Chevron on TG has just gone in. Number 20 on your race card, joining stall number 3. And I would say we've got about 6 to go at the moment, including Al Mahani, who's just coming up to 6, the grey jacket, white chevron. Blue and yellow colours there, Al Reem Al Mathir is about to go in. Getting a bit edgy as the 15. Sajea. Stall 18, as Callum said, it's not the best in terms of a position for her, but can she overcome it? Alcamira in shot there, the 2, purple and white, just a little on toes. And the 11, Talia, just going up as well. So we've got a final couple. She's getting a bit edgy as well. These fillies, not the most settled bunch. This run, in fact, both of them just being taken further away from the stalls at the moment. They're quite a way away. I'm not sure if attentions are focused elsewhere within the starting stalls at the moment. Beyond my vision at this point in time, but looks as though they're being held up for a reason anyway. Could be the 5 coming back out by the looks of it. Bayarek Alalea, yeah, has come back out, the 5. And is there in shot, so must have got upset in the gates perhaps. So we'll keep an eye on that one with regards to participation. The other couple are coming up here, the 2 and the 11 together. There's your jockey, Al Musa, Abdulaziz Al Musa, going over to the horse. So Mutalia moving into stall number 10 and is there. So will this 5 horse run? Jockey is back up. So here we go then. Eric Alalaya is coming up. And we'll move into stall number 8. Having held us up, is the last one forwards. Ready to go now. And they're off and racing. Jumped away here. Good bit of ground top to tail already. 1 or 2 sluggish for this local bred. Filly's made it over 1,600 metres. Included at the back is Gala Al-Shimal, was one of the slowest to get going. Also sluggish Shajaya out wide. Not the best beginning for that one. Dropping back through the order as well is Al Mahani on the inside. Good start, though, made by the red jacket of Faye Al-Mokhtar, who's managed to cross on over to show the way here, bagging the running rail. So goes on. Up there as well is Mutalia, white jacket with the blue braces, is racing currently in second. Bint Klimt is with those on the outside, and also Anna Monifar is on the outside of those in the blue and white. Just in behind, red and white jacket, is Tijib, who's racing up into 5th place at the moment, down on the outside of horses, that particular runner, as they begin the turn back towards the home straight. Trying to stick with them is Simkhana, as one or two start to make a bit of headway. Shakara Al-Maid, the 16, is starting to run on through some beaten rivals down on the inner as well. They're about to turn in. Up on the outside, Mutalia has come through to just poke the head in front, past Faye Al-Mokhtar. On the outside of those is Anna Manifa. Blue and white jacket moving up quite powerfully. Now Smint Kana is pulling out to produce the effort in the orange and black as they work their way into the last 200 metres, and Anna Manifa is away. 4 lengths the advantage now over Smint Kana in second place. Then comes Mitalia and also Tijib, but up to the line it is all about the 4. Anna Manifa winning very nicely, 5-6 lengths at the line, beating Smint Kana in second. Third place to Tijib. Nice performance by our winner, Anna Monifa. Has gone on to win that quite comfortably, actually. A couple of previous starts, but really stepped up today. The winner's time is 1:42.90. That's on the clock, 1:42.90, and it's 6.5 lengths, the official distance, beating off the international favourite Smint Kana in second place. Decent effort, though, from that top-rated rival, having travelled down on the running rail. Tijeb is in third, and Mutalia has hung around and has managed to last home for 4th place honours. Good selection for Darrell there, found you the winner. Been a good winning day, hasn't it, on the selections front. The order for race 8 was 4, 18, 20 and 11.
Anna Manifa has taken a pretty striking victory here in this local bred filly maiden on her 3rd career start. A good third on debut, well beaten last time out, but she's done the job today under Ahmed Al-Azhari, who is a jockey we won't know too much about, but has given this horse a lovely ride from stall 16, and she has swept away to the front and won well, beating your international market leader Shibil Umar. I think oh, hang on, let me make sure I've got that name correct, because I don't want to mispronounced Smint Kana, I should say, who finished there in second. Your winner's done that well, like I said, from stall 16. It's another win for Darrell, who takes the lead again in a 6.55 thriller in the in-house tipping competition. It looked to be Darrell versus Tom. as the 11, Mitlea, looked to be travelling very well around the bend, but she stopped like she dropped through the field like a heavy stone in water. Absolutely fell through everybody, but hopefully she's okay at the end of that, because she did stop quickly. But take nothing away from this winner, who travelled into the race like a good thing, never really looked in danger. And if you followed Daryl with her, she does look like a bit of a bust. She's going to grow into that frame, but if you followed Daryl, you'd be very, very happy, and you would have been happy all the way around. Daryl, I imagine you enjoyed that immensely.
Well, I did to a degree, Callum. I would have been happier if I'd followed myself, so to speak. But Anna Manifa, yeah, nice performance and unexposed type. I mean, there were plenty like that in the field, Tom, obviously, but you could see he was moving up and was going to deliver nicely. And then beat the favourite, of course, the well-supported Smith-Canner, who's going to chase home the winner.
Yep, very well done to you for picking the winner. That takes us to 6.54, is it not?
6.55, yes, because there was an equaliser from Callum earlier, wasn't there? But
yeah, I knew it was 6.55. I was just trying to wind you up. Yes, well done. That takes you into the lead. Good pick as well. She was a nice price, 8-1, and she travelled nicely and really quick enough in the home straight.
Yeah, she's done it well, and my theory was to say, based on the fact she run well behind a horse rated sort of in the mid-50s. I didn't think she was too far off the level required. But let's have a look back at this again. And
she didn't break particularly well.
No.
In the bottom quarter of this race in the first few 100 metres, and then she starts moving through. She ends up actually finding a really nice spot here in around 6th on the outside in the blue and the white silks with the yellow saddlecloth. But Ahmed Al-Ansari had to kind of shake her up to get into a spot early. The leader who broke great was the reserve, the red stable horse under Adele Al-Farabi.
Who you were considering, weren't you? The 22, yeah.
She didn't run very well, though, considering she had the best position. She faded and weakened badly out of contention late in the day. The horse I ended up going with was also on the speed. That was Mitlea, who ended up finishing 4th. So she ran fine. She just wasn't good enough in this race today. And at this stage, it looks like Mitlea is going to loom up on the outside of the red stable horse and really kick for home. She does. She looms up, but she fails to kick for home. And it's actually Anna Manifa who does kick on the outside in the blue silks. And once she switches leads, your horse, she really finds an extra gear in Powers Cliff.
Yeah, she starts to make the race her own, doesn't she, at this stage under Ahmed Al-Ansari here. And let's look for those placed horses. So Smith-Canner is going to grab second, isn't it? And Tajib will come through in the red to take third, ahead of Shajawa. But they're well strung out. They're a long way behind the very emphatic winner in the end.
Yes. Smith-Canner ran a fine race. I don't think 64 is an accurate representation of her ability. She's probably a mid-50s horse, but she ran fine in second. Tajib ran a clear career best at the 7th time of asking into third. And I do think Mitlea was 4th ahead of Shajawa, but those two were battling out for those minor positions. And yeah, you know, they are just standard maiden performers in behind the winner, who is capable of potentially going on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, we confirmed that for 1, 2, 3, 4. Bala was on the winner, but was place only. He's probably kicking himself that he didn't.
They're the worst.
Yeah,
because then you feel like you've won, but also lost at the same time.
You do. Yeah, we all know that feeling. But anyway, decisive victory in the end from number 4, Anna Mon-Afar. So that was our 8th race. Got 4 more to bring you this afternoon, including a couple of opens and 2 Arabian races to come. Let's wrap up those numbers and confirm, as Tom suggested, that the 11 did get to 4th in the end into Leha. So it's 4, 18, 20 and 11. That was the 4 results of race 8. So race 9 on the way fairly shortly. That's going to be an open contest, but we're going to have a look at one of the features from last weekend. We're going to have a look at the Abaya Cup, and then we'll get Tom's thoughts once we've seen the contest.
They've gone without Kaswarat Al-Khalidia, who is not with the field as they make their way through the first 400 metres. Beaker Green on the right-hand side, and also the blue colours of Baraka as they make their way in the early stages down the spur. Tilal Al-Khalidia is to the fore in the white with the black chevron and the black cap. now no longer there, just the white cap to distinguish him now. Vizier towards the outside, very keen on the outer is Barry's in the check colours of blue and white, tracked by Al-Qasr, as they're now just beginning to settle down. And it is Tilal Al-Khalidia in the blue and white, Baraka in the blue and orange, that lead Vizier in the orange noseband after 400 metres. They're tracked by Saima, the grey with the green sleeves, the rather natty headgear. In fifth place is A-Free in the purple jacket and matching cheek pieces and headgear. Vico Green towards the right-hand side. Then towards the outside is Nirahaz, and early on Lacey de Violette is towards the back in the all-dark colours in company with Al-Qasr. So it is Tilal Al-Khalidia that leads them inside the final 1,400 metres. Baraka on the inside running rail, and Vizier is the one that is 3 wide. They're a length and a half clear from Saima, who is in 4th place on the inside of Nirahaz. Vico Green, pink jacket, just pushed along, and likewise A-Free just beginning to work harder. Barry's comes next as they begin the turn. Towards the back of the pack include Al-Hareth, Lacey de Violette, as round the home bend, the front pair matching strides here. Baraka with a narrow lead for Connor Beasley, ahead of Tilal Al-Khalidia for Adel El Faradi, and those two just beginning to stamp their authority here on this Abaya Arabian Classic, because they've moved 3 lengths clear, and the rest are all being ridden in behind. In 3rd place is still Vizier. He's given that position up now to A-Free, and battle is joined at Tilal Al-Khalidia. Now moves to the lead, goes a length clear. Baraka in 2nd place, trying to stay with the leader, who begins to surge away. A-Free in 3rd place, then behind these Vizier, who's under pressure. Nirahaz is next, but it's Tilal Al-Khalidia with 250 metres to travel. A-Free coming out after the leader, who has a 4-length advantage. It is beginning to dwindle, but still Tilal Al-Khalidia is holding the sway. A-Free in 2nd place. Nirahaz moves through into 3rd, but Tilal Al-Khalidia will once again win on this card, the Abaya Arabian Classic, a dominant.
Class has come to the top here, the cream of the pack in terms of the Arabian horses.
Yeah, he might be the best Arabian in the world, and if not, he's probably 2nd best, Tilal Al-Khalidia. He's just a fantastic Arabian, looks like a thoroughbred, runs like a thoroughbred, and has a strike rate of a thoroughbred as well. 15 from 17 starts, incredible performer. Handles all kind of trips, one on turf and at the top level. I mean, what more can you say?
Absolutely, and I suppose, you know, in hindsight, for those who didn't have an interest, wasn't ridiculously priced. I think something like 4 to 6, the international price in the end.
Well, I think he went off 4 to 9, but he was originally 4 to 6. Yeah, and they kind of gifted it to him as well. I think in these Arabian races with Tilal and Asfan, you have to rough them up a little bit, otherwise they're going to win. They just allowed Adel Al-Faradi on Tilal just to sit, as you can see, right there alongside Baraka, setting the pace, not going overly hard up top, and then capitalising late. There were a couple of horses in behind that are worth following moving forward. Nirahaz is the one that I'm desperate to keep an eye on next time. Okay. He's only a 4-year-old, Nirahaz, and he was facing his elders here. He's in the black silks, white sleeves, right on the outside, in about 6th place. Eventually finishes in 3rd, and next season he could be a proper Arabian to follow. I think he's pretty smart. But he's no match for Tilal Al-Khalidia right now. And none of the horses in this field are a match. He, alongside Asfan Al-Khalidia, when he's on his favoured surface, are the best 2 in the country. There is another Arabian that we didn't get to see last week in Najib Al-Zaman, who is top quality. But apart from that, all the others are in the 2nd tier and below. And this kind of proved how dominant Tilal is.
Yeah, it's a tremendous win. 3.5 lengths is the margin in the end. El Freak will eventually, I think, get 2nd place here. But yeah, I suppose for those who were looking for bankers across the weekend, this would have been top of the pile, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he was extremely obvious going into the race. He won this race 2 years ago. Last year, he ran in the Al Manifa on turf and won that. He went to the Dubai Kahela Classic and won that. He's just an absolute beast. And as I say, he's a credit to Saudi Arabian racing and Arabian horse racing in general.
So that was one of the highlights from last weekend. We've got 2 Arabian races, of course, to bring you. They are races 10 and also the final race today, race number 12, which are both handicaps. We've got a penultimate open race of the day coming up. This is for local breds and imported horses. Race number 9 for 3-year-olds on the dirt coming up. And we are looking forward to getting your thoughts and your selections and your ideas about this race. We're all a little bit quiet at the moment, but we will, I'm sure, hear plenty from you guys watching this afternoon. Ahead of race number 9, should we check out the runners, I think, with... No, not yet. We'll do that in a second with Alex. He's just He's just getting himself prepared for. But we're going to have a very strong favourite, Tom, aren't we?
Yes.
Here, the red stable horse. He's going to be short. It's going to be odds on.
Yeah, 4-6, I believe, Ayla Malik, unless the market has changed. And rightly so. He's definitely the colt to beat in here. I'm hoping either you or Callum's not going to side with him because
I'm definitely going to side with him.
Well, that's not good news. I want to get one back in the competition. But yeah, look, he's the horse to beat. The only issue with him is the draw. His opposition, readily beatable in this kind of level. So if Ayla Malik runs his best, then he is, much like you said Talal was last week, he could be the banker of the day.
He could be the banker of the day, and he is 4-6 on the international markets. He heads the list of the runners, called now by Alex.
Thanks, Darryl. Yeah, no graphics for you here, but we'll go through the field in race number 9. As we said, this open contest, 1,600 metres. The 1 is Ayla Malik. Adel Al-Faradi will ride. The 2, Hampton Wake, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 3 is Tarahib, Tariq Al-Mansour. The 4, Al-Qaid, Rayan Al-Taraish. With the 5, Alayfa, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Number 6 is Al-Jabbar, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 7 is Anshatain, Victor Gutierrez. The 8 is Hajan, Naif Al-Anazi. The 9, Intilak, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 10, Just Riyadh, Camilo Ospina. 11 is Kings Road, Osama Al-Shirani. 12, Saydahon, Mohammed Al-Gharib. And 13, Yo Lighting, Mohammed Al-Yami. That is the field of 13 for this open event over 1,600 metres as we pop back to Callum.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, here's Ayla Malik, and to be honest, just wins. Surely. Looked fantastic in the parade ring, shining up in the coat, keen as mustard to get on with things, you can see, right on the edge, but isn't getting warm or sweaty. So plenty to like about the way this horse is handling the prelims, and I think is going to be very, very hard to beat. Let's have a look at a couple of others. We're going to track all the way back to horse number 8 is the next horse we're going to look at. Unfortunately for cameraman Mustafa, this is a bit of a trek away, and he is going to come racing past me like the good cameraman he is. Look at him turning over the feet. He's moving like Jimmy Jerkins earlier on today. And we're going to get a look at horse number 8. This is Hajam. Has plenty to find on ratings, being rated only 60. But a gorgeous type. Big legging individual. Doesn't have the most fluid of walks, but certainly looks really well. Shining up in the coat quite nicely. Got that shortened tail, but that's not too much of a negative. I would just say just probably isn't the best of walkers. You can just see in a bit of a jig jog right now, but maybe not the best of walkers, best looking when this horse is jogging up and down on the one spot. We move on to the 9, Intilak. He's a nice type. Really keen on seeing how this 3-year-old gets on, obviously. With a rating of 48, if he won this, it would be the shock of the day for sure. But he looks in great shape. A nice, well put together individual. I have no faults for him. Again, he's maybe not the smoothest walker. You could just see he's a little bit short when he walks in behind. That would be my only concern for him. And here is the 10, Just Riyadh, representing the white stable here. Typical Justify. Small, well put together individual who looks an absolute picture, shining up in the coat. Has had the one run. I'm pretty sure I was with him on stable debut. Didn't quite go to plan there. Hopefully he can take a step forward today. Look, if he can reach the potential that he has through his pedigree and how much he cost, you'd imagine he'd be a real danger here. But at the end of the day, he's yet to show that, having shown very little on debut. But don't put it past him to put forward a big performance today and give Camilo Ospina a hat-trick on the day. And finally, I just want to look at the King's Road. Horse number 11, Osama Al-Shahani on board. He's been in great form. This horse has finished second twice, fourth once in just 3 starts, and certainly holds place claims here today. Still yet to get a rating, which is intriguing, because often after 3 starts you'll get a rating. Hasn't got one just yet, and intriguing for me. Nice looking individual, quite long, will grow into that frame, and maybe a future stayer to keep on the right side of in the future. But for me, it's all about the 1 here. Keep it simple, stupid.
Well, we better have a look at this favourite then, Ayla Malik, before the price that's available disappears. So let's take you back to the 7th of February. This was an award race, finishes second, but leaves the rest trailing.
Yeah, this was a good effort. He was the only horse to really close from the back of the pack this day, made up considerable ground, and then just failed to get on times with his stable companion, owner mate, who ended up winning. The 3rd place finisher ran yesterday. Cannot remember the name, which is not ideal, but I think won. Let me check that in a few minutes. But Ayla Malik ran great, and I think a replica of this will be good enough to win this today.
Yeah, and I sense, given the enthusiasm that Callum had for that horse in the parade ring, that your wish is not going to be granted, Tom, because I think we're all going to be on one, and that'll be the first time actually, if that is the case, we've all agreed so far this afternoon, and we're up to race number 9.
Yeah, it would be. I think this is the right horse to agree on, though. This is the obvious horse of the day. Yes, sorry, I've just had a look.
Yeah,
third there was second yesterday. That was Minmith Laha. But definitely ran yesterday. So, Ayla Malik is way the horse to beat on form and official figures. And this Open has come up pretty weak.
It has. We've got an interesting runner, haven't we? States runner in the 11, King's Road. I mean, what are we drawing from that horse's participation here?
Used to be trained by Bob Baffett and Brittany Russell. Cost
Yeah.
525,000 as a yearling, but subsequently been sold for just 70 grand. Surface, no problem. But as I always say with first-time starters over here, when they've raced elsewhere, I want to see one run before anything else. And
I mean, you say that constantly, and most of the time you seem to be right. I'd love to see the statistics if they were available as to, how many win, or more importantly, how many don't win. I guess first time.
I don't remember the last one that did win.
Right.
Apart from obviously the horses that come across the Saudi Cup and whatnot, that's an
Completely
anomaly.
different.
Yeah, that's a complete anomaly. Just general purchases that move over here. I don't remember the last one that made a winning start, to be honest with you.
We're seeing a bit of money actually for just RIYADH, horse number 10 for the White Stable. They've had success, as has Camillo Espina. Of course, he's looking for a treble. This is a son of Justify. What can we expect here?
Well, he cost 210,000, and he looks a picture. I love the physical of this horse, Just RIYADH. But he was very disappointing on the debut. He only finished 12th of 20. He was expected to go close. There he is in shot. He was expected to go close and was short in the market, but just didn't turn up. Can you really support a horse that finished down the field in a maiden, now stepping up into an Open against horses in the 80s? He's not for me. He's a very short price. If he wasn't a White Stable horse, he would be double that price.
Okay.
And if he wasn't by Justify, he'd be treble the price.
Yeah, so reasons to take him on. I mean, given that he is 7-2, and we've got this King's Road, and obviously, kept fairly solid in the market because of those previous American connections. Is there an argument that says that actually, if you're back in the favourite, actually 4 to 6 is not the worst price?
I think it's a very fair price. Yeah, he's already achieved way more than any of these, and the nearest rivals have huge question marks. Whether that's travelling across in the US, making debut here. The 4 is just playing up a touch.
Arcade, that is, isn't it, on debut?
Yeah, whether it's travelling across countries or if it's actually not showing any form whatsoever so far, or even when it comes to Hampton-Wake and Tarahib, who are 8-1 and 16-1 respectively, they're just rated 70. They've got to find a stone on official ratings with Ayla Malik. I think 4 to 6 is very fair. Now, as a punter in the international market, this isn't the type of horse that I would love to play, just purely because it's quite short and you have to risk quite a lot to get a reward. But equally, from a logical perspective, it's very hard to see any other result other than Ayla Malik winning.
Do you reckon the temperatures have dropped?
It might have done, yeah. I feel like we're going to be doing the outro outside today, which will be cold. I was going to say fun, but the word I mean is cold.
Yeah, I don't really associate the word cold with fun, but anyway, let's see what happens.
We have time to convince the producer to stay indoors.
Most definitely. So you've dismissed a few of the sort of main protagonists against the favourite. Are there any then at a bit of a price that could not quite hit the jackpot, but could reach the frame, or not?
No.
No,
it's
that's
not the
honest
answer you want.
answer. No,
it's
no,
not the answer you want, but
that is the answer.
It's the truth. And you know what? I ended up putting just RIYADH second in my ratings, despite the fact he showed nothing on debut. That shows how little depth there is in this race.
Yeah.
I ended up going 1, 10, 3, 11 in terms of horse numbers. The 3 Tarahib is, I suppose, consistent, which is why I put him in third. He won a handicap on his penultimate outing. Fair effort behind a smart horse in a cup race last time, but not enough to put him on top. And when you're looking at the others at bigger prices, you've got Alcade, who was just playing up at the start there, makes debut. The mare failed to win in 3 attempts, cost just 20 grand. That horse is 12-1 in an Open, first time up. Aleifa, rated 47, not shown anything, pulled up last time. Al Shabar, the 6 horse, 10 race maiden, Thai form better than RIYADH form. Anchtane, the 7-horse, just absolutely no chance in a cup race last time and was tailed off in the maiden the time before. Hajan, the 8, has had many chances, doesn't have stamina over this trip. Interluck, the 9 to 12 race maiden. The 12, Sayedahom, was beaten a long way on his first 2 starts and now blinkers go on. And the 13, Yo Lighting's 0 from 12 and is a long-standing maiden that probably won't even be able to win in that company. So those at bigger prices, they don't appeal at all. The only thing I will say is if you offered me a match bet between the 2 and the 4, the 4 being 12 to 1 and the 2 being 16 to 1 this morning anyway, right, I would definitely take the 2 Hamp to Wake. So if you wanted one at double figures, Hamp to Wake could run a place. But I'd be shocked if he beat Ayla Malik.
Okay, that's interesting. The 2's running some decent company in the past. So I think it is a case of 1.
Definitely.
1, and I'm expecting Callum to respond with
1. Nice and easy, team. Nice and easy. If you do want to take one on, pick 1-1. That's 11, Kings Road. I think you've got some decent American form to go to war with. Cost $525,000 as a foal. Big that up to $500,000 as a yearling, then only cost 70 grand, having finished second in 2 of the 3 career starts. Think of one of those that slipped through the net and probably didn't have the best of vet reports. So maybe it might not be as half a decent horse as the form reads, but you know you've got the surface isn't going to be a problem. You know he's been in good hands and maybe he can take a big step forward. But yeah, if it's very hard to go against the 1, and I am going to do just that. Not often do we find that the horse who is the top of the market is the paddock pick. It kills me sometimes, as we saw in the first 2 races, where the 2 favourites could never be the paddock picks and end up winning well. But on this occasion, the favourite is also the pick of the yard, which is nice. It will give me every chance. Just on the wrong side of the vet tape, though, that's a concern. That does not fill me with any joy at the moment. Getting walked around. Hopefully they're just separating him from the rest of the field, Ayla Malik. Doesn't seem to be too much concern from Adele on board, but deep intake of breath, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll find out more, if there is anything more to find out, as they continue to circle down at the start. Alcade was the debutant, who you see in shot here with the cheek pieces noseband combination. Got a bit worked up down at the start. The 12, Sayedahom is the horse you're just looking at there. Got very worked up in the parade ring. And then you're seeing the 10 as well, just RIYADH, arguably one of the better looking ones in this field, but that debut was very, very poor. If I had to find a horse to finish in the runner-up spot, if I had to find one at a price, Kings Road would be the way I'd go. But Alex Fussy is our man in the sky, our voice from above. Ayla Malik, call him home, Alex.
I will try my very best to do just that for you guys as they continue with the load. I don't think there was anything untoward there with Ayla Malik. Was just being kept away from the others, but not for any sort of veterinary reason. As the next few filter forwards, Kings Road just taking place. Another couple to come in here, Yo Lighting, one of those, and also going in is Al Shabar. Then we'll have Alcade, who's drawn towards the inner, or right on the inner in stall number 1, just turning side on at the moment. Hajan, Nefalanazi's mount, also about to be offered up, just going side on as well. Has got quite warm between the back legs there. The 8-horse, Hajan. Ayla Malik has gone in okay. So last couple now being encouraged forwards. Bit of pushing needed for Alcade, but extra hands helping to win that argument. And then Intilak into stall number 2 is going to be our final one. And there we go, standing by. Edgy in stall 7, Hajan settles and they're off and racing. Not the best of breaks at all for Alcade down on the inside. Didn't want to go in and has been very sluggish to get out as well. This open event over 1,600 metres. Let's see where the early gallop comes from. Leifar right in the centre, showing good early speed, and also pushing up is just RIYADH from a wider berth. Down on their inside is Kings Road, who holds the inner line. So Kings Road has got it. It's a half-length early advantage, showing from Leifar in second. Back in third place then is Tara Heeb. They're being followed by Just Riyadh and Ham to Wake, who's in against the fence with the white cap. Jan down in midfield, travelling okay is Ayla Malik at the moment. In fact, travelling very powerfully. Two from the outside, the red jacket. Has got one wider, that's Anstein, who's out wide at the moment as they go onwards to the turn. Al-Qaid has passed a few back down the order. Intilak struggling to land a blow. Al-Shabar is also in rear, and Sayed Al-Hom is the overall back marker. Coming towards the top of the home run then, working inside the final 600. And up top it's Alayfar in front, but up on the outside now, Ayla Malik starts to make the move. He's breezing up. Here comes Ayla Malik. Around the outside to press on and join issue with King's Road. These two sweep past. Alayfar is back in third, and then in fourth place is Tara Heed, but now Ayla Malik is being sent for the line into a two-length advantage. Down on the inside, King's Road is Plug Heat. Tara Hib is running on strongly down the centre, actually. He's going to move into second. Ayla Malik, though, has got a three-length buffer, and good job that buffer's there because Tara Hib is getting closer. Ayla Malik, though, job done. Beating Tara Heb into second. King's Road finished in third, and Alayfar, the pace setter, the next one in. Success for the one, Ayla Malik, and well done everyone. Whole team fancying this individual, and obviously a strong favourite has done it in a time of 1:41.95 on the clock. It was the nice strong move into the straight, sweeping around the outside that really sealed the race, managed to get clear up the straight, and in the end has won by 2 1/4 lengths, and some credit to Tara Heeb, who ran on full pressure in second to get a little nearer as the line loomed, but was never going to get past Ayla Malik, of course. King's Road, solid enough display, clocking in third. That was race 9. Order of finish 1, 3, 11 and 5.
So here's the result. We could have written the winner in really before the race started, in fairness. I don't know. Ayla Malik, though, as expected, has justified strong confidence there. Beats Tara Heeb, and King's Road, the ex-American third. Al-Ifar got fourth, but yeah, no sweat really for Adele on the favourite.
Never in doubt. Always travelled well. Was 5 wide, which wasn't ideal, but moved through the race beautifully on the home turn, powered up to the leaders, kicked clear.
And for the first time this afternoon, Callum, we all agreed, and thank goodness we're all on the right one.
Yes, team, triple kiss of death has worked out very nicely, and Ayla Malik has absolutely cruised to victory there. Adel Al-Faredi is just the picture of confidence. He's battled back with 2 winners today to match Camillo and Mohammed, but he just oozes confidence when he's in a good position. You think, oh, you've not broken well, oh, you're 5 wide on the bend, oh, you've got to find plenty of speed, but Mr. Al-Qahtani's horse has absolutely gagged in towards the end. The story is King's Road. How do you rate him? The second was the 70 rated Tara Heeb. Now I would reckon Tara Heeb would run to maybe a mark of about 73, which I would put King's Road in at 70, which should mean he can qualify for a 0-70 handicap in his next start and might be very, very dangerous on that, his second start in Saudi Arabia. But let's focus on the winner, Ayla Malik, who has done that well. He looked very good in the parade ring, and he's still fairly keen walking back in. I think he could go round again, and Abdullah Al-Qahtani, your winning trainer, will be happy with that. Another red stable victory. Things we love to see. I might see if I can grab a word with Abdullah Al-Qahtani very quickly. I'll just work out my cameraman is with me. He's on the phone right now, and then once he just finishes on the phone, we'll see if we can grab a very quick word with him. He's talking to the big boss now. I can feel this. Congratulations, well done.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
He's a very impressive horse to look at, but then when he races as well, he's so fast.
Yeah, thanks to God, he ran very well, and inshallah, God willing, inshallah, he will. Inshallah, next season, inshallah will win big cup, inshallah.
That'll be the plan. Go and enjoy the celebration. Thank you very much. Yes, that was Abdullah Al-Qahtani, your winning trainer, who has got Ayla Malik to victory here. Good-looking individual and a well-earned victory.
Yeah, nice afternoon for Adel Al-Faradi. Well done to Abdullah Al-Qahtani, the trainer. Second winner for the Red Stable, second winner for Adel. The top jocks, I think, have all had 2 each, haven't they? The leading 3 riders. So, yeah, they're all very much amongst the winners today, as hopefully everybody watching is as well, because it's been a day of, well, not much has gone wrong if you're following favourites, and nothing was going wrong here.
No, he was dominant. This is the most obvious winner of the day by some stretch. Obviously, we've had plenty of favourites, but this was the one coming into the race that looked a banker. And I wouldn't use that word lightly. It's dashed around too much on social media. This was the banker, this horse can't lose. This one, on all form, couldn't lose, and he hasn't. He's won decisively. Maybe he didn't quick and clear for the margin that I was expecting in the home straight, but you don't get paid out on margin. Not in this game, anyway. Yeah, he was never in doubt.
Let's have a look at it from the start. Look, the favourite has been sort of dropped into the pack and was working his way through, wasn't he? From there he is. He was about 8th or something at the moment, in behind the pace.
Yeah, just sat in mid-division. Adele's never keen to rush to the front, which is the great thing about Adele and why he has so much success. He's very much like the Irad Ortiz Jr. of Saudi racing, as I keep saying. He has tactical nous and knows when to push forward and when to sit back. More often than not, he'll take a pull because races do develop early on the dirt, and he was keen to race behind horses here. Pitched Ayla Malik 5 wide going into the turn, just about now, but he's always cruising along. He's always in a nice spot, and albeit there is a little bit of interference with just RIYADH in front and also Tarahib, also just causing a little bit of scrimmaging and forcing Ayla Malik a touch wide. That's about to happen in the Red Silks. Once Adele let the handbrake off, he moved through to the lead like he was just out for a casual stroll. About now, watch the Red Silks.
Yep.
In the space of about 10 strides, he goes from 5th, 4th, 3rd, about to take 2nd, and in front by the top of the home straight. Now it was race over. It was about how far he was going to win.
Yeah, those pictures are brilliant, aren't they, to show that kind of move through the field. Now, what about Kings Road? What do we take away from Kings Road? Just nabbed in the end for second place by Tarahib, but which of those two, if either, would you take forward?
Can I say neither? Yeah. I had Tarahib down for 3rd in this race, and he ran the race I was expecting. He's a consistent sort, but I don't know how much upside there is to him. He ran 2nd. That's probably as good as he is and as good as he will ever be. I think he's a proper 3-year-old rather than a horse that's going to progress. Kings Road ran fine. I wasn't with this horse. As I say, I had him 4th in, but only by default, really. I don't think they're going to get many races out of him. It's very hard to improve off Bob Baffert, and if he's willing to let one go after 2 starts, then they're usually not much cop. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Give him time. Son of Quality Road eventually back in 3rd, but it was all about one horse, and Ayla Malik, a storm to victory. And if you were cheering, having had a little bit of interest, get in touch. Let us know on the YouTube channel, of course. We've had lots of correspondence from everybody watching today, and we'd love to hear from you as well. In fact, Malcolm, who was on, I think, much earlier on, has come back to say had to follow the confidence in the team, which is good to hear. And it was the first time, unusually perhaps for us, that we all agreed. I mean, sometimes we never agree, but actually all agreed in terms of selections.
Yeah, we have been 2 on one horse and 1 on another today, but that's the first time all 3 of us have been in. Thanks, Mal, for sticking around for the whole show as well. Yeah. That's fantastic, isn't it?
That's dedication. Yeah, absolutely. Just the 3 races to come if you want to get the full house, of course. Race 10 coming up. Before we go to that, let's go back and have a look at this big sprint race from last weekend. This was the RIYADH Dirt Sprint. We showed you this VT, actually, didn't we? Because it was relevant to this afternoon. But let's have a look at the full race.
Group 2, RIYADH Dirt Sprint, and they're off. An awkward beginning form, Igniter. A straight no chaser bounds really well right out in the centre. Taken on, however, by Jasper Krone, who will be their hare. Jasper Krone leads straight no chaser in second place early on, and Sastral Land settles in third place on the inside of Nonsense. Also in that line at this stage is Gabby's sister. Wider out, showing speed, is Muqtahem, and then behind these we have Power of Beauty. At this stage, Remake is well back in the field in company with Saudade and also Chikapa on the inside. Now in the lead, straight no chaser leads Jasper Krone by half a length past halfway. Muqtahem is in third. In fourth place on the outside, white and blue of Power of Beauty, trying to make some ground from the back. The light blue and red of Remake, but it's well back as straight no chaser leads them into the straight. Straight no chaser has the lead. Muqtahem a mighty race in second. Jasper Krone from the back trying to stay on his Gabby's sister, but the Japanese runners have a lot of work to do. It's straight no chaser who has the lead. Muqtahem running this big race in second, and still there's distance back to Gabby's sister, who is in third place. Late on the scene for a place is Remake, but straight no chaser, the Breeders' Cup winner, will win the RIYADH Dirt Sprint for My Racehorse Dan Blacker, and comes home in front for John Velasquez.
Well, lovely to see John Velasquez here, of course, and riding the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, and beating, of course, we talked about this yesterday, weren't we, with Thamer in Muqtahem, who's run a crazy race at a big price to get second.
Yeah, he ran great for the locals, and this was Al Dahani's best performer of the weekend. But it was all about straight no chaser. I spoke to Dan Blacker at lunch prior to this race, and I said, there's speed inside, there's speed outside, what are you going to do with straight no chaser? Because he sat in a stalking role in the Breeders' Cup Sprint before winning. And he went, we're faster than them. So I was like, okay.
Simple as, yeah.
Okay, and he was. Dan was spot on. And he was dominant from the outset. A great victory for a trainer who maybe hasn't had too many top quality horses so far in his career, but is still in the infancy of training. And they're going to Dubai next with the hope of winning another Grade 1.
Yeah, the Golden Shaheen,
yeah. Johnny Velasquez, being Johnny Velasquez, I guess. Just the GOAT he is, if you want to use that term. Muqtahem ran well in second, as we've already talked about. Gabby's sister, another one for Japan in third. And Hala, Frank the Form. She finished fourth
today, yeah, of course, back in fourth. I mean, you watch that again now, and I suppose Hala's done a little bit to boost the form, 6 days on. So there we are, that was one of the highlights from last weekend. Now, 3 races to bring you today. Don't forget, of course, tomorrow, we're going to be on air much later because of Ramadan. So local time, 8:30 first race tomorrow, Tom.
9 o'clock, isn't it?
Sorry, 9 o'clock,
yeah. Yes.
I'll probably be ready at 8:30, but it'll be first race at 9 o'clock. You're absolutely right. And just the 8 races tomorrow. So wherever you're watching from, just bear that in mind. 9 o'clock local time here. Last race, midnight 30 here tomorrow for us into Sunday morning. Right. Let's go to Alex then. First of the 2 Arabian races coming up this handicap, Alex.
Yes, thanks, Daryl. Yeah, we've got an Arabian handicap next, 0 to 55. Once again, can take you through the runners and riders here. Number 1 is Kafouk, Thab Al-Timyat. The 2 is Al-Muzon, Naif Al-Nazi. 3, Zuko, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 4 is Ajjal Athba, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 5 is Zeryab Entlak, that is Tariq Al-Mansour. The 6 is Jawahar de Violet, Mohammed Al-Habib. 7 is Miadab, Abdullah Al-Saidi. And the 8, Anis, Mohammed Al-Gharib. Number 9 is Aswan, Abdullah Al-Credis. And the 10, Naham, Nawaf Al-Farouz. 11 is Hadla Al-Mogharit, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 12, Soyul Al-Gaya, Feras Al-Sunaitan. 13 is Ez Al-Shahadam, Rakan Al-Ubaid. 14, Al-Wazir, Nawaf Al-Muriani. And the 15, the last one, Rarit Al-Barika. The 16 doesn't go here. So 15 runners in this 0 to 55 Arabian handicap.
Thank you, Alex. Let's have a look at these in the parading. We'll start with the 2. Al-Mazon is the first one we'll look at. Lovely walker, but has been in very poor form recently. Certainly well into that winter coach as well, which would be a slight concern. Has some nice dappling on the hindquarters and a very pretty face, and goes for connections that will have a big winner in them. But the Calaf Racing individual may find this all a bit too tough. But in the 0 to 55 now, has an opportunity to bounce right back to form of a mark of 55. Let's go back to the 3. This is a nice type. This is Zoko, a horse that comes here with a couple of duck eggs next to the name. 6 on his the start, 3 starts to go. He looks in great shape. Has got those really fancy blinkers on, covers the ground quite nicely as he moves. But again, you're talking about low-grade fare. This horse looked fit and certainly should not be ignored. Let's make our way back through them. Let's focus on the 7 here. That's the next one we're going to have a look at. Metayab is the 7 in the pink, just coming towards us now. Chestnut looks really, really well, covering the ground quite nicely. He's a 9-year-old now, but he did a big effort to come 3rd last time out. Quite petite-looking type, typical purebred Arabian, but is handling everything with aplomb and walking out with a nice bounce to the stride as well. That would be the biggest paddock positive so far. We go back to Anise, who is the 8. This is why you'd like the 8 here. Look, a big, strong, robust type of horse who's been in cracking form recently, a couple of seconds to the name. Surely this horse has every opportunity to turn that 2 into a 1 today. Got all the headgear on, no surprise there. Got the padded breastplate on as well, which you don't see too often, and looks very nice indeed. Carrying himself with plenty to like about him. The 11-year-old here makes start number 13 in Saudi Arabia. It wouldn't be a surprise if he'd been running in other jurisdictions. We're going to make our way through. The last one we want to take a quick peep at is horse number 14. This is the last of them. This is one that just caught my eye constantly. Now you're looking at a horse right at the bottom of a 0 to 55. It's the 48 rated Al Wazir, who looks in really good shape. Just a very well put together individual. The neck is a little bit long, but the back end is nice. It's a nice flat back, and it's a good active walk as well. So plenty to like about the 14. On ratings, he'd have plenty to find in a normal race, but this is a purebred Arabian 0 to 55, and he cannot be discounted. But the pick for me, boys, is very boring. It's Anise, the 8. Got the best form and certainly the most robust in this field.
Yeah, and his favourite as well, although it's again a very, very open market. You're probably not surprised to hear that. 4 to 1, and Nice, the French-bred Jawahir de Violette is on 5 to 1. That's the 6 on the card, and 13 to 2, Al Mizon, and also the 3 Zoko, and the 7 who is Miatab. So, yeah, really competitive. 0 to 55. Not going to be easy, but well, you look at me, maybe it is easy, Tom, I don't know.
No, let me run you through some of these horses' strike rates.
Okay.
And I'll say
Will
the
I
number.
be impressed?
No.
No.
The number of the horse followed by the strike rate.
Okay.
1, 0 from 5. 2, 0 from 6. 3, 0 from 10. 4, 0 from 20. 5, 0 from 4. 6, 0 from 15. 7, 0 from 21. 8, 5 from 12.
Oh.
And that's why the horse is favourite.
That's why the horse is favourite. More from us in a mo.
Thank you very much, team. Calaf Racing Saddle Al Mazoun here. It's been a tough time for you of late. They've not all been running well, but there seems to be a little bit of a turnaround in form now, Kyle.
Yes. We already start planning the next season. So, right, yes. We changed trainer, everything. We is getting ready for the next season. This filly, we decided to give a last shot to him because she's very good in the grass. She ran 2 times in France, 2 seconds, very good pedigree. But here in the sand, she never going well. So we decided to give her last chance. If she not doing well today, she go breeding because very good pedigree. And we are already planning the next season.
And this season has been strange because you made that move midway through the season, changing the trainers. Talk to me more about that, why it occurred, and then what's been the sort of result of that, because it's not been easy.
Yes. Because the trainer we have when they arrived here was a new trainer. And this lack of experience, he was affecting a little bit the horses, especially in the big races. So the boss decided to change and give it to other trainer with a little bit more experience. And because he entered in the middle of the season, he told, I don't have too much to do. And the boss say, okay, no problem. Let's wait for the next season. And hopefully we're going to get better results for next year.
And would you have any new horses coming through next season? We know that the circle with purebred Arabian, with the amount of breeding that goes on, there's always a chance to get more horses in.
Yes. We have maybe, we just arrived 18 babies with almost 2 years now. We don't know if they're going to race with 3 years, but we're going to try. If anyone good enough, and with the joints good to start training. We keep following this, and we have maybe new horses coming from outside also.
Hugely exciting. If this year didn't work out, we wish you all the best of luck for next season and the best of luck in this race as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to get some input there as the runners prepare to make their way out onto the track. Now, you were going through your stats. We came to a halt, but I guess if you picked up, are we dealing with similar kind of moderate strike rates?
Yes. So as I say, horse number 5, Anis, is 5 from 12. All the horses above him in the race card are winless. Then horse 6 also has several wins to his name, 4 from 43. Then 0 from 22, 0 from 19, 1 from 14, 1 from 16, 0 from 7, 0 from 4. Long story short, there are 2 horses that have won multiple races. All the remainder have either won once and look thoroughly exposed and limited, or, like the majority, they're all maidens. So that surely tips it in the favour of a horse that's won 5 times in Anis. And yeah, you might look and go, well, he's an 11-year-old. He's had plenty of chances. Fine, maybe he's won 5 times, but he's not going to be the force of old. I caveat that by saying I think he actually posted a career best last night when he finished second. And therefore, he has to be my pick as well and the favourite.
He's going to be my pick as well, and it is partly down to that strike rate, although there is kind of, you can do lots of things with stats, and here's something I'm going to take your 5 from 12, which he's won. I'm going to say, well, actually, he won his first 5 races, and he's lost his subsequent 7.
Sure.
But he might still be good enough to beat this group anyway on the back of the run last time out, where he ran second over the 2000 and has consistency.
Yeah, and that second last time, he showed some fight, some actual desire to win, which the majority of these don't have. He beat Mir Tab, the 7 horse, who finished 1 place behind in 3rd. There's no reason for that form to be reversed, on what I can see. There are also a couple of others behind, the likes of, bear with me, 14, who finished way behind the pair. That was Al Wazir, finished 9th in that race. And I think there was one other as well, but I'm not quite sure which one. But anyway, long story short, Anis is way the horse to beat. He might not be overly appealing as a 50-rated 11-year-old Arabian.
No, but in this company.
But in this company, a very, very weak race, he ticks a lot more boxes than others. There are a couple of maidens that I've got on my shortlist. The 4-horse Ajzal Athab, but he's had 20 starts, but at least he's been running relatively well over these kind of course and distance races. And Kafuk, those 2 are closely matched on piece of form from 2 runs back, but they are limited, and it's hard to suggest either of those are capable of winning. So Anis is the pick for me.
Yeah, and Anis is going to be the pick for me as well, despite my reference to the fact that he hasn't won a race of late, but that is just the fact that he's got that form in the book, and he's certainly better than these. What I love is this from Fabian. In fact, Fabian, as he sent the message in here. 8 to beat 7 to beat 9 to beat 2. There you go.
That's confidence, that is. To come up with the top 4, I'd be happy with just the winner.
Takes some doing. I don't know how that compares to your.
Say that again. 8 7
7 9 2.
Okay, so I've got 8 7 4 1. So we're matching on the forecast.
Oh, okay.
Which is a good sign.
It is a good sign, and the second horse is, 5th down in the market here. So
yeah,
that's a playable forecast, definitely, even if you're not following Fabian in all the way. With the 4, but I just love that enthusiasm for
sure
trying to sort that race out in this particular manner.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
So I've given you the pros as to why Anis is my pick and why he's the horse to win. Now I'm going to give you a negative.
Right. Okay.
The jockey, Mohammed Al Gharib, claims 4 kilos, never had a winner. 0 from 23.
Yes, of course, the 4 kilo claim. Yeah.
That's a bit of a negative.
Regular jockey on this horse, as far as we know, or I'd have to look that up, to be honest. But
I don't think so. Is the answer.
Oh no, he has ridden. He's ridden a few times. Yeah, certainly the last 4 starts. So,
okay.
Yeah, so knows the horse.
Yeah. Yet to ride a winner though.
I mean, this is obviously a race that's not going to take a lot of winning, and at the end of the day, we are having to come up with selections. There are races where you might be prepared to just say, I'll pass and move on to the next.
Definitely this one.
But we're not in that position. So hopefully, though, if you're listening and watching and trying to weigh up our thoughts, you're taking that into account.
Yes.
I mean, having had the gift of all gifts in the previous race,
This is the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a gift that I would like to give back.
Yeah, re-gift.
Yeah, take it back, get a refund, go again. Yeah, I like the 8 on top. I like the 7 in second. They've got similar form, but the 8's managed to win before and the 7 hasn't. And the 4 and the 1, they've also got similar form, but probably a cut below. 2 form lines that I thought were standouts. The others are much of muchness. The 6, Jawahir de Violettes, who's 5-1, second favourite, I think, in the international market, or was anyway, is a front runner. So if you like the 6, she should at least be forwardly placed. However, she's been running over 2,000 metres, not getting home. She finished down the field in this grade last time, no excuse, and was tailed off. On that run, very hard to suggest she's worth a bet of 5-1.
I must just say, actually, I've only just spotted this. There is a late scratch, isn't there, or later scratch than we had, because the 1 is out.
Oh, really?
It's not run.
Okay,
so,
did not know that.
Yeah, Kafuka's gone. So apologies for not referencing that earlier. I'm sure, well, I know Alex would have done when he ran through the car, but I must admit, passed me by. Right, they are down at the post, getting ready to go behind. Race 10 of the 12 we have. So selection-wise, not with the greatest confidence in the world, but we are on the 8, yes?
Yeah, both on the 8.
Both on the 8, and I think Callum might be as well.
I am also on the 8. 8, 8, 8. We're all involved with this one. It was very hard to look elsewhere, really, in the paddock. The only other one I can give a very positive shout out to was the 3, who also looked in great shape. But the 8 is the pick for me. Keep it simple again. And look, we all teamed up with one in our last race. Can we do it again here? Hopefully we can. I love it. I love it when the favourite actually looks the best in the field. It's really nice. It makes my life a little bit easier. No doubt. If I was able to pick favourites all the way through, I think I'd be far ahead of Tom Collins in the tipping competition. But hey, it is what it is. That wasn't a veiled jab at Tom there and his constant selection of short price favourites. But you know, we'll get there. I'm going to go sticking with the 8. I thought the 7 looked well enough in the parade ring too. I think the 2. Okay, really interesting here from Kyle there. It's the sort of last roll of the dice before she takes up a new career as a broodmare. As you mentioned, she's got a beautiful European purebred Arabian pedigree, but whether she's able to handle the dirt is another matter altogether. So we're all sticking with the 8. Alex Fussy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, going forwards here, can we have another team winner? Of course, that happened in our previous race. Will it happen this time with Anis, the 8-horse, in here? They are loading up. In fact, that runner's just about to go in, the 8 slotting forwards. We're about halfway through this loading process at the moment. Asuan about to head up in red and black colours. Several greys in this lineup. Here goes Zoko, one of those. Also moving in is the 13 Ez Al Shadham. 4 goes in as Jal Athbar, and the 14 Al Wazir is one of the last. Just waiting for that one. Stall 1 is about to appear right in that near camera shot at the moment. Rest of the runners appear to be pretty settled, and there comes our last one shooting into the gates. So we are all in. They're off. Jumped out here over the 1800 metre trip in this 0 to 55 Arabian handicap. A decent enough start made in the centre by the 6, Jawahir de Violettes, who wanted to be quite handy. Also some good early speed for Hadla Al Mokhtarit, and on the outside of rivals now, Miatab, the pink jacket, is just steering wider and slowly moving on through the show. So that one will gradually ease across. The pace early is not all that strong, actually. It's an uncontested lead for this one, as the 7 crosses and just slightly checks up Sayul Al Gaya, the 12, who will sit in behind. So 7 over 12, midway along the far side at the moment. These are the front 2 then. They're being followed through by Naham, who races in 3rd, green jacket with the black sleeves. Also just following the leading line at the moment is Jawahir de Violettes, racing down on the inside, Hadla Al Mokhtarit, looking back into midfield to find the likes of Al Muzon, also covered up at the moment, Asuwan. Check jacket back down the order, black and yellow, is Zoko. Al Wazir is in against the running rail, also well held up at this point in time as they start the left-handed turn. Looking out for Anis, is quite wide on the course, in fact very wide, but is starting to make a little bit of headway. So coming towards home, heading inside the final, 700 or so at this point, and up top it is still Mia Tubb with the advantage. A couple of lengths is the lead, but it's a dwindling margin because Ez Al Shadham has cruised on past. In behind them, Anis is picking up though, and has now moved into third position. Zerab Entlark is giving way in behind, and then Jawahar de Violets, who's trying to box on from pressure, but Ez Al Shadham moved into the race very strongly. It has the call. 2 lengths the advantage. Is lugging off the inside position, but is still in the clear as they're heading close for home. One who's rushing home is Al Wazir from off the speed. Still plugging there on the outside, Jawahar de Violette, and getting nearer now. The leader's getting weary. Gonna get caught. Jawahar de Violette has got up. Handling late on. Ez Al Shadham has been collared. Eventually only second. Close for third. Al Wazir ran on and joined Anis on the line. Victory for the 6. Jawahar de Violette, who's gone on to win in a time of 2:09.75. Mohammed Al Habib getting a good tune out of this one late on, but I think the eventual second has got very leg weary close to home, having made that bid for glory at the top of the straight. Looked to have it, well, I wouldn't say wrapped up, but looked to have it inside the final couple of hundred, and then the legs went everywhere, started to turn to jelly, and has been collared. Al Wazir does get third, rushing home that one from a very uncompromising position. So that one's done well to eventually finish in third over Anis in fourth. A nose officially between that pair. That was race 10, an exciting finish. 6, 13, 14 and 8, the order home.
Well, it was to be the 6th, wasn't it, and a maiden win. It's taken a while for Jawahar de Violette to come through and win, but Mohammed Al Habib has got this mare home to beat number 13, Ez Al Shadham. Al Wazir getting up for third, and the disappointing Anis, who moved round the bend to try and get the contention, but only fourth in the end.
Yeah, he was used up very early. We almost had a Mohammed Al Habib versus Mohammed Al Gharib finish there. Which would have been one for the ages. But Anis just got really tired in the home straight, and it looked like he was going to win around the home turn, just weakened out of things. A good ride on the eventual winner though, held up in the early part on a front runner, a usual front runner. But today, different tactics proved to be the trick, and she's off the mark at the 16th attempt.
Yep, she went off favourite last time, beaten favourite on that occasion, but she wins. I think she was second or third choice in the market. Let's get more with Carol.
Thank you guys. Jawahar de Violette breaks the maiden at the 16th time of asking in a typical purebred Arabian finish. Absolute thriller down to the line with 4 all involved. Quick shout out to the jockey aboard the 8. We saw James McDonald last week not be able to win on arguably one of the best horses in the world, going 5 wide around the turn. So why on earth would you go 7 wide around the turn? I don't know, but hopefully that young man will learn from the experience and improve with time. But take nothing away from our winner, who has just about reeled in the second. He ran a very, very mighty race. Flashing home for third with Al Wazir, who stuck to the paint like a limpet and was able to rattle home to finish in third as well. Good performance here from your winner, who eventually breaks the maiden here. Came into this race rated 51. I don't imagine will go much higher. Maybe could double up in 0 to 55 company again before the end of the season.
Thank you very much. There's the winning rider coming in, Mohammed Al Habib, who's taken our 10th race on the card here. And yeah, it wasn't a race that was going to take a lot of winning, Tom. And to be fair, the winner, Joa de Violette, was, say, third, I think, in the market, or fourth in the market. Certainly given a chance.
Yeah, she finished runner-up over 2,000 on a penultimate outing. Yeah. So she had recent form, at least, and also she had proven stamina over further, which helped her today. I didn't like her in the race, I have to admit. 0 from 15, hard to trust any horse that's 0 from 15, and she's been very inconsistent. But good for Connections. They finally managed to get a victory next to her name. She's only 5, so she's open to some improvement still.
She is, and she's got that sort of monkey off the back, so to speak, and goes on to win. Is there any more that the jockey on her knees could have done here? Turned in and gave us a little bit of hope, but...
No, I don't think so. I slightly disagree with Callum. Look, he had to go wide to get a clean trip. There was horses inside. I don't know, unless you held on to him longer, but then you were risking the front runners getting away from you. I just think the horse doesn't find too much under pressure, which is a bit of a negative. But he's a smooth traveller, isn't he? And if you were playing him running, then he would have been the most obvious winner turning from home.
so far back at this very early stage, I think he's only probably got, 1, 2 behind.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, 2 behind, but that's not a terrible position in such a long-distance Arabian race, especially for 0 to 55 rated horses. So, they're not able to sustain their efforts for a long period of time. The leader at this point was Miatab, who ends up finishing, I think, 6th, maybe worse, can't remember. But the jockey, Abdullah Al-Saidi, goes for an early lead and tries to dictate from the front. It just goes too quick. And any horse that's up there with the pace just pays for that. The 12, Sual Al-Gaya, finishes nowhere. I suppose Jawahar de Violette's the eventual winner isn't too far back. It's currently in 5th. But the other horses up there with the speed just end up tailing off. And it does go the way of those that are more patiently ridden.
Yeah, I guess that was the angle, wasn't it, to play ultimately. But here it is again from the start. And I think the other one that was up with the pace was the 10, Naham. That was close up as well in the green and the black. But and the jockey's looking around for dangers on the one in front. He's probably wondering how long I'm going to be able to sustain this advantage. And not much longer is the answer.
Yeah, he's just gone too quick. I think he realised that, and then he has to ask the horse for a little bit of effort, turning for home, and Miatab just had nothing in the locker. This is where Anise starts to make ground up wide on the track in the two-tone blue silks. It's currently 6 wide on the turn, but is able to power through and looks ominous, really. On the outside, looks like he's definitely going to win.
Yeah, I think travelling well enough at this stage, and if you were prepared to get involved beforehand on her knees, we all made this runner our selection, but for reasons already explained, you would have been in a fairly healthy position, you would have thought, here turning in, but unfortunately it doesn't transpire to work out the way it appeared as though it might at this particular point in the race.
I wonder if Connections will think about dropping him back to 1600.
Yeah, possibly so.
Just doesn't find much off the bridle. Quite clearly talented enough to win in a poor 0 to 55 grade, but he doesn't give everything to his rider late in the race. He is an 11-year-old now. I doubt he'll have many more seasons in him, but there's probably a race there. If they wanted to drop him down to 1600, I'm sure he'll be able to find a similarly dismal, to be polite,
winnable,
winnable
race,
contest. But today
definitely
wasn't the day.
Look, we're going to move on shortly to race number 11, which is a really good race to get stuck into if you are just joining us. Stick around a bit longer, because race number 11 is a really good open coming up. Horses rated in the 90s at the top, and then we'll be back with the Arabians for 150,000 Saudi Riyal race, which is the handicap much better grade, up to 95 for that, Tom. So for those who have just joined us sort of late in the day, we're taking away from the racing today. It's been a very good day for following the markets probably as much as anything else. Yeah,
we've seen quite a lot of favourites on the card. I think maybe 7, but it might be a couple more. Farmer Al-Dahani had a great start with Transferred. I think that performance is the one that I would take away from this.
That was very good, wasn't it?
Yeah. Once we go off air, scroll back through, go right to the start of the show and watch the first race. That was really impressive. White Stable had a couple of nice winners as well. The first-time starter was strong, as was Halar, who returned just 6 days after running the Saudi Cup meeting, and Red Stable had a couple as well. So it's been It's been a good day. We've seen some nice horses. Ayla Malik and Hala probably being the nicest too. I would suggest
I'd go along with that, yeah. Definitely.
This next open race could feature an even better type.
Yeah, this is good, isn't it? Let's see how the market is shaping up before we get to runners, riders, etc. So National Gallery is the favourite, 11-4 on the international prices. Number 9, Alaham, is at 4-1 and 7's bar those. Fabian has been back on already in Singapore. Thank you. Well, it's great to know where everybody is, so thank you for that. I'm loving this. Is going to play. I thought for a moment he was going to go with the first 5 prediction, but he's not. I've slightly misread. Race 11. So 12 will be the selection. Swing the Ring, who is not too far from the top end of the market. 12, 9, 22 and 2 to be going on with. Swing the Ring. And Tom McKay is going to go with the 2 or the 6. And literally just arriving is, hey, this is Ray from Perth. I'm wondering if that's Perth, Australia, Ray?
I think it is.
It's got to be, hasn't it? As opposed to Perth in Scotland, for example. He says, at least I get 2 races. So I'm guessing you are just joining the fold. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you with us. So I'm loving this international flavour to the correspondence this afternoon.
It's great, isn't it? Thank you very much.
A little map so we can go.
Yeah, thank you all for
from,
commenting in. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, we do appreciate it. We really do. And hopefully you're enjoying everyone else's selections coming in and the chat and the banter. And of course, one of my favourite parts of the programme every race is the reading of the runners and riders with Alex.
Thank you very much indeed, Darryl. Let's have a look at this field for race 11. It's an open race then, isn't it? 2,000 metres is the trip. The 1, Al Mulhem, topping the order here, 94 rated, so one of the top-tier performers. The 2, National Gallery, Tariq Al Mansour, will be on board. No, number 3. 3 is out, that's a non. Yatafel is the 4. Ferras Al Sunaitan does the steering. 5 is next, Jumanat Al Reem, and then we've got the 6, Mashur Eddie Castro. 7 is Parchemin, Osama Al Sharani. The 8, Western City, Mohammed Al Daham. Number 9 is Alaham, Fahad Al Furedi. The 10, Gesture, Alexis Moreno. The 11 is Labe, Asil Al Shahani. And the 12, Swing the Ring, Adel Al Furedi. 13, The Goat, Ali Al Mutib. 14, Al Albani, Naif Al Anazi. 15 is Al Makam, Camilo Ospina. 16, Commander Hector, Abdullah Al Saidi. 17 is Kanud for Mohammed Al Yami. 18, Time Najd, gets a run. No 19, that one's out, that's a non. 20 next is Thrubi, Abdullah Al Lawfi. 21, Compliant, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And the other reserve in is the 22, Arabic Welcome. That's your field then for race 11, this open event over 2,000 metres, as we go back to Darryl and Tom.
Thank you, Alex. Alex will call the race, of course, as he has done through the course of this 12-race programme, race number 11 coming up. We are liking this race. It's a 0-95 open handicap. Oh, I said 0-95. It's an open race, not a handicap. The top rated's a 98, actually, but there's a lot of horses in the 90s. And we want to show you a little bit of VT. We want to show you National Gallery, who is trading as the 11-4 favourite. And we will do that right now with this run on the grass. Which sees him finish second on this occasion, Tom.
Yeah, he won this day.
Did he win? Sorry,
yes.
I've written win down. I've
read
the second out.
It was just a great ride from Ricardo. Dictated matters and ended up winning really comfortably. Do you know who that horse is in second? That is Miyagi, who came out and won an International Jockeys Challenge race last Friday in blistering fashion. So the form is boosted, but, big but, different surface today. Runs on dirt. Not as good on dirt as turf.
Yeah, that was turf, that was a win, and that was National Gallery under Tariq Al Mansour, who is currently the 11-4 favourite on the international markets. Let's drop in a selection from Malcolm, who wins the award for the most loyal of viewers this afternoon. Maybe his YouTube channel is stuck and he can't get off. I don't know. He's trying to watch something else, but. Thank you for still being there, Malcolm. 15 each way for me. That is Al Makam, who is on 8-1 on the international markets at the moment. It's another one for Cameo. So where does that horse figure in your thoughts?
He has been highly tried since breaking his maiden at Typhon this summer. This is a notable drop in grade for him, so that's a big positive. Connections have won a couple of races today, another positive. He should also be right near the front from an inside draw. So if you like the 15, Al McCann, he should be right there at the start and hope to hang on.
Okay, so good solid chances. We've just done a bit of calculation, or our producer has done the calculation. 6 favourites out of 10 so far.
Pretty good.
And to be fair, that's not bad. That's 60%.
It
doesn't take a lot of working out. That's a very good afternoon, and 1 second favourite as well. So maybe you've backed a few of those. No price bigger winner than 7-1. So belief. So that's that's a good day, isn't it? A good day for following the markets thus far. Right, we're going to go from following the markets to following Callum.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Yes, quick math amongst the team there, very impressive. We'll start with Al McCann here. Better than the most recent form suggests. This horse is a talented individual, won a big race earlier on this season, but has struggled since then. In open company here with 62 kg on the back, this will be tough ask. But he looks really well in the parade ring and is certainly a talented type. Let's drop back to National Gallery. The 2 here, as has already been mentioned by the boys, maybe a better turf performer than a dirt performer, and is carrying a hell of a lot of condition as well. It's looking like quite a chunky monkey. I would be probably looking elsewhere with National Gallery if I was judging on just the paddock. If you backed him as favourite, I would be slightly concerned by what I'm seeing in the parade ring. He doesn't strike me as the fittest of individuals. Let's drop our way back to the 6th. The next one we're going to have a look at is Mashore, who's just coming towards me now. This is the 6th here. 4th last time out, and has been running consistently without quite getting the head in front. He looks completely different to the horse we just looked at. Much fitter, a real strong type. He's walked out really well, and I certainly think has certainly been the paddock eye catcher so far. Really well put together thought, with a rating of 90, should have every chance under Eddie Castro. Let's drop back to the 7, Parsimon, who just hasn't quite caught fire since coming to Saudi Arabia. Still doesn't quite look like the shiny, bright, bushy-tailed chestnut that you'd hope he could be. Just getting the earplugs removed here. But again, I'd be looking elsewhere. Slightly dull in the coat and still looks to be carrying a fair amount of chunk. Let's drop back to Western City. Here's the intriguing horse. I know Rory Delagi, who's already seen Halar go to victory today, will be very keen to watch Western City, because this horse is a bit of a handicap plot, really. Had a good reputation in Ireland, came here with a really basement mark and took full advantage of it. Has been highly tried since, but back in this sort of company could be dangerous. I think much better than the previous form has suggested. We'll go straight to the 9, Alaham, who's just coming towards us now. This was the winner last time out, and it doesn't seem to have taken much out of this individual either. He's another one, only a 4-year-old, and could hold every chance here. A very petite, pretty face on this one, and not a bad walk either. Again, you just think might be carrying a little bit of condition. Let's drop back to the 11. Labe comes towards us now. Lucas Gaitan looking for a victory. It's been a quiet spell for the Gaitan team, but typically for the team, this horse has been exceptionally well turned out. This is Labe. Athila Sahani on board on this occasion. Got the beautiful course marks on, but let's look at the walk. Not the best of walkers, quite a staccato action, not really walking through, very much a dirt walk, which you'll be happy to know we're running on dirt, but I would look for a more active walk. Certainly isn't blowing me away in the parade ring, but look, he's won 2 from 4, can't be ignored. In behind is Swing the Ring, who's been in cracking form of late. Lovely type here, a real trier, gets the mount of Adele Alfaredi as well, has been in great form of late and could be a type that's still improving. Now thrown into open company, different kettle of fish, but he's done nothing wrong of late. On to the GOAT, who's number 13, was hugely disappointing under Mohammed Al-Daham in the Jockey's Challenge on the turf last week. Makes a quick return a week later today. He's intriguing back on dirt, but I think others offer a little bit more. I would be looking elsewhere, but he does look great. But again, you'd think his best results would come on the green stuff. And then finally, we'll look at the 15 as well. This is the last one we'll look at, just coming towards us now. The Mount of Camaro spinner, Al Makam, coming towards us. Is pinned back. Doesn't look the happiest of chappies. Shining up really nicely in the coat, though. A big individual. Look, see how high Camaro is now. A real striking type. But again, he's been highly tried since winning earlier this season. And you'd argue that maybe this is a bit of a stab in the dark. But the low draw and Camaro on board for a team that's been flying recently shouldn't be ignored. And he looks in great shape, doesn't he? A really fit individual. So plenty to like in this parade ring, boys. It's hard to find a paddock pick. Come back to me.
We will give you time, Callum. A lot of horses to choose from here. It's not quite a case of jolly's over, but the favourite has gone 5-2 from 11-4. National Gallery, who was a beaten favourite last time. Of course, running the Jockey's Challenge last week.
Yeah, I'm unconvinced.
Are you?
I am.
I like National
You
Gallery.
like him?
Yeah, I think it's...
If this was turf, I'd like him.
Yeah, but it's got form, horse and distance form from not too long back, so... Anyway, we'll leave that one there. You obviously are not National Gallery fan in this instance, but which way are you going to be going?
I am going with the 9, Alaham. This is not the most prolific of horses, only 2 from 22, but he did win last time over course and distance in good fashion as well. Draws well in 6, will come from just off the speed. I thought he was the most logical winner. Look, he's not. His profile doesn't scream, "Oh, I'm definitely going to win this race." He's not like flashing lights and
yeah.
But he's consistent, and his rating suggests he's got a chance. He's for me.
Yeah, look, he's a horse who's finding a little bit of form, certainly. I mean, the strike rate, as you say, if you take the whole career, you might be put off. But if you look at more recent form, I can definitely understand the 9. It's the second choice at 4-1 ahead of Gemini Al Reem, the 5 at 7. So then we've got the Goat, who's an 8-1 chance, 13, and Al Makam on the same price as well. Told you about, well, I can't say Malcolm anymore because he's just messaged to say name change. Malcolm's too form, he's now Mal.
Yeah, Mal.
So for the duration. That's Mal who was sending it under. Anyway, we're now with 15 each way. So Mal, good luck with that horse. Fabian has been back on. He's already put his selections up. Colin would be a cool name. Oh, Callum would be a cool name. Well, maybe we're changing your name, Fabian, to Callum then for the duration.
Let's do it.
We can do that. We can do. Just the one Callum or Callum. Do we think for Fabian? I'm not sure. Tom, before I get any deeper into this hole, who else are you liking?
We should talk about a few of the others.
Yeah, please.
Rather than just one or two. So, the 8, Western City, was an improving type at the front end of the season and was really progressing at a rate of knots, and then suddenly hit a wall in terms of his progression. Now, I liked him last time. Dharma Dahani said in a pre-race interview, after a previous winner, that he has completely lost his form. So that's a negative. However, if he refines his form, I think he's got more than enough ability, Western City. So watch out for the 8. If he doesn't win, if he doesn't feature, he'll be dropped down the handicap, and then next year, he'll be very well treated. The 12, Swing the Ring, who was mentioned in the comments, was given a great ride to win a 0-80 handicap over this course and distance last month. This is tougher, but Adele Alfredi continues the partnership, so there's a positive there. It's just, for me, whether he's actually improving quickly enough to win an Open at this stage. His rating suggests not. The 11, L'Abbe for Lucas Gaitan, just the only runner on the card actually for Lucas. Draws wide in 17, far from ideal. But he's unexposed and open to improvement. If connections were firing on all cylinders, then he would be a player. But they're not, so he's not for me. And the other one that we haven't talked about, a single figure price, is the 13, the Goat. He's a turf stayer, really. I don't really know what he's doing on dirt, and the price is not realistic of his chance. He should be way bigger. But his form in the UK was strong. He's a decent stayer, so he'll be plugging on late if he handles conditions. The track is the big question mark with him. He's by Cracksman. There's not much to indicate dirt is the right surface for him.
Yeah, plenty of ex-Europeans, as you say, when we go through the list of runners here. And Alex Moreno here for one ride. What are we reading to that? He's on Gesture, isn't he? Horse number 10 on local debut.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's only got the one ride today. This horse was beaten a long way into 12th last time on his local debut. again, yet to prove that dirt is the right surface.
Okay, nice to hear from Tom McKay again, who's been back on to say sits with a big smile. 6 to win here. That's Mashur, who is 3 wins from 13 off a mark of 90, and is nice price, 16 to 1. And Castro has got the ride there.
Yeah, this horse was really precocious last year. He won 3 races and then finished 5th in the Group 3 Saudi Derby. So good form as a 3-year-old, but as a 4-year-old, not so much. He struggled this campaign. I think he'll probably finish down the pack, but you're taking a big price in a race that's wide open, so why not?
Yeah, really good competitive race. National Gallery at 5 to 2 remains the clear favourite. Will go off favourite, I think. Connections, of course. Those colours have already been carried twice to victory, very nearly 3 times this afternoon, so they've had a good day regardless. So, selections, I'm with National Gallery.
I'm with Alaham.
Okay, that's our 2. That's 2 and 9, and Callum.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to be with Al Mahelm here. I just think this horse, who's won over this trip back in the day, ignore the last run, that was on turf. We can put a line through that. I'm just really convinced he's going to put up a big effort today. He looked really well in the parade ring. He's the top horse here. Comes with a rating of 94 and only carrying 62 kg. We've seen horses lug that weight around successfully today. If you drop back, if you look at his career so far this season, ignore the run on turf last time, 9th in a cup race over 1800. He won an open race right at the beginning of the season over that same trip. But if you track right the way back, he's got decent form over the 2000, finishing 3rd in a very good cup race over 2000 metres. Back in 23, that was in December 2023, back end of the midway point of last season, I should say. So I'd be intrigued to see how he gets on here, back in sort of a race where you'd imagine he'd thrive in this sort of company, and hopefully now he's not facing some of the top horses at this middle distance trip, he'd be able to find his best form. Now, arguably, he does need to step forward from 2 pretty below par runs, but you can give excuses for both of those starts. He doesn't have any excuses today, so I'll be keeping all my fingers crossed that he can run a big race. Of some of the others, I did think Mashur looked really well in the prelims. I thought Parshamim with a bit of a paddock negative. I thought Western City with a positive. Definitely a positive for me, but well beaten in an easier race than this last time over this course and distance. So hard to fancy stepping up in class. Bay, I thought there were no issues with him in the parade ring. Maybe a little bit light, not carrying too much muscle, but again, certainly not carrying any condition. I think Tom's absolutely right about the GOAT. Very hard to see him do any damage here on the dirt, especially after such a disappointing run on turf. You'll remember last week when he ran under Mohammed Al-Zaham, who thought the horse we were all watching because Mohammed just needed to finish in the top 4 and Oisin Murphy not win the race. In the end of the day, Oisin Murphy didn't win and he finished last. So the GOAT will need to take a big step forward, but these conditions don't strike me as the type of conditions that will allow him to thrive. Al McCam, the 15, very good looking, very fit, for good connections. You have a good jockey on board as well. He'll be a danger, especially coming out of stall 5, will be bang up there in the vanguard as well. Compliant is the 21, gets in here into this contest as a reserve. We had a couple of horses drop out here. I thought he looked quite well in the parade ring again for the Abdullah A. Dabaya team. They just buy so well. They buy so well. This one's a pivotal bred by Cheveley Park Studs. So one of the last pivotals that you'll ever see here. One of those breed-shaping stallions. But they are loading up already, and we know by now that they load pretty quickly here in Saudi Arabia, and this race should be no different. So Alex Fussy, for the penultimate contest, it's over to you.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, we are going forwards for this penultimate race. We are on post time, so a little bit sluggish in starting the load, but as Callum said, they normally do flying quickly once they begin. Arabic Welcome's just gone in, number 22 on your card, one of those said reserves to get a run. The 17 Canood also heading up, and the 10 Gesture just going forwards, got a nice slot there down in stall number 10, stall number 2, sorry, for the 10, so a good position. There's the inside of the stalls, reading into stall 1 and onwards. Always a good view as the runners get themselves settled to start their races. Swing the Ring has just gone in, stall 11. Coming up now is Parshaman, Still 10 for that one. It'll leave us with 3 to go. 5, 8 and 15 are the numbers left. Jumanat Al Reem going up Western City, and also Al Makam. So we're just about ready now. Handlers clear away and we're all aboard. And they're off. Jumped away, racing in the 11th of the afternoon. This open over 2,000 metres. Starter caught them pretty well. There's only, 2 or 3 lengths in these early strides between top end and tail. National Gallery, one of the first to get going. Also, same ownership. Western City is going to race very handily towards the inner line. So those both pressing on. Mashur not too far from them. The yellow jacket with the black cap wanting to be prominent. A bit wider, Canood also coming up to join issue, as they haven't really fully formed their order yet. Couple towards the rear of the field, Time Najd is struggling to keep on terms, and also adrift at the moment to Jumanat Al Reem and Parshaman in the red colours, more towards the inside rail. It's another right down the back, as is Yatafel, green cap on the white jacket. So coming towards the midway point down the far side here, and up top it is National Gallery who shows. Leads the way over Canood in second. Right behind them as well is Western City, who currently sits in third. Next wave of runners includes Swing the Ring, who's just trying to start making some headway. Out wider, La Bay is also getting involved now for the Gaitan stable, starting to move as they go on the turn. Alaham is another in stripes who's trying to weave through as they work their way towards the home straight. The Goat is still in there pitching as well. But up top on the inside it is National Gallery, has the advantage of about a neck over Canood in second position. Right in behind those, La Bay is circling and coming up well to the outside. The eye is still drawn to Swing the Ring. The red jacket is breezing up down the outside, and Adel Al-Faradi took a little glance in behind as they come towards the straight. Throughby is following that one through into the contest. Busy finish in the offing here. Working close to home, and Al Makam stands side. Now moves up to take it the lead. Right from the back of the field, Time Najd is thundering home. Throughby still there. Swing the Ring up the inside. Up top it's Al Makam. Time Najd, though, has come from miles back down the wide outside. Time Najd off the back of them early has somehow won. My word. Has beaten Al Makam into second. Third place went the way of Throughby. Next couple, Swing the Ring and Western City. What a performance here from Time Najd, the 18. One of those given a check of being out of things early. Right down the back end of the order, but has come screeching home down the centre with perfect timing. 2:09.45 the winner has clocked, and has beaten Al Makam in the end by 3/4 of a length. It was, dare I say it, a shade cosy come the line. So nice performance. Throughby is in third, just holding third place there on the inside. Front three putting a little bit of distance between themselves and the other, and Swing the Ring was eventually the fourth one home on the far side. Abdullah Al-Farouz has done very well to pull that off aboard Time Najd. Be interested to watch that back with the gents in a few moments' time. Order of finish in race 11, 18, 15, 20 and 12.
Time Najd just come late to win here. They were queuing up, weren't they, to get involved, and picks off Al Makam, 15 in the second. Throughby got third. That was horse number 20. And the 12 horse, Swing the Ring, that was definitely put up by one of our messengers. Well, Mal was on the 15, I think, wasn't he?
Yes.
Each way.
Unlucky,
so
Mal.
Just a little bit unlucky. That is a big price winner. Around about a 20-1 chance in the international markets, and actually only winning for the second time in 29. I did scribble on my notes second last time in an open, much improved run, but I wasn't necessarily convinced that we were going to see the same again, but we obviously have.
Yeah, my comments say capable at best, but only one victory from 28. Qual's enthusiasm, wide draw and a deep closer. Well, he was a deep closer today, right out the back. And we're going to go to Callum, and I know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to say, oh, I love Sons and Daughters of Time Test.
Oh, I love sons and daughters of time test. Baby, what a stallion. We love the boy. What an absolute superstar. If you've got a mare in Turkey, send your mares, because that's where he's based at the moment, and he keeps on firing out winners. And Time Nash is the next one off the old block. Abdullah Al Farouz on board has waited with extreme patience to guide this horse to victory, because they were stone last early on in the race, but they've come wide and late and swept on by Mal. Heartbreaking for you there, sir, with Al McCann, who ran a best effort we've seen in a long time there under Camille Ospina. Amazingly, though, Al McCann broke from stall 5. Look how wide he ended up, but I think they went very, very hard early on. I was watching Alma Helm, who ran a big race for a long way, but was behind the bridle from the moment the gates opened. They were not hanging around, and they've fallen into a bit of a heap at the end, and the horse flashing home widest of all was the son of the superstar, the stunning, the beautiful time test, beautiful judgment pedigree, an absolute star. Dan Silly family as well, you just love to see it. So Time Nash is your winner, and he's done that well. Look, last time out we kind of showed quite a similar late rattle home, but you just thought, is he going to get outpaced early on here? But great patience from the jockey, and patience was rewarded. And Time Nash, for all those time test fans, remember, if you've got a mare in Turkey, send your mares.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, so big price winner, and Abdullah Al Farouz on board there, taking that race, coming late to win at a huge price. And we can have a look back at the finish again. I mean, they were coming from north, east, south and west.
Yeah, Time Nash is 10 deep on the track, far to your left, just about to grab a shot actually. Cameraman focuses inside. Time Nash is out of shot and running home fastest of all. A big effort from the winner. The pace has obviously collapsed. Horses that looked like they were travelling well coming around the home turn finished out the back, the likes of Labbe and Alaham as well, National Gallery being another, but Time Nash come from the clouds to win.
Yeah, come from the clouds, say just the second win, 29th start, but you can take the positives. It was a terrific run. Last time drawn in stall 19 actually, but we're not going to focus on Time Nash early on because it's all late work from him. The favourite, National Gallery, was always in a good position from the get-go here.
Yeah, needs turf, I think. I know he's run well on this surface before, but on turf he can quicken. On dirt you need to be more of a plodder that continues to run and grind, and he's just not that. He was always in a nice spot, as you say, National Gallery, out in front, the grey horse, but never able to sustain his effort. The horse that actually did best of those that were forwardly placed, I believe, was Western City, who ran 5th. He's just in behind in the green cap, the green sleeves. I thought he ran great, and as I say, next time, maybe next season, maybe in 2 weeks' time, he could be a big player in a handicap, not an open. He rated 83. If he can get into a 0 to 85, he's a huge player. Don't give up on him. Alaham, my pick at this stage, was cruising inside, light blue cap, blue and orange silks. I thought he was travelling really well. So was Labbe out wide, the Lucas Gaitan runner. Both of those are unable to make an impact in the straight.
Is that Time Test right out the back with a white cap? It is, isn't it?
Time Nash, yes. Yeah. He's the one that makes, obviously, the huge late closing effort. But I don't remember the last time I saw a horse come from last to first like this in a dirt race.
No, it's an amazing, the way it panned out. I mean, there must be a lot of jockeys thinking, I've got a chance here, I'm coming, and probably that thought went through the minds of many of these here. But yeah, those on the front end are going to come under pressure, at least many of them are. I can see where you're going with Western City, who's travelling very sweetly in behind, same colours as National Gallery. But wow, look what happens next.
Yeah, Western City actually got a really bad run. I didn't realise how much he got shuffled back. He ran great. I'd be putting a big circle around Western City. But this is the point where Camilo hits the front on Almakam, and Mal obviously at home, and anyone else that supported the 15 was hopeful, but Time Nash is flying down the outside, engages overdrive, gets the job done well. This is a big career best effort from him, despite the fact he is shaped well before in previous races. And Connections, who may have been a little bit frustrated by the fact that he was just 1 from 28 in his career, they've now been rewarded for their persistency.
So there we are. That was the penultimate race of the night. I guess most of us probably got a run for our money of sorts. I mean, I feel I got a run for my money with National Gallery. It was probably half a race, but a lot of horses were coming, weren't they? Giving probably most of us a chance, and our tipping numbers stay as they were. So it's 7, here, 6th with Tom and 6th with Callum.
Yep.
And we've got one more race to come today, of course, and 8 more to bring you tomorrow. It's all for fun, you know, but one or two of us take it very seriously indeed. Anyway, let's go back to Alex, because here's the runners and riders for the very final race of this Friday.
Thank you, gents. Yeah, let's have a glance through the field for our final race. Again, sadly, no graphics for you. This is a 80 to 95 Arabian handicap to conclude. Algebra is the 1, Abdullah Al Farouz. The 2 is Hamas Al Khalidi, Fahad Al Faradi. 3, Joy de Montague, Mohammed Al Gharib. 4, Good de Violettes gets a run looking for a 4th win. 5, Awamir Thab Al Timiat. 6, Anua, Mohammed Al Daham. 7, Rabba Guda, Asil Al Shahani. The 8 is Rams Guda, Wail Al Hamzi. 9, Madkur Norwef Al Farouz. The 10 is Bayrak Al Hizam, Camilo Ospina. 11 is Gashamsham Al Jazra, Abdullah Al Saidi. The 12, Ladiverse Hippolyte, Abdullah Al Kamis. 13, Saraj Al Hura, Abdullah Al Credis. The 14, Mubarez Al Shahania, Rakan Al Ubaid. 15, Thea Athbar, Mohammed Al Yami. 16 is Umran, Abdullah Al Hussein. 17, Alicia Osama Al Shirani. 18, Nawahal Al Kaladia, Tariq Al Mansour. And 19, Princess Mu Azaz, Louis Morales. A field of 19 with no changes. In the last, we go back to the studio.
Thanks very much, Alex. So Arabian horses here rated up to 95. The top 3 indeed are on the ceiling mark of 95, all the way down to the bottom horse, who is rated 80. 2,000 metres purebred Arabians, betting very, very open. Let's have a check on a form clue here. We're going to show you the 5. We're going to show you Awamir, who is an 8 to 1 chance in the betting, and this run is from just a few weeks ago, finishing second, picking up really well actually.
Yeah, was this over 1400 or was this last time? I think this was
the
1400.
7th of Feb run, so
I think this was 1400. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's taken a big step up in trip today to 2000. The way he finishes this race suggests a little bit further will be fine, but 600 metres further, I'm not so sure. It was an okay performance. He's not for me.
Here's the most exciting named horse of the day, L'Adversaire Hippolyte. Probably need to be more French on that, to be honest with you. But anyway, here is that run, finishing second in an open at the beginning of the month.
This smart 4-year-old gets a lot of weight here, considering he's actually one of the top rated horses, rated 90, but gets a huge allowance. This was a solid effort behind a nice horse called Mubashirat Al Hussein. And yeah, albeit he was being a distance, that winner is very smart and has racked up several victories this term. Draws inside, clearly in form, stays the trip, a lot to like. However, this is a big however, that was an open race. The handicapper initially had this horse rated 73, now he's running off a mark of 90. So albeit he does get a lot of weight for age allowance, he is 17 pounds higher than what he would have been prior to that run.
That's a bit of a serious jump, isn't it? Yeah, 73 up to 90. I've written the word harsh on my notes here, which I guess you would probably concur with. Callum, we've had a look at a couple of form clues. We started to talk form, but always good to look at them.
It is always good to look at them, Daryl, and the reason why is you get to see horses like this. This is Algebra, who is absolutely gorgeous. He's only had the one start here, well beaten, but a really nice looking type. Probably not today, but the one horse is really good looking and certainly should not be ignored. Certainly you have to put him in the shortlist in the paddock because he just looks so well. Let's go back to the 3. Joy de Montague, someone is having a right shout. It's the 8 is having an absolute screaming match in here, having a good old scream at some of the other horses in this field, I imagine. When I look at the 8, it's still entire. Yes, the 5-year-old still entire, probably having a good old shout at the other boys in the parade ring. Here's the 3, really nice type here, Joy de Montague. We know plenty about this gelding. 6-year-old now, but that's practically childish when you're talking about purebred Arabians. Really good looker, really nice mover, has to make the shortlist. In behind the 4, Good de Violettes, very different, obviously in colour straight away. Pretty sure in the colour of the Swing the Ring as well. The owners would have been very excited at one point in our last contest. But this is a really fit individual. Look, obviously white, very hard to see much definition, but there is clear definition in the hindquarters. This horse is fit, very similar to the colours of that Japanese horse. It's Sadashi, who's such a superstar over there near white, and just absolutely beautiful. The 4's very nice too. Awamir is the 5. Liver Chestnut that you can see in front of me now. Well put together sort, probably the best you see conformation-wise. Lovely short back. Just mind your back, Mustafa, there. He's just a nice horse conformation-wise, and a good looker as well. Jockey's about to jump up on board here, which will be nice to see. Look, he's not the biggest of types, but very well put together, and has let the jockey on perfectly fine. Awamir in good form. The 6 is worth noting. This is a horse that's supposedly on debut, a Noir. Rated 91, so it's clearly been running somewhere else, and always worth noting with these connections when they've got newcomers, because they've had a few winners before. This French bred is not worth ignoring. Now, we're going to track all the way back through them here, and we're going to focus on the 12, which is L'Adversaire Hippolyte, who is the next one we're going to have a peep at. Beautiful name. I probably butchered the pronunciation, but it wouldn't be the first time I've done that on this channel. Very nice looker. Obviously, as Tom has already mentioned, a 4-year-old, so it gets absolutely lumps of weight from the rivals, as well as a partnership of Abdullah Al-Khamis, who gets to take off another kilo. Has to have every chance here. I love 4-year-olds in these type of races because they just get so much weight, and looks in really good shape as well. Is a winner in the career too, second last time out. Plenty to like about this one. Probably the pick of the yard so far. Finally, I want to look at horse number 18, who is just coming towards me now. Mustafa will be on the other side of the parade ring. We're going to make a quick shoot across to have a look at the 18. This is Nawahil Al Khaladia. I think this is the horse I was most excited to see in the parade ring, and the looks have matched up with what I thought of the form. Really nice looking type, not the biggest, and probably a little bit back heavy as well, but got a nice neck. You just want to see more in the shoulder, probably. Having a good old drag around, clearly keen to get on with things. The groom is having a nightmare down there, but looks in really good shape, and I hope can run a big race. Tariq Al Mansour will take off 1 kilo as well, which is a positive. So I think it's between the 18 and the 12 as the pick of the paddock. I think I'm just about teaming up with the 12.
Yeah, who is second choice, of course. We showed you the VT, didn't we? L'Adversaire Hippolyte, horse number 12, and runners coming out. It's currently a 5-1 chance in behind Rabagudar, who is the 7, and Tom McKay has been back on to put a vote in, an early vote for the 7 horse here, who is 9-2 in the market, so favourite at the moment.
I've got him 3rd in, so I don't completely disagree with that. Rabaguda, he was a runaway course and distance winner in November and hasn't been beaten all that far by Alcázar, who's rated 113 on his last couple of starts. So now down in grade, Rabaguda is a major player.
Okay, so that's one for consideration, but which way are you going here?
I found this very difficult, really, to be honest with you. There are 2 that I ummed between, the 10 and the 11. Now, the 11 is one of the best named horses in Saudi Arabia, Kasham Shamal Jazra. I ended up not siding with him, but I was close to. He's a 5-time winner, back down to a mark that's £1 lower than when last successful. So he's well treated. And the majority of these are not well treated. I think that's the key point. We'll go through a couple of them in a second, and I'll talk about some of the rises they've been given by the handicapper. But Kasham Shamal Jazra is well treated. He draws well, and returning to a longer trip is suitable. So I was close to putting the 11 on top, but I ended up putting the 11 in second behind the 10 horse, who's going to be my selection.
It's going to be my selection as well, because I think it's well handicapped.
Yeah, exactly.
86, run well off a 98 recently, so, well,
yes.
3 runs back.
Way below his best on his last 2 outings, but if you go back to that previous effort, as you say, he's very well handicapped. He gets Camilo Ospina on board.
Yep.
Draws well in 9. Bayrak Al-Hazam for both of us, seemingly.
Yeah,
maybe I'll switch to the 11 then, because I'm not...
Well, if you feel you want to.
I feel like there wasn't much between the 2 for me, so...
It might be more interesting in terms of competition.
Yeah, for the purposes of the competition, I'll be with the 11. But I'll give yours a vote as well, obviously. I think the 10 is a major player. But I'll go with the 11 as my main pick.
Okay, so there we go. We've got 10, 11, 12 by the looks of things across the 3 selections here. Still time for you to get involved. Let us know who you like in this final race, the Arabian handicap race number 12, as they stride on down to the start. Let's see if there's any movement in the market. There isn't really. I think this has probably got most people flummoxed a little bit here. The noisy horse is quite well fancied, isn't it? Ramsgadar, the 8th, the one who was getting very excited in the paddock, and there's no let-up on that interest at around 7-1 in the international prices.
Yeah, he's a 10-race maiden. Finished one spot behind Rabaguda over 1,800 metres last time. So he's close to match with the 7. If you think the 7's got a chance, which I do, then I suppose you've got to look at the 8 as well. But yet to win, and gets a jockey on board that I don't know much about at all, which would be a bit of a concern. Whale Al-Hazmi. Never seen him on the race card before.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, so a new name to conjure with as they move down to the post. Just while we've got a second, 8 races we've told you tomorrow. First race, 9 o'clock in the evening, local time. It's a good card. We've got the JCSA Cup, 150,000 contest. That is an open for locally breds. We've also got the Public Security Department Cup, which is, again, 150,000 Saudi Riyal, which is the Open. That'll be the last race tomorrow night. That's local and imported horse over 1,600. Just the one Arabian race tomorrow. Kick off with the Fillies Maiden, 0-1. Fillies 0-1 as well. The Arabian race is an Open, 0-80 handicap. And those are the 8 tomorrow. First race local time, 9 in the evening, 2100 hours. Last race, 00:30, 30 minutes the other side of midnight into Sunday morning. And that's going to be the pattern, of course, with Ramadan over the final 2 weeks as well.
You're going to be flying the flag for the channel until the end of the season.
Flying the flag, I quite like the idea. And your sort of colleague in the analyst chair, Rory, is back.
Yeah, we're doing a substitute. I've been here for 6 weeks. I'm now knackered. So
6
Rory's,
weeks? That's
well,
a long time.
barring 1 week. But
Okay, all right.
Where there was no racing. Rory's now being substituted on, fresh and ready to go for the final 2 weeks. So yeah, you'll have fun, I'm sure.
I'm looking forward to it. I haven't worked with Rory before, so that'll be very, very good. That's from next Thursday. Right, selections then. So Tom Waddy 10. I'm taking 10. You're gonna switch to the 11?
Yeah, I'm going to switch to the 11. Gasham Al Jazra. Come on.
That's a good name. And so, well, I don't know. Are you with 12 or 18, Callum? Which one? I think he was favouring 12, wasn't he, as opposed to 18, but we're going to have to put him down as 12 unless he says otherwise. Actually, come back to us because Mal says 10 for me as well. Don't want to desert Camillo Espina. So 10 for Mal. Which one, Callum, please?
So sorry, everybody. Just a few mic issues there. All my own fault, no doubt about it. But I can't go with the 12. The 12 with a big negative going down to post was bronking and bucking and squealing with Abdullah Al-Kredis on board. So I am changing to the 18. That is going to be the pick for me. And now I have Al-Kaladir. We jump out of stall 11, and that is going to be the pick. Tariq Al-Mansour on board takes off a tasty kilo as well. The other paddock eye catcher with the 3, Joy de Montague, also looked in really good stuff. Yeah, just got far too worked up. Absolute nightmare to draw down. Poor that the jockey did very well to stay on, because this horse, once getting done with the bucking and squealing, was able to bolt clear. So the 18 is going to be the pick for me. Nawal Al-Kaladir is the pick. Alex Fussy. For the final time, it's been a pleasure as per usual. Your award-winning dulcet tones have been a pleasure. It's all yours for the last.
Thank you very much, Callum. We are loading up for the final race then, the 19-runner field in our concluding Arabian handicap. So in they go. First few have gone into their places here. With regards to some of these fancied runners, Gasham Al Jazra is in stall 4. Bayrak Al Hizam is in stall 9. So pretty good for both of them, I'd say, stall's position. Nawal Al-Kaladir is a little bit wider, if you like that one's chance. Stall 11 is the destination. There's the 3 just side on at the moment. Joy de Montague, who may well have to take another turn, actually. Looks as though the rider is pointing elsewhere. Just checking what stalled, I think. 13, I can tell them. coming forwards. Also going in is Madcour. There's the red jacket of Good de Violettes popping up as well. Over halfway through the load, the 10 moves in. That's Bayrak Al-Hizam, 14 forwards. Mubarez Al-Shahania. 5 to go. Next couple coming together, including Thea Athbar. The 6 moves on up. Anua. Last one, 16. Umran coming in, ready to go. Clearing off, we're ready. Flags are up. And they're off and racing. Jumped away in the last. Again, started caught them in a pretty good line for this Arabian handicap, 80 to 95. They race away over 2,000 metres. Let's see where the early pace will come from. Well, it's a decent start for Gisham Shamal Jazra, going to be one of those first into a prominent role. Mubarez Al-Shahania, not too far from the pace, and also Nawahel Al-Kaladia is racing rather handily early on. L'Adversaire Hippolyte is just in behind the speed at this point in time, racing tucked in a pocket, just about 4th or 5th place at the moment. Down on the inside, Algebra is trying to poke through and get closer, but they're well fanned out at the moment as they clock around about 54, 55 kilometres an hour. Up on the outside then, it'll be Gisham Shams Al Jazra, who just about has the advantage. It's a very narrow lead though. They're well fanned here. Getting involved is Awamir, and also in between rivals Nawahel Al-Kaladia. So that's the front wave of 3 runners. Just in between horses improving is Mubarez Al-Shania, white with the red stripe. L'Adversaire Hippolyte is next in the order and still going okay. That one is just being squeezed now to try and pick up a bit of tempo. On the outside, Good de Violettes, the grey is making a bit of headway. Also still between rivals is Anua as well on the turning point. Rabaguda, yellow colours, is just starting to try and latch on as they work their way towards the top of the home straight. So it is Nawahel Al-Kaladia who's in front. It's a very narrow lead. It's about a neck or so. Continues to be strongly pressed by Awamir as they come in line for home. Down the outside, Good de Violettes is trying to pick up, and Nua is still running on. L'Adversaire Hippolyte's under pressure. Down on the fence is Rabaguda, who's trying to finish off with a bit of purpose. Also, Madcour is late on the scene. Complexion of this race could be changing a bit late on. Heading inside the last 200 metres. Up top, it's Nawahel Al-Kaladia, who's looking a bit vulnerable as Rams Guda is the latest one to give chase. 2.5 lengths between them. It's time running out for Rams Guda. Yes, it is. It's Nawahel Al-Kaladia who's going to last home in our final race. And beat off Rams Guda in second. Third place will go to Princess Muazzaz late on the scene. And Elysia, another strong closer, will come home fourth. Victory for Nawahel Al-Kaladia. Nice performance, and well done to Callum, who fancied this one in the last. Stopped the clock on 2:22.28. Travelling always quite well, quite handily, and then able to push and pull clear from the field at the top of the home run. In the end, it was a 4 1/4 length victory over Rams Guda in second. Princess Muazzaz, never in it until late, was eventually third. And actually, same comments apply to the 4th horse home, Elysia. All in all, that means our final order of the day was 18, 8, 19 and 17.
Wow, that's a great selection from Callum at a whopping price. We're trying to find him. He's disappeared, but he could be starring.
He's on the track, isn't he? Celebrating.
Probably is. He's leading the horse in, I'm hearing. He's leading the horse in. 16 to 1 chance, I think, or thereabouts. Nawahel Al-Kaladia, and the connections, the trainer, whose first name I'm afraid I'm not sure of, actually.
No, I don't know either.
But trainer Al Madfa and Tariq Al Mansour had the last race winning yesterday in the Arabian Maiden, so that's a great way to double up. Last winner both days. Let's confirm the full result for you. 18 has won it. Brilliant selection. Now we're here. Al-Kaladia beat number 8, Ramaz Gudar was second, and 19 Princess Muazzaz was back in third. I think we found Callum.
Yeah.
The full result 18, 8, 19, and Isia, 17, was back in 4th place. Well, there you go. If you follow Callum, hey, what a way to finish. Absolutely amazing.
What everyone at home can't see is Callum's literally behind the camera, giving it the biggest celebration you will ever see.
Can you come around and celebrate with us here, Callum? Come on.
He's still got his hat on.
Yeah,
Here he is.
He's been outside doing all the work. There he is, the man of the moment. Fantastic stuff.
Tariq Al-Mansour, what a jockey.
Tariq Al-Mansour.
Well done.
There we go.
Great show, guys. Enjoy the rest of the film. Going home.
Thank you for your company, Callum. He'll be back tomorrow, of course, with 8 races live. Now, let's have a look at some highlights. Where are you going to start? I think you're going to start at the beginning, aren't we?
Yeah, race 1. Yeah. Back to the turf. The turf was a great way to start the card today. We had 3 races, 2 over the 1200 and 1 over 2100. This was the highlight for me. Transferred. I was very impressed with this horse. First up on turf. He was coming into the race after 3 consecutive dirt victories, all in emphatic fashion. And he proved today that he handles turf just as well. Went straight to the front, blitzed the field, and Damar Dahani has high hopes for this horse in the future.
Yeah, and of course the time was ridiculously quick, wasn't it? It was so close to the track record. It seems a long time ago now, first race, but something like 30 spots, 31 hundredths of a second off the clock, which is absolutely phenomenal. So, yeah, and that started off a really good afternoon, of course, for the connections. They had the next winner, and they very nearly had the one, I think, after that as well. But, yeah, so of all the horses from the day, you'll take transferred forwards.
I will, yeah. I think he's pretty good. And I'll be excited to see where he ends up next year. He's probably going to be rated in the mid-90s after this, and he's quite clearly a 100 rated horse in time.
Yeah, and his trainer adores him and will no doubt place him to get the best possible results. Mal says, thank you very much for a great day, guys. It's been a profitable pleasure. I love the word profitable. I'm sure that's the word that we all listen with avid interest on. Ramjan has been on as well, giving us lots of thumbs up, plenty of thumbs up. Yeah, so there we are. And Mal says, well done to Callum.
He's gone.
It was a good selection. He's disappeared.
He's out that door.
Done. We may never see him again on this programme. Maybe till tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
Now, I want to have a look. Have you got another highlight, or is it?
No, it's you now.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna show you a probably more obvious one, which is Halar, of course, who won the Phillies Open earlier today, having run so well in the big race last weekend, and just confirming that form. And we were saying beforehand, you know, we're slightly worried about whether this horse could run so well. What is it? 7 days on, 6 days on.
Yeah.
And then we took the view, well, you could run below par and still be too good for these, and so it proved.
Yeah, she ran great in the dirt sprint, but as you say, after a quick turnaround, it's not easy to come back and fire the same bullet again. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she underperformed a touch, but it didn't matter. She absolutely blitzed this.
She's coasted home,
yeah,
isn't she?
She's rated 96 coming into today. Yeah. She's another 100-plus rated horse, and she's 6-12 now in her career. She's doing everything right.
Yeah, she's very exciting, and of course, that gave Espina a winner. He would double up, and Adel Al-Faradi would double up, Mohammed Al-Duran would double up as well. The White Stable had a couple of winners. So it's been a day, I suppose, over and above anything else. You can take anything away from today. It's been a day that, if like Mel, you've been with us most of the day, hopefully you have come away, you know, if you've been playing with you know, a little bit of money in your pocket, because it's just been one of those days where, maybe up until the last few races, the fancied horses have gone in. Mind you, if you follow Callum in the last at 16-1, you don't need to worry about those earlier favourites, to be fair. But,
absolutely. But it's been a good day, full of good horses. Relatively easy, I'd suggest, find winners, albeit we could have found a little bit more. But still, we had 4 and 3 between all 3 of us. So, yeah, it's been a fun day. Tomorrow, shorter card, better card in terms of quality. 2 cup races, a couple of opens. Tricky. Big fields, 24 runners, obviously with reserves, but 20 runners. So you wouldn't
want to be behind the 8 ball, would you really, at this stage going into tomorrow?
As if you've done that. Yeah, I need to find one winner on yourself and Callum. So, yeah, it will be tough, but it should be fun. It should be fun.
Okay, and remember, of course, from tomorrow and for the following 2 weeks, we've got these new times, obviously, because it is Ramadan about to start here in Saudi. So our first race tomorrow will be 9 p.m. local time. And the 8th and final race will be 00:30 into Sunday morning. So obviously, depending where you're watching from, and we've had viewers from Australia and Singapore and the UK and various other places, I'm sure, today. Yeah, that will affect your viewing, your times, but we'd love to have you back with us tomorrow. It really would be a great pleasure to speak to you again tomorrow.
First race, 6 p.m. UK time for the UK viewers. For the Far East countries, Australia, no idea. But make sure you tune in.
Yeah, probably +4, so that +4 hours, I would imagine. If you're watching in America, 1 o'clock Eastern and 10 a.m. Western time tomorrow.
Yes.
So that's all to come tomorrow. Yeah, so 2 more weeks after that. Tom is disappearing off. Rory's going to be back for the final 2 weeks, which would be a real... I'm looking forward to working with Rory. I mean, I've seen him work. I haven't worked with him. So tell me, what can I expect, Tom?
You can expect long analysis, but detailed analysis.
Okay.
And he's a good laugh as well, Rory. You'll enjoy it. Obviously, with half-an-hour gaps, which is the plan from now to the rest of the year, the rest of the season, rather than 25. He's just getting involved after half an hour. So, yeah, you're going to get lots of...
So I might get an extra tea break then, do you think, at some stage? Okay.
You might do, yeah. You could pop out and no one would know. Yeah, it's fantastic, though. It's fantastic.
There we are. So that's all to come next week. Tomorrow, then, there's 8 races beginning, as we say, UK, local time, rather, at 9 o'clock in the evening. We have got 3 opens to bring you tomorrow. We've got the JCSA Cup, and we've also got the Public Security Department Cup to come tomorrow. It feels like it's been a long day, but it's been a very exciting day.
One more thing about the fact there's 2 weeks to go and I'm not here. The last week, there's a Group 1. I'm gutted.
Tom,
I know.
You're going to have to watch from home with all our wonderful viewers today. Thank you very much for your company. Wherever you've been watching the programme for, you know what we would like you to do? Tell your friends. And do join us if you can tomorrow from late. Good night.